PSG Spurs in the Super Cup tonight. Adrian Donald will be your host. Jim Proudfoot, Republic of Ireland captain Andy Townsend will be your commentary team. Let's talk to the former Spurs manager, Harry Redknapp. Hey, Harry, you good?
I'm okay. How are you?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, good. Thanks, Harry.
What was your first game as Spurs manager? Was it as tricky as PSG?
I remember it.
It was Bolton Wanderers at home on a Sunday.
Tough one.
And then, although I just came straight in that morning, so I didn't really, I think Clive Allen was with me at the time, and Clive took really, he sort of, he picked the team. So it was really, my first game was Arsenal away, which wasn't an easy one, and finished up 4-4.
Oh, that one.
Oh, the great classic.
Aaron Lennon later on. Yeah.
That's football stat.
Yeah, you'd take that tonight, wouldn't you? I mean, this is it's a tough for Thomas Frank tonight, isn't it?
Yeah, but listen, I think up to the Chelsea game, when Chelsea beat them, everybody was going, well, this will be a walkover sort of thing. So I think Chelsea sort of give everybody a bit of belief. Hang on, they're not invincible. They are beatable. So, Tottenham, I looked at the team tonight. Tottenham looked very strong. I'm reading that PSG may not be up to speed at this stage of the season, but I don't know. But they have got some great players, and they were incredible last year in the Champions League. So they'd obviously be favourites. But I think Tottenham will give them a real game tonight. I think it'll be interesting.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the effect of Chelsea, because as Harry said, they were all conquering before we beat them, and Chelsea didn't just beat them; they thrashed them. I mean,
they did. Yeah,
and it wasn't like a 1-0 hanging on smash and grab; it was a proper win. I don't know about fitness though. I mean, Chelsea played twice on the weekend; they had exactly the same break as PSG, and they look pretty sharp. So it might just be sort of pre-match chat there, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, no, I'm looking forward to it anyway. It's lots of good players on show. I think Tottenham will have a decent season this year in the league, but they can't do any worse than they did last year. Can they? They can if they get relegated, but that's not going to happen. I could see them. I've got a feeling they'll be sort of top 7 this year. That's
He's a good manager, Thomas Frank, and he's been firm with Basuma. That's the right thing to do, isn't it? For players continually late, you can't have that.
Yeah, let's just hear what he had to say about Basuma.
He's been late several times, and now this time, the latest time was just one too many. I think with everything, you need to give your players a lot of love. Also have demands, and there also need to be consequences. And this time there was a consequence for that.
Would you have done the same, Harry? Who was always late for you?
Oh dear. Late, I'm not sure. I'll be lying if I say I can remember now back in the day. But I know, obviously, you had one or two who would have an excuse not to come training. I had one day. They couldn't open their gates at their. It was a great lad, actually. It was a veteran Chaluka.
Oh yeah.
I loved him. He was a good player, a great guy. But he couldn't come in this particular morning because he couldn't open the gates on his front of his house.
That's brilliant.
I said, can't you climb over and get I can't get my car out though. Yeah, but you can get a taxi the other side of there anyway. Yeah.
Where there's a will, there's a way.
That's great.
He obviously wasn't too keen on coming in that day.
But do you think Frank's done the right thing there? I guess right early in your tenure as well, and I guess you have to treat different players differently. But just to say, come on, footballers don't have to do that many things, do they? Just be on time.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, he's got to treat them all the same now if they're late, hasn't he? If they all turn. But yeah, why not? I mean, obviously it's lack of discipline. In the end, you give them a warning, you tell them again, they do it again. It happened obviously last year as well with Ange, when I think he had a problem with him, didn't he? With his timekeeping or whatever. Yeah, I mean, you have a meeting. Why should everybody sit there waiting for him to come strolling in? This is the meeting's at 2:00. Be there at 2:00. So no, I agree with what Thomas Frank's done. It shows that he's going to be disciplined with the players and good. I think he'll do well there. He's got good players, which is the most important ingredient to be a good manager, is to have good players.
I agree. And Ben Davies was interesting because he was interviewed before the match, and he was talking about, it was quite pointed because he said, we're going to have a different game plan for different opponents, and you knew what that was aimed at. Basically, Ange basically said, just do what Ange says, and that's it. So, and Thomas Frank is adaptable tactically. There's no question about that.
Yeah, but so he's got the players here that can, you look at the squad, Maddison's a big loss to them, obviously, but they're bringing one or two in. I think Daniel, he'll leave it. Transfer deadline day will be interesting as usual. Daniel will come in. He comes into his element on that day. He'll be busy doing, wanting to get a couple of deals done.
Is Daniel Levy 2 days before the window? He's saying, I can't get over my gates. I just can't, so I can't get in. But, once deadline day hits... There have been rumours about Eze and Savinho, and I think from Spurs fans' point of view, the front of the pitch looks totally different if you add those two players to it.
Agree.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I don't know, I thought Eze looked like he was going to Arsenal at one time, didn't he? I don't know if that's still on the cards. But, it'll be a great signing, but then a massive loss to Crystal Palace. It'd be a shame, and the centre half looks like he's going to leave as well. I don't know why Palace is suddenly selling so many good players. It's going to make it a difficult season for them. I know on the back of last year winning the cup and last weekend as well. It's sad to see them losing another couple of their best players.
Yeah, because they do look good. I was saying this last season. They've got about 6 or 7 players that other clubs would really, really want. And if they could hang on to them, they could have a really great season. I mean,
they could, they're good. I mean, you only have to look back that not only did they win the cup last year, beating Man City, they absolutely slaughtered Aston Villa in the semi-final. Outplayed them and beat them easily, Yeah. So, the Palace are in good shape, but as long as they don't go and lose another couple of players, if
they don't sell Gay this summer, they don't get any money for him, I guess, and there will be a price for Eze. And
they've got to leave themselves time to get players in. It's no good getting money in and then you can't.
I agree with you. What do you? West Ham have been pretty quiet, haven't they? Sort of murmurings around the stadium, sort of a bit of pressure on Graham Potter before the season's even started.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, their squad doesn't excite me. I must be truthful. They've got a bit of work to do. I don't know. They've done very little, haven't they? Except lose one or two players. But it could be a tough year for West Ham if they don't do a bit of business. Because I look at them at the moment, and the squad doesn't. They rely so much on Bowley. He's different class. You take him out the team, and they look quite ordinary, really. I'm a bit fearful of them this year. I'm just hoping that they make one or two signings and strengthen the squad a bit.
Yeah, Potter's under pressure because the results didn't really improve. Well, it didn't improve at all.
No.
But
the players, you can put who you want in there, but that squad, you're going to be where you are. That's how good the squad is. The squad is a bottom half of the table squad. Finish 6th or 7th from bottom. You can put Pep in there if you want. He's not going to suddenly get him in the top 6 because the players are what they are.
Fun though, wouldn't it? Be good fun to see Pep getting booze at the London Stadium. I'd like to see that.
Get him to Upton Park, yeah.
Hey, good stuff, Harry. Always good to have you on.
Nice to see you, boys. Well done.
Paul Hawksbee and Andy Jacobs, Monday to Friday afternoons 1 till 4 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Champions League winners PSG will go up against Europa League winners Tottenham Hotspur in the UEFA Super Cup final this Wednesday. Coverage begins at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. You can watch it on Paramount Plus and the CBS Sports Network. Now, PSG and Tottenham seasons last year, they couldn't have been more different, and yet they both lifted the trophy in their respective competitions. The Champions League title for PSG really solidified a strong season for them. Meanwhile, for Tottenham, it really saved what was a poor season for them. PSG ended with 48 wins and just 9 losses, whereas Spurs won 26 matches and also lost another 26 matches. Now, ahead of this matchup on Wednesday, there has been a big shakeup for this PSG side. They just completed the signing of 23-year-old French goalkeeper Lucas Chevalier from Lille, and this does come on the heels of reports that PSG and goalkeeper Gianluigi Donnarumma can't come to contract negotiations. So we don't know what's happening with Donnarumma heading into this new season. So how much does this kind of master shake things up for this PSG side, who could potentially have a new goalkeeper coming into the season?
Yeah, I think it could shake it up. It could be his last game for Donnarumma, if he does get to start here. Who knows at this point? But Chevalier looked like someone that was really impressive, making the best 11 for Ligue 1. It'll be very interesting to see. And also, it's a fresh body for them because they pretty much have everything else that they could potentially ask for. They didn't really need much this summer window. So goalkeeper is really the only question mark that this team has going into this game.
Is this a bit disappointing for you, Nico, seeing the potential exit of Donnarumma and a potential new starting goalkeeper for PSG?
I'm not surprised that a club as big as PSG went after a goalkeeper like Lucas Chevalier because he was extraordinary last season, not only in Champions League, which is what you're watching right now, but in Ligue 1 as well, like Master mentioned. I am surprised, though, after the season that Donnarumma had, that they want to pivot away from him, because I don't think you go get Lucas Chevalier to be your backup, right?
Yeah,
he plays for the French national team, or he's good enough to be on the French national team. Obviously, there's a dispute there with Mike Maignan to see who's the number one. It's probably more likely Maignan. Regardless, this is a big moment for this kid.
He's 23 years old. In a goalkeeper's lifespan, that is incredibly young.
Stepping up to the plate off a PSG side that's coming off the treble. So you know expectations are at another level now. And then you step into that?
Yeah, wait, hold up. 23 years is how many in goalkeeper years?
I don't know.
How many years is that? You're the goalkeeper.
I don't know.
He's like 19 in goalkeeper years?
Yeah, something like that.
I
I'd say 19's probably a pretty good comparison.
I think you need to divide by 1/8 and
Carry
then
the
times
two.
it by
Let's do this.
3/4.
12,
Yeah.
19.
No.
Okay, 19, we'll go.
Yeah, divisible by pi, and if it's not, then you get your goalkeeper number.
Nico,
Goalkeeper
too much
talk
math.
here.
Come on. We can have hot takes, but not math here so early in the morning. Well, listen, PSG, they were able to be defeated by Chelsea in the Club World Cup. So anything is possible heading into this competition on Wednesday. So, Master, we are going to get into our Xfinity Fast Track to Victory and see potentially how this team, this Tottenham side, will be able to be on the fast track to potential victory against PSG. So hit us with the ways that they can do that.
Number 3 reason why I think Tottenham can beat PSG, and that is PSG fatigue. Wednesday will mark 1 month since the Club World Cup final, and they didn't have a break in between the Champions League final and the start of the Club World Cup. I think I saw Luis Enrique on his bike once. I don't know how much time this team spent in the south of France, but this team has also not had a chance to ramp up in the way that Tottenham has, where they've had 6 friendlies trying to get adjusted and accustomed to Thomas Frank, his new tactics, and the uncertainty that PSG has preparing for this team. That is my number 3 reason. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I agree. I think
it's valid.
We're going to start seeing how Club World Cup will affect a lot of these teams, including, for example, Real Madrid, who only just started their preseason, a week ago?
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll get our answer.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not Wednesday for Super Cup. Maybe it does come a little bit
It might
down
hit
the
him a
line.
little later. I think mental fatigue is another side of it too, just not being able to unplug. And obviously the physical side of things is such an impact. And we talk about schedule congestion, whatever you want in that sense. But to not be able to step away for an extended period of time, I think that checks out. I see it could work.
The heat alone from the Club World Cup.
Yeah.
I was on my couch for 3 weeks eating ice cream and just detoxing from that heat. So I can only imagine what PSG and the players who are actually doing something. I was just standing on the sideline. I can only imagine what they had to do to recharge from what was a gruesome summer. Number 2. This one's a bit of a curveball. It comes with the Thomas Frank tactics. The manager, I think they made a good decision. At first, I was skeptical of firing Big Ange, but Thomas Frank is a manager that I'm a big fan of, and the big reason why is because of set pieces. We saw the success of set pieces from Brentford. They were they were 4th in most goals scored last season. Brentford was in set pieces, and we got a little taste of that in some of these friendlies, particularly in the North London derby, where Tottenham looked very dangerous on corners and set pieces. When you have Pedro Porro and the service that he gives off corners, and also with Mohamed Kudus as well on free kicks, I think this is an opportunity for them. They're going to be one of the better teams, I truly believe, in the Premier League on not just only set pieces, but also defending set pieces, which is not something you could say of previous Tottenham teams. What do you guys think?
I think there was a method to the madness going on in Brentford. If he can replicate that at Spurs.
I don't think we're giving enough credit to PSG defensively on set pieces by any means. If you're saying that Tottenham's just going to be able to come in, have a little bit of coaching in the set piece area, and then be able to score pretty effectively on that, it also comes down to disorganization defensively, and we don't see that from PSG, no matter who they have playing in goal in this match either.
Yeah, I mean, yes. Of course, like PSG defensively are lions. Marquinhos, Pacho, 100%. Like Tottenham's going to have their work cut out for them, but I'm intrigued on this set piece narrative for Spurs if they can get better, especially where in North London they're like Arsenal, the set piece kings, right? Again, method to the madness. At Brentford, there was something working really well with Thomas Frank, with the style of players, with the message that he was sending to them and what he wanted to get out of them, clearly coached in the right way. And it feels like that's a little bit refreshing, given that at Spurs, oftentimes there was a lot of madness and the method was kind of lost a little bit.
Executing on set pieces is something so finite that has to be drilled in so perfectly. Yesterday, I got to do a watch along with Kelly O'Hara, and she started talking about how during the lead up to the 2019 Women's World Cup, how much the U.S. women's national team practiced set pieces. She was like, we would go out for an hour and a half, and that's all we would do, set pieces. And we would run it back and say, you're standing on this blade of grass. You need to actually be standing on this one. The detail that the U.S. went into leading into that World Cup just on set pieces, I don't think you can execute in such a short amount of time while you're also trying to figure out different pieces, who's going to play where, you have new tactics that you're being brought in. It's just such a small detail in a game that takes time to perfect.
Wow, on Wednesday morning footy group chat is going to be so lit when there's a corner kick goal by Tottenham.
You heard it here first. You heard it here first. Nicky Van de Ven, he's going to score a Metro 4 on the service. You hear it first. I can't believe I'm caving for Tottenham, but I'm an opportunity lover and a hater.
Left turn.
And the number one reason behind all this, you did mention the fact that how organized PSG is, but we didn't see that in the Club World Cup final. We saw Chelsea taking advantage on the counter and finding the fullbacks out of position, and that is another opportunity where Thomas Frank can take advantage, is on the counterattacks. They were top 6 in counterattacks last season. Brentford was under Thomas Frank, and this will be a huge area of emphasis for Tottenham as well here. There are some opportunities, being able to catch them out of position, being able to try and find the one goal there. Can they potentially do a smash and grab, which is very difficult to do because obviously PSG did lead Europe with the most goals scored last season. But counter-attacking is going to be another emphasis under Thomas Frank and this Tottenham side here, and a great opportunity to try and expose some of that with how forward these fullbacks of PSG will go.
Agree?
Yeah, I think that's a good shout. Of all of them, I think that's probably the strongest one for Tottenham.
Any team that plays against PSG, right, you got to consider that option as one of your main threats of attack, because PSG really like to dictate the game, and when they don't have the ball, they suffocate you, and they're one of the best teams in the world. I feel like they're one of the best teams in the world of getting the ball back, but I feel like we're so fresh from that loss to Chelsea that we're seeing PSG in like a negative light right now for some reason. It's like, oh, exposed on the gegenpressing, right? But hold up, they did an entire year of having teams like this whenever they lost the ball, they would get it back. So I tend to think of PSG more of that team that can get it done. So we'll see if they bounce back from that Chelsea loss. It's almost embarrassingly so, the way that they got outplayed. But they are a team that when they lose the ball, they don't even offer you an ability to counterattack. And the Spurs can, like Chelsea, find a way to...
It has to be immediate. The first pass has to be progressive. It has to be positive, and you have to go as fast as you can.
A lot of passing out of the back for Tottenham as well, so it could present opportunities for PSG to get some of those easy goals. But hey, I made my case.
Hey.
I risked my case, Your Honor.
So, welcome to Thomas Frank and Anthony Marshall. Anthony, the floor is yours.
Hi Thomas, it's Boris from Antenna 5. Big game tomorrow that could finish with Tottenham lifting another trophy after all those years. I mean, is there more pressure on you now because it's a final, and this final you can't play unless you've won a European trophy before then?
I think for the club, for the team, for me, for everyone involved in Tottenham Hotspurs is a massive game. Great challenge, even bigger opportunity. I see it as the way my brain works is I see opportunities instead of pressure or whatever. So for me, massive opportunity, and we will definitely embrace it, and we will give everything.
Thomas, right at the back of the room. John Murray from the BBC. Ben Davis was just saying that you've worked a lot on the structure of the team. I just wonder, can you expand on that? Give us a bit of detail. What is it that you are looking to achieve?
Yeah, I think that's not only for this game, it's over the course of the pre-season. I'm a big believer of principles and structure in the team, offensively and defensively. So For me, there needs to be clear structure in, let's say, phase 1 and phase 2. When we're building up and want to control the game, and also in phase 3 when we want to score, and then of course the other way around in high pressure, middle pressure, and defending the box. So that we'll work on. Hopefully it's perfect tomorrow. We're playing a OK team that did reasonably well last year, but that we are ready for.
Injury-wise, just want to check if there's any fresh ones, and also we've seen Sanki, Udogi, and Dragishin have come along. Any of those able to play any part in the game?
No, so the players that have the little bit longer terms are here for backing the team and being part of the group. Dom is the positive one. He's available for selection tomorrow, so that's very good. Destiny is closer and getting closer to train with the group. So those are the two big ones. And then Bissouma is not traveling with the team because of disciplinary reasons.
Buenas tardes, Tomás. Sebastián Murcia para la Popular Sport. Ahora mismo, ¿qué tan importante es para usted el internacional argentino Cuti Romero y qué cree usted que él le puede aportar a un partido como el de mañana con su ambición y experiencia que él maneja dentro del campo? Gracias.
I think I understood that Christian Romero is going to be very important and experienced player for the team. You need to tell me if there's anything else in the question, but Christian Romero is going to be very, very big and important player for us tomorrow. He's a player that have been in big finals and won them. So know definitely how we do that, and that'll be a big help. I think very important that these players, of course, just like the PSG players, but just my players, our players, they just won a big trophy. I can't remember 6-7 weeks ago, so I had a fantastic experience of doing that, and they want to win more. It was a great feeling. Everything I heard about it, everything I've seen, fantastic experience. So the players will be ready, but of course Romeo will be crucial.
Hello, I want to ask about Kvaratskhelia. What can you say about him, about his personality? Do you have any special plan against him, any special plan to stop Kvaratskhelia? Thank you.
I could say a few things, but probably not allowed to just kick him down. He's a special player, unique talent. I think the way he drives with the ball and his one skills is exceptional. Follow him in quite a while, both in Naples and with the national team, and of course now here in PSG. So, but with all due respect, he's also just a human, a very good player, and we have good defenders and we have a good plan. So I'm comfortable that we can keep him quiet enough. Of course, it is impossible to keep him totally quiet.
Bonjour coach, en français si possible. Tottenham a repris l'entraînement il y a plusieurs semaines, vous avez même disputé quelques matchs amicaux, alors que le PSG n'a repris que la semaine dernière et n'a pas disputé de match depuis plus d'un mois. Est-ce que cela est un avantage selon vous pour demain? Merci.
I think, of course, we have had a more normal pre-season, which is, I think every coach would prefer a normal pre-season to lead into an important game or the first game of the season. So in that way, it can be an advantage. The flip side, I'm always quite pragmatic because there's pros and cons in every aspect, and they have had a long season, and also they also played a lot of games recently. I can't remember how many weeks it is, maybe 4 weeks ago. So that is definitely still in the body. And now they got that freshness back, which is so important to play these games. So it will be a competitive games. There'll be pros and cons for both teams tomorrow.
Hi, Thomas. Over here.
Oh, yeah, thank
you. You mentioned Bissouma's not here for disciplinary reasons. Can you expand upon that and explain to us why that is the case? And secondly, it seems like quite a few things are up in the air with the squad at the moment. How I know you've got tomorrow in mind in terms of the game. How ready are you for the start of the season?
We'll start with Bissouma first. He's been late several times. And now this time, the latest time was just one too many. I think with everything you need to give your players a lot of love. Also have demands, and there also need to be consequences. And this time there was a consequence for that. I think I got a good team, good squad. Of course, this transfer window, it's we are definitely, how can you say, in the market, and we do everything we can to make the best possible and strongest squad ready for the 1st of September. So there's a few things in the air, as you say, along the way. But the last 2 days, so we trained, what is the day? I lost track of time. It's been a lot of days traveling back. What are we today? Tuesday? Yeah, so Sunday, Monday, 2 top trainings at the training ground. Nice, fresh, light training, and then be ready for tomorrow.
Hi Thomas, Nick Ames from The Guardian. Following on a bit from the question just now, this is obviously as big a test as it gets, really, and obviously your squad maybe isn't quite where you want it to be in a few weeks' time. Is this the right time for you to have this test, or would you rather?
If it's what, sorry?
Is this the right time for you to have this test against PSG? Would you rather it was coming at a different time?
I think it's right time is now, so we need to be ready. I can't postpone it 6 weeks unless you have a plan for that. So for me, it's now. It's right time. We're ready. Of course, I think it's fair to say that they're probably a little bit further down the line in terms of their highest performance level. I am 100% sure and convinced it will be very super competitive tomorrow in the game. But of course, over a whole season, I think they're probably in a better place to perform better. But in one game, we'll be ready.
Thomas, Charlie White from The Sun. You mentioned about bringing some players in potentially. What do you think of Ebere Eze at Palace, and would you like him to sign for Tottenham?
I think there's a lot of good players out there. There's also a few from the PSG team, but I don't think we can buy them right now. So in general, players in or players out. I'm only speaking about either something done or not done. So in general, I speak about my own players.
Hello, coach. Radek Silva, Czech Republic. I know you are not a goalkeeper coach, but I have a question for you about Antonín Kinský. Have you already had the opportunity to meet the player, and have you thought about his future at the club? Because in our country there are some rumors that he's maybe going somewhere, but I just wanted to know your answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Good question. Antonín Kinský, I think, is a very good goalkeeper. Very pleased with him. I think we are privileged to have three good goalkeepers, Vicario and Anthony and Brendan, and there's good competition last year. Clearly, we needed to keep us. We needed actually all 3 keepers. Was it 4 keepers? I don't know exactly. 4, yeah. So we need good keepers in the squad. I think Anthony, in my opinion, have a great future ahead of him. I really see a big potential in him. So for me, he's clearly a Tottenham player also this season.
Hi Thomas, Jay from The Athletic. What does Bissouma have to do from this point on to build bridges with yourself and the squad? And then also, have you decided on who the captain will be and the members of the leadership group?
For me, there's been I can say there's been a consequence, and that's for this trip, and then I follow up when I come home on that. And I park it now because there's a relatively important game for tomorrow. The captain will be announced for the squad tomorrow, so you will see that. And the leadership group will be named in the end of this month.
Final question, please. Hello, Frank. Chenna from Ava Media.
in PSG, there's so many players nominated for Ballon d'Or this year. Any particular player, like for you, deserve more than the others?
I understand there's a lot of players that is in the list. Is almost back to the Barcelona days. I think there was the year under Pep where I think was 6 or 7 players was named among the 10 best players in the world. So I think there's also add to the magnitude of the challenge we have ahead of us tomorrow. That is a world-class team, world-class players in basically every position. I could name a lot. I think all of them have had a strong season in every aspect. So probably not have a favorite right now if I'm doing the political answer in that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Welcome to the Athletic FC podcast with me, Aujourd Akinwelere. Alexander Isak is adamant he won't play for Newcastle again. So what next? Are there any glimmers of hope for Eddie Howe and his side ahead of the new season? Well, joining us for this one, we have Chris Waff, Jacob Whitehead, and also Seb Stafford-Bleu as well. All right, big news from David Ornstein in today's deal sheet. It's the Athletic's understanding that Isak is adamant he will never represent Newcastle again. And he has no desire to reintegrate into the squad. Right, let's get the latest from David.
Well, we've known for quite some time that Alexander Isak wants to leave Newcastle United this summer. He hasn't been training with Eddie Howe's squad, nor involved in any of their pre-season matches, and we don't expect him to feature in their Premier League season opener at Aston Villa on Saturday. What we're reporting today on The Athletic is a significant development in that we understand from speaking to people privy to the situation that Isak does not intend to play for Newcastle again, which is pretty stark and gives a sense of how bad this situation has become. We also believe that in his mind, his Newcastle career is over and that he has no desire to reintegrate into the squad if the transfer window closes and no deal has been agreed for his departure. So it feels like a pretty unsustainable situation and needs to be resolved one way or another. In our report, we state that there was conversation between Isak and Eddie Howe 2 weeks before the end of last season in which he told Howe that he wants to leave. And then again, Isak called Howe following Newcastle's final game of the campaign, a defeat at home to Everton, prior to flying to his homeland, Sweden, and reiterated this point. Newcastle's stance throughout has been that Isak is not for sale. They're not looking to trade him. But at the same time, we know that they have been exploring the market for alternatives, potential replacements, in the event of it happening, which shows that there is contingency work taking place in the event of him departing St James's Park. One thing's for certain is that we haven't heard the end of this saga just yet.
Chris, this is a story that just won't go away. What do you make of the situation?
Yeah, tell me about it. I was hoping that we weren't going to talk about Alexander Isak today, but well, the latest is that Alexander Isak did not appear in any of Newcastle's pre-season games. He has been training separately from the rest of the squad because he wants to move and wants to move to Liverpool. And Newcastle are adamant from the boardroom down, as they have been throughout, that Alexander Isak is not for sale. Certainly not at the initial 110 million which Liverpool offered earlier this month. Newcastle value him at closer to 150 million. They also believe that they need 2 strikers to come in before they could even contemplate Alexander Isak leaving, because Callum Wilson, who was the second striker last year, left on a free transfer, and essentially throughout pre-season they had Will Asula, who's never started a Premier League match, playing up front, and then it ended with Anthony Gordon, a winger, playing as a false 9. It looks like he is set to do that at Aston Villa in the opening game this weekend. So Isak is being quite intransigent, though. He seems to be trying to do all he can to force this move through. There has been no real reconciliation yet between him and the club. The club are sticking to their hard line. Alexander Isak sticking to his hard line. And for now, it just feels like this is going to drag on probably until the end of the transfer window. It's one of those very, very tedious sagas which you tend to get. You tend to get one at least every summer. I think Newcastle have been surprised by how Alexander Isak has acted and how hardline he has been in this approach. But clearly he wants that move. His mind is made up. And as things stand, it seems like it's going to be very, very difficult to coax him back round. But Newcastle are still leaving the door open for that. They believe that he can and will be reintegrated, but Isak and his people seem to be arguing otherwise. So it's just you speak to one side and get one, and it's a complete opposite on the other.
Jacob, what do you make of all of this? I mean, I didn't see this happening. I felt Newcastle were semi in control of the situation, but now it feels like there's no redemption here.
Yeah, and I mean, to build on what Chris was saying, this essential dissonance between the two sides is what's causing loads of the issue. I mean, if you speak to Isak's people, they say, oh, well, we'd agreed that this was going to be his last season, or we'd made our intention clear for a long time. And if you speak to Newcastle, it's like, this is news to us. We were happy to enter negotiations for a new contract, and neither side are budging on that. In terms of Isak's latest update that he won't represent Newcastle again, I mean, this is ultimately like a leverage question. And it's something which always happens in transfers, and everyone uses all the leverage they can. Isak can't really hand in a formal transfer request. He might, but at this point, I guess there's a risk to that in the sense of there's financial implications to that in terms of giving up future earnings. And so he's kind of relying, it's a bit of a gambit on the idea that Newcastle aren't going to want to pay wages to a player that doesn't want to pay. And also weighing that for every month he's sitting on his sofa, he'll get close to the end of his contract and he'll lose value to Newcastle. And Newcastle may think we don't want to sell, but if we have this player who is our biggest asset, then it's better to sell on our terms when his value is as high as possible. So Isak will be thinking, worst case, I just stay and Newcastle will eventually blink first. It's a risk, but it's one which is a card he's evidently broken out with 3 weeks of a transfer window still to go.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, Seb, Isak won't be the first person to put his heels down and say he wants to leave a club. I think about Harry Kane back in 2021. Inevitably, Harry Kane ended up staying for another couple of years at Spurs. But I mean, this is such a strange situation because it's yet again that battle between player versus club. Who's in control in this situation?
Yeah, nobody really. It's funny because this morning I was watching a video on YouTube about Jimmy Floyd Hasselbank leaving Leeds in 1999. So it's like 26 years ago. And it's remarkable how similar that was. The amounts of money have changed, of course, and the means by which players express themselves have changed. But yeah, it really is nothing new. And I think the key with it, and this is really, really hard because anytime this happens, there are a whole group of fans who are emotionally invested in the future of what is an excellent player. You can't believe anybody, ever. And you're just hearing 2 different versions of the truth. And almost always the actual reality sits somewhere in between. And beyond a certain point, it also becomes a face-saving exercise with everybody trying to give, their best side to, the kind of the fans, the media, whoever. And it just becomes terribly, terribly messy. And in the middle of fans who, of course, are thinking about the season and what do we do next? And then the question of, well, if he does go, what do we do after that? What do we do with the revenue? And it never, ever gets any better. And it's a saga as old as the game itself, really, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, is this a conversation, Jacob, about player power versus club power? Who's actually in control here? Who holds the cards? But also, you think about how social media and certain protagonists on social media can extrapolate this. I mean, it sort of leaves this cauldron where fans are like, just get rid of him, or clubs are like, well, we've still got an asset on our hands.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think Isak himself hasn't necessarily been powering this through social media. It's much more sort of being played out behind closed doors and conversations with people. I think it's an interesting one about whether players have more power now, because in some ways, like transfers, for example, or personal brand, they do. In a lot of other ways, I think they sometimes have less, in the sense of clubs also have the ability to shape their own narratives, and the speed that blowback can come, I think, often means that players are less able to speak out about certain things, whether it's their opinion on political events which are going on in the world at the moment, and they're very limited in terms of what they can say. So power in limited areas, certainly, overall. I don't know if I'd want to be a footballer on social media today.
It's interesting though, Chris, isn't it? Like, because, we talk about player power, we talk about club power. In my eyes, I'm looking at Newcastle and thinking, Well, he's still got how many years left on his contract? This player is a Newcastle, quote unquote, and it's probably not the right word to say, but it really is. He's still an asset of Newcastle Football Club.
Yeah, and I mean, you speak to people at Newcastle to the very top, and they say he's got 3 years left in his contract. We are going to hold him to that if we don't get the offer that we want for him, and that's where. I mean, Jacob was talking earlier about him not handing transfer requests and the reason not to, and I get to a degree why he hasn't, but the optics of him doing what he is doing and not handing a transfer request just fuels the sort of anger, and I think that's why there's more frustration. In some ways, I actually think if he handed in a transfer request and then Newcastle ended up keeping him because a deal didn't happen, at least fans could turn around and say, well, he tried to do it in the right way, quote unquote, or at least try doing that. Whereas now it just seems like, well, I'm just going to sit on my hands. I'm not actually going to hand in a transfer request. I'll go everywhere and up to that point, but not actually doing that. And so I think the player does have a decent amount of power, but Newcastle's ownership in particular, I think there's at least an element of sort of wanting to save face and making sure that they aren't seen to back down. And there is also an important message that it sends to other players in the squad. I know there's a concern internally that if they were to give in to Isak's demands and sort of let him go without really getting the sort of price that they would want and having replacements in the door, then what happens next summer if it's Anthony Gordon or if it's Sandro Tonali or if it's somebody else who wants to go and Newcastle want to keep them? They don't want to sort of set a precedent that they feel that they could just let these players leave. Now, every single player has a price and every single player does have a sort of period where it feels like they need to go, and I do think we're at that stage with Isak, but at the same time Newcastle have been so hardline in their stance all summer that I don't think they can suddenly just buckle in that regard, and there's going to need to be a bit of to and fro from both sides. But it does seem it's bizarre. It is one of those, we have this with transfers a lot where you speak to one side and get one thing and the complete opposite. But if you were to spend an afternoon speaking to people in and around Alexander Isak, you'd be convinced there's absolutely no chance that he stays. He's definitely going. But you speak to people in Newcastle and there's absolutely no chance that he's going, and the reality is going to be somewhere in between. It's going to be one or the other, but there's going to have to be compromise one way, and those two positions have to be mutually exclusive. They can't work together, and as things stand right now, I can't give a prediction as to where this goes. I'd say I'd probably be sort of 70-30 at this stage that he stays, just because I don't see Newcastle signing 2 players of a level they would want and Liverpool paying enough money for Newcastle to cede to that demand. But that's me basing it on the fact that most of my conversations have been with people at Newcastle all summer, and they have not shifted in their position. The final 3 weeks of a transfer window, strange things do happen though, and positions do shift quite drastically.
Yeah, Seb, you touched on something that got me thinking actually. You know, when a player kisses the badge, are we saying we can't fall in love with them? Because by all accounts, I mean, Newcastle are in a great position. You know, they've got Champions League football. You know, they've brought a cup to the club for the first time in how many years? I mean, they're in a good space to kick on. Why shouldn't a player like that stay on?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think also it always feels to me as if the level of prestige in the game exists in a little bit of a time lag. So you can be in Newcastle's position, just won the League Cup, you qualified for the Champions League, wonderful club going in the right direction, club very, very wealthy, obviously. And yet a lot of the prestige still resides with Liverpool, Manchester United. Liverpool obviously is a slightly different case. They're reigning Premier League champions. They're enormously strong, clearly a very, very talented squad. But you know, if you're Brian Mbeumo, who was a sort of childhood fan of Manchester United, it's still the brightest stage for whatever reason. And I think the game takes a little bit of time to catch up on these things. And also, it's a terrible cliche, but how long? Obviously, a footballer's career is short, but how long is a footballer's prime? Even shorter. Maybe you get 3 or 4 years at the height of your powers, the ability to not just play in the Champions League, but to compete in it, to go right to the final stages, knockout rounds. And you've always got to put yourself in a player's shoes. And it's very difficult because for us, it's an unimaginable reality, right? The money, the wealth, the celebrity, it's completely unattainable for 99.9% of the population. But then you look at players, what do they want to achieve? What do they want to achieve post-football? What kind of financial setup are they trying to build around themselves? Who are they supporting? What are they? All of these questions, and almost always you have no idea. They're like icebergs. You don't see the stuff beneath the surface. I'm not saying any of that applies to Alexander Isak, but that is usually the context in which a lot of this stuff happens. Even normal transfers where there's no acrimony, everything's fine, quick negotiation, he's a new player in 4 days, all that kind of stuff. But it's always worth considering, and even if fans don't really want to hear it.
Okay, I just want to quickly press you, Chris, before we move on potential incoming. So Adam Kraft and David Ornstein have reported that Newcastle are considering a move for Porto striker Samu Agahawa. Also, Nicholas Jackson's been in the frame. You said there's a likelihood that Isak does stay on. Do you think either of those two targets are enough to appease fans if they do come in and Isak goes?
I mean, if Isak was to go, there just has to be an acceptance that you're not going to replace him like for like. There is no like for like replacement for Alexander Isak, which is why this situation is ongoing. If Liverpool theoretically have that disposable income to be able to spend on a striker, they are going for who they see to be the very best in the world, or has the potential to be the very best in the world. There certainly isn't going to be someone with 3 years Premier League experience who is of that equivalence. Now, Samu Agahawa is definitely somebody Newcastle have watched and do like. I think there's a feeling that he isn't necessarily ready for the Premier League, and the potential price that it would cost to get him across would be prohibitive. The same with Nicholas Jackson. I think that some aspects of his play Newcastle like, some people at Newcastle like, but I think there are also question marks about him and maybe what he's done at Newcastle. He was sent off at St James's Park for a sort of petulant, stupid act towards the back end of last season, and that is fresh in the minds. Johan Visser, Newcastle really want to sign, but he's seen as a replacement for Callum Wilson. That's been communicated as well during sort of negotiations, that he isn't the replacement like for the replacement to come in place of Alexander Isak. It would have to be a sort of mix and match approach, and Newcastle are looking across Europe and across the Premier League. They like Ollie Watkins, but that would be a very difficult deal to do, and I think there isn't, certainly Newcastle don't want to sign two players towards the back end of their 20s in Visser and Watkins as well. The ownership would be keen instead for Newcastle to sign one of those strikers as somebody younger, which makes sense again, certainly in a PSR and development sort of world. So Newcastle, as things stand, A, believe that Isak will stay, and B, don't believe that they can get replacements of a level that they would feel was sufficient going into the start of the season. You may end up having a sort of lessened Alexander Isak, a sort of, because if he's not fully engaged, even if he does start playing again, then he probably isn't going to be the Alexander Isak of last season and the season before. But equally, that's better than nobody at all, and maybe it gives them a bit longer to really consider who they want to be their next frontline striker, and then that gives them the season, or up to January at least, to try and really plot that. Whereas at the minute, everyone realises how desperate they are, and prices are being reflected as such.
Yeah, Jacob, I guess what makes the Isak situation a little tricky, as we've probably covered, is that Newcastle are also struggling to bring in replacements. And Chris, please jump in after this, because I'm interested to hear your perspective on this. Why do you think it's quite difficult for them to land quite a few of the top targets? Because, I mean, we've talked about it several times, and Buemo and 7 other players that they wanted and just haven't come.
Yeah, it's quite entertaining. I think Newcastle have been quite aggressively briefing, we've only been turned down officially by 4. Only 4. I mean, it's still quite a few.
You don't know who else was on the list.
Yeah. As Seb alluded to earlier, I think he's completely right talking about the lag with historic club size. And if you think about their really good recruitments a few years ago when they brought in the likes of Guimaraes, Sven Botman, they weren't necessarily, they were aiming for a very high level of player, but they weren't necessarily competing with Champions League clubs. They were able to put in big demands and get them, when they're fighting against maybe teams in Serie A, for example, with less budget. They aren't doing that anymore. They're now shopping, in the champagne house, as it were, and that means that they come into this as a risk. There are other aspects. I mean, the optics haven't been great with signing players this window, but I don't think that that's a major one. The more significant one I'd say is that they are limited quite a lot on wage structure in terms of not wanting to exceed it. That's part of the reason even last window why they didn't necessarily feel like they're able to offer Isak, for example, a huge contract to stay, because then you have your other likes, you have Guimaraes and Botman and Jolinton and players like that who are all at a similar sort of band, and to do that means that they all have to go up and Newcastle end up back in sort of a bit of a PSR hellhole. It all feeds off each other a bit, but ultimately I think when you're trying to break into the top 6, you're breaking into them not just on the league table, but breaking into them in a brand sense as well. It's been Newcastle's big challenge for the last 2 years, and this is another way in which it's playing out.
Yeah, Jacob makes a good point. Chris, be honest, is the brand an issue, potentially?
The brand is an issue to a certain degree, and it is that that Newcastle are a Champions League club for this season, but it's not that they're an established Champions League club yet. And there is still, at least for players, I think more coming from abroad than anything else, there's still the allure of London or Manchester. That is something which, as much as I would champion everything about the northeast of England and Newcastle, and people who then move here and live here love it, that's a hard sell beforehand, particularly when you don't have the cachet of those clubs and the trophies to be able to point to. Now, Jacob makes a very good point about the different market Newcastle are sort of shopping in now. Basically, whenever they come up in competition with one of those very biggest clubs, they've missed out on these players. And you mentioned that the Newcastle are briefing about there being 4 players who've turned them down. I think that's the 4 players they've actually bid for who they've missed out on. There are more players. I mean, Brian Mbeumo, for example, they didn't actually make club-to-club contact because they already knew beforehand that he didn't want to come, that he wanted to go to Manchester United. But I also think if you look at it's a very difficult position for them being, because you can argue in one sense that if they hadn't gone for those players, they're going to be then taking a step down, and they could have maybe quite easily signed players of a lower quality, and then it would have seemed like a seamless transfer window, and they've brought in all these players. But are they the right players that they necessarily want, who they think are going to kick them on to the next level? The difference with when they signed Bruno Guimaraes and Sandro Tonali, for example, is that Newcastle actually have those players now. So to sign players who are either an upgrade or a level who are going to push them means that it's more difficult than when you're just signing a player who is better than what they necessarily had before. And so it is a very difficult market. They're in that sort of in-betweeny time where they really need to be in the Champions League season after season. They need their general commercial revenues to keep growing so they can start offering those wages. It's the biggest cliche in football, because it's true that generally the more money that is spent on wages over a longer period of time will bring you success, and Newcastle can't compete with that. They have a very rigid wage structure because they have. That's partly the reason why we're in this situation with Alexander Isak, because when Paul Mitchell arrived as sporting director last summer, Isak felt that he'd earned a new contract, which had sort of been suggested to him he could have one. But at that point, Newcastle had just had to sell players to comply with the Premier League's profit and sustainability rules, to give one of the highest earners an extended contract, when at the time he had 4 years left on it. Just did not make any financial sense from a club who want to bring in better players going forward. They hadn't signed any players for 3 transfer windows before this window that's just arrived. I actually think the business they've done has been good business. Malik Chow should be announced imminently as a centre-back. They've brought in Anthony Elanga, who I think is an upgrade, or certainly pushes Jacob Murphy in the right wing. They're 2 problem positions long-term they've needed to solve. And they've also brought in Aaron Ramsdale as a backup goalkeeper who may push Nick Pope for number 1. The problem is that they don't have a centre-forward and they can't score goals. So it looks like that they're a glaring omission at the top end of the pitch, but actually, and the rest of the field, I think they actually have decent competition now. It's just making sure they have that final part, and it's going to feel like this window is unfinished, because either they're going to have a diminished Alexander Isak, or they're going to have scrambled around to bring in a couple of players, which will be a relative gamble, because they just don't think there's anyone who can offer anything close to what Alexander Isak can.
Seb, I'll be honest, I worry that Newcastle aren't able to bring in players, but I also have to commend the work that Eddie Howe's done. Chris has talked about, barely bringing in players over the last 3 transfer windows, and look where they're at right now. We look at the cup that they've won, look at the fact that they climbed up the table, and look at the fact that they're in the Champions League, which is exactly where they want to be. He's been known to better players, Isak being one of them. Do you think he's also a bit of a problem? I guess Guardiola comes calling and the conversation might be slightly different, for instance.
I mean, versus every coach, Guardiola has an advantage because, he's an icon of the game. He's a high priest of this generation of football. So, that's never a fair fight. Eddie Howe was talking a couple of days ago, and I was listening to him. I think it was in response to a question about Isak. And he said, and I'm paraphrasing his answer, but he said, look, if you look at all the players that have come through, there are very few players that haven't got better or haven't benefited from being here, and players who've come to Newcastle have done great things. And I think he makes a really good point. Sandro Tonali, Bruno Guimaraes. Guimaraes was not what he is now before he arrived from Lyon, and he's clearly developed under Eddie Howe. And I think also, Chris mentioned him, but Jacob Murphy. Jacob Murphy was thought of really as a kind of a championship player. Now, and now he's comfortably of a kind of a mid to a higher mid-table level in the Premier League. I just think that it's never about an individual coach necessarily, unless it's a Guardiola type person or a Mourinho in the past. It's more the whole package. And I think the other thing here is that if you're a player and think of a player as a sort of an industry in his own right, and he's got commercial agreements or he wants to have them, and he's thinking about the platform he could have and what he could do with his level of performance as it is, not sort of theoretically how he might improve. It's very hard to compete with these kind of prestige clubs. And Manchester United versus Newcastle, we've just had that with Benjamin Šeško. It just doesn't really matter that Manchester United don't look very well coached and the stadium isn't in particularly good condition and there are protests against the ownership. It's still just Manchester United and the name up in lights. So it's really, really hard.
Yeah, I mean, certainly if you speak to anyone at Bournemouth or Newcastle, they would absolutely wax lyrical about Eddie Howe. But whether that reputation has extended beyond certainly England and into Europe is something which I think it probably hasn't yet. Newcastle's one season in the Champions League, they didn't progress from the group stage. If they do well this year, it might be different. But just a story about when Sandro Tonali was convinced to join Newcastle. He really needed some convincing to begin with, and it was actually, I'm told, one of the conversations he had with Eddie Howe, which wowed him, because Howe didn't walk into or didn't speak to him, I don't know if it was over the phone or in the room. He didn't just say to him, though, you are wonderful, I just want you to sign. He said, you're great, but he actually said, these are all of the areas I will improve you. I will make you one of the best midfielders in Europe because I can improve you here, I can improve you here, I can improve you here. And Tonali, and I've heard this about several other players, was sort of stunned about the fact that the amount of due diligence that had been done on him, and also the fact that it wasn't just, I'll blow smoke up your backside, this is where I will improve you. And maybe that doesn't work for all players. Maybe some players just have the ego, certainly at that sort of level, where they just want to be told, you're wonderful, you come here. But Eddie Howe, because he is so meticulous, that he will say, this is where we're going to make you even better. And so in that sense, I think he has actually been someone who has attracted players to Newcastle. It's been the opposite effect for at least some of them, but I'm not saying that there haven't been examples where perhaps, certainly the way that it's worked out this summer, the other clubs and maybe even other coaches have been able to convince players ahead of Newcastle. But certainly Eddie Howe has had big success with one of Newcastle's very best players.
It's worth remembering also, right, that sort of when a transfer takes place, as we all know, that there's a conversation which happens in the background, and it happens sometimes for months in advance, and it involves people that aren't necessarily always seen as the kind of the figurehead of a club. So if you think about the Šeško situation, so Newcastle without a sporting director, without a CEO, dealing with an agent who was a little bit idiosyncratic, had his quirks, and had a way that he imagined the process would go, which we've reported in our kind of background to that Manchester United transfer. And you think about kind of the different approaches there and the different people involved. So Newcastle, as an outsider, I'm sure Chris and Jake will be able to correct me, not really sure who the kind of the prominent voice in that conversation is. For Manchester United, beyond Matt Hargreaves, you've also got, and Jason Wilcox, you've also got Christopher Vival, who signed Šeško twice in the past. He's always been a big part and a big driving force in his career, both in bringing him to RB Salzburg and then promoting him really to RB Leipzig. You need to get that stuff right. And, I'm not saying that kind of things like the city you live in and, the stage you play on and the size, all that stuff isn't important, but those bits matter too. Like the conversation you're having and the sell is super important to make players feel comfortable. I remember I was reporting on a transfer earlier this summer and involved a player who was moving to a club in the Premier League, and he was very, very keen on it because it involved working with someone who'd been quite prominent in his youth career, and someone he felt he trusted, and someone who, when they told him, hey, this is how we imagine the next couple of years going in your career, believed him because they've worked before and he's been proven correct to this point. And these little bits, they matter. And also they take time to develop. Like when you've grown as quickly as Newcastle have, and they're kind of from being where they were to being a Champions League contender, sometimes it takes a little bit of time for those things to catch up. Same way as the kind of the time lag around the prestige bit. But it's all part of the same problem, I think.
Yeah. And one thing that just popped to mind as Seb was saying that, Chris, was something that Jacob brought up earlier, was the idea of optics. There's no CEO, there's no sporting director. Like, you want to come join a team that says they're ambitious and they're big and they want to go places, but those things aren't sort of already in place. Those optics can't be great necessarily for someone who now wants to join this club, because you want to see all that joined upness to know that everyone's moving in the right direction.
Yeah, I mean, there's an irony here that Newcastle actually under Mike Ashley did operate without a CEO or a sporting director previously. So if there was a club who theoretically...
Not well.
Yeah, not well. If there's a club who theoretically could maybe get away with it, it would be Newcastle. But if you want them to be... I mean, last year, Newcastle had a tumultuous summer in a different way, and that was because there was an idea that they wanted to professionalise the structure. They wanted to make it more of an executive level structure. And Amanda Staveley, who'd been operating as co-owner, but essentially as a sort of de facto second CEO, left, and then instead there was a structure that was brought in which had the sporting director, and seemingly Eddie Howe was going to be moved more into that. He has been head coach throughout, but really his power was almost going to be checked to a certain degree, and that he wouldn't be as heavily involved in transfers. A summer on, and it's basically the complete opposite, because that structure isn't there anymore. Darren Neal's the CEO, has very unfortunately had to leave his position because he suffered a medical condition, a chronic medical condition. He needs to receive treatment, and the sporting director, Paul Mitchell, resigned and left on June the 30th. So instead, Newcastle have been working with the sort of interim transfer team, which involves Andy Howe, Eddie Howe's nephew, who's assistant head of recruitment, and also Steve Nixon, who is the head of recruitment, and then also Eddie Howe himself. And so it doesn't feel like a quote-unquote modern structure. It doesn't feel like you would have that at most of the very biggest clubs in the world, that there wouldn't be these people in those positions, particularly for a transfer window as important as this. And the sort of almost jokes within football that you speak to people within football and they say, well, who actually would make the decision on Alexander Isak not being sold? Because who do you speak to? And it is almost at boardroom level. Eddie Howe has said that publicly. It's going to be a boardroom level because there isn't someone who's making those decisions right now. And so the optics of that aren't great. I certainly don't think that it's been fair on anyone at the club that's had to operate in this way, and lessons need to be learned, and PIF would probably argue, I mean, they never speak, but they're Newcastle's majority owners. They would probably argue that every decision they make is very process driven, is the buzzword, the buzz sentence that we hear all the time here, which basically means things take a long time, they make decisions over them, and that the next CEO, who it's likely to be David Hopkinson, who was previously at Real Madrid as an executive, but has also worked in North America at some of the very biggest groups there, certainly on the business side. And then the next sporting director we expect is likely to be Ross Wilson, who's currently at Nottingham Forest as their chief football officer. That they would argue that we've waited for the right people, and if we get the right people in place longer term, that will work. But that hasn't worked up till this stage. Newcastle have burned through 2 sporting directors in the last 2 years. They've obviously needed a new CEO, which was for unfortunate circumstances, but they actually need some longevity. They need direction, and at the moment it's difficult to know exactly what this quote-unquote project is, because there just aren't the people there to really set those long-term goals in place beyond the footballing side.
It's been emphasised over and over that the delay, I've heard from sources at the top of PIF, and it doesn't help that Yasser Al-Rumayyan is ultimately the man who needs to make these decisions. He's extremely high up in the Saudi hierarchy. He's chairman of Aramco. He's very close with MBS. He's got about 1 billion other jobs, including his other love child, Live Golf. And this is the man all decisions have to go through. And, you know, even though this is seen as being Newcastle is his project, his baby within PIF, how high is it towards the top of his agenda? How quickly is he going to be signing off on the likes of David Hopkinson, Ross Wilson? Like, this is essentially what the delay is, and it's suboptimal for Newcastle.
Yeah, definitely is. All right, Seb, I know you've got to go, but really appreciate you joining us on the pod today. You've really added a lot of value.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Added value.
Added value, right?
My ex
Did a real Eddie Howe on
it. I'll see you, boys. Bye-bye.
So Newcastle may have just been on a run of 6 games without a win in pre-season, but there are still signs for their fans, especially around optimism, to cling on to. It's not all doom and gloom, Jacob. You know, Sunderland are back in the Premier League. A nice derby there for Newcastle fans. But also, let's not forget, Champions League football still to look forward to as well.
Your use of cling belies the sort of nature of that question. Really,
there's also nothing nice about that derby.
Leave me be, man. I'm trying to give optimism to these lads and women who follow this club through thick and thin.
Chris made a really good point earlier that if you take the Isak situation out of it, there are clear upgrades in a number of positions, and that is the case. It is just a huge lingering thing of Alexander Isak, but this is a team who are still on the up over the last 3 or 4 seasons. I think they do have bigger fish to throw on their plate than Sunderland, to be quite honest. But I mean, so much. I mean, last season Newcastle did not start well, and the mood around the team is so quickly changed by that. If they get off to a strong start and, you know, win 3 or 4, of the first 5 games, and it's going to shift so quickly. We're really quickly going to be lost in the minutiae of VAR decisions, the 4-3-3. That, you know, there is reason for confidence if Newcastle back it up ultimately.
Little sprinkles of hope there, Chris. Elanga's another one, of course, and also Malik Thiaw as well, potentially close to completing a deal. I mean, there have to be more players coming in before the window closes, surely.
Without doubt, Newcastle definitely, even if Alexander Isak stays, Newcastle need another striker, because at the moment, Will Asula, as I said earlier, hasn't started a Premier League match, and he started the first few pre-season games. You can see he's still very raw. That's the thing he's basically been defined by during his first year or so at Newcastle, but he's just not ready to lead the line in the Premier League, if he ever indeed will be. The backup number 9 Newcastle have is Sean Neve, who's an exciting 18-year-old prospect, but he's not made actually, he's ironically has a League Cup winners medal, but hasn't actually made a first team competitive appearance yet. And Anthony Gordon is going to be leading the line, which is certainly not ideal. So in that position, they also need another midfielder ideally, because Sean Longstaff has left, and I think it was probably the right time for him to go. And Newcastle have made a PSR benefit from the fact that he's an academy graduate, and the money they've banked there, albeit not a huge fee, but the close to 15 million means that they can use all of that to reinvest. But they have Champions League football this season. Eddie Howe plays with 3 midfielders, and Joe Willock is already going to be missing the next month with an injury. Joe Linton's injury record hasn't been brilliant. They need at least one other number 8 to come in there. I actually think when Jacob mentioned whether a team can have a good or bad start the season, we've seen that over the last 2 years with Newcastle, that a couple of years ago they had a poor start after actually hammering Aston Villa on the first day 5-1. They then went on a difficult run, and it sort of seeped into the rest of the season, whereas in other years, last year they actually started quite well results-wise. If the performances weren't there, and that sort of momentum can snowball either way. Newcastle's fixture list looks very difficult to begin with. They've got Villa away and Liverpool at home. But actually, if you were to pick a game for Anthony Gordon to be a sort of false 9 in, I think Aston Villa away wouldn't necessarily be the worst one. If you were at home against a side you had to sort of break down, I think it would be worse. But if Newcastle can use that pace of Barnes and then Anthony Elanga and Anthony Gordon break through the middle, if Aston Villa play a high line, I don't think that's necessarily the worst match for that to be approaching. Then Newcastle host Liverpool at St James's Park, and that is going to be absolutely febrile atmosphere. It's going to be, there's no motivation Newcastle will need given the summer that they've had so far, so everyone is going to be on their side, and that is a very, very difficult match against the champions. But for them to walk into that atmosphere, I think that will really kick Newcastle on a gear. So I'm trying to pick the positives out of that there, of what look like 2 very, very daunting fixtures. But at the same time, I do actually, in a perverse sort of way, think they have a pretty good chance in both of them.
Okay, before we go, what's the expectation for Newcastle this season, gents? I'm sure the hierarchy will be having conversations with Eddie Howe, or he's pulling his hair out saying, give me some more time to get some players through the door. But what's the expectation?
I think some of it depends on how self-aware the board are, that they're the ones who have caused some of the issues with their delays appointing a CEO and sporting director, by which you'd hope Eddie Howe would be given a bit more grace. I think realistically the expectation has to be to aim to qualify for the Champions League again. Obviously it's even tougher this year in the sense that there's more games, which will stretch the squad even more, and we saw what impact that had 2 seasons ago. But continued progress has to, I guess, be the ideal, and that's what would represent that continued progress.
Yeah, what do you think, Chris?
I think that, last year the stated goal from the CEO and the sporting director was European football. There is no CEO or sporting director now, so who would set that goal right now is sort of difficult to find. But I think that it would be similar again. I don't think there's necessarily the expectation that Newcastle have to get back in the Champions League. That would be the desire, but I don't think that's necessarily the expectation. I think a sort of top 6, top 7 finish, hopefully have another cup run, and then certainly get through the first stage of the Champions League. It's different to 2 years ago when Newcastle had the glamour ties, but actually had the sort of quote-unquote group of death within the Champions League and didn't end up getting through it in the end, just missed out on the last day and didn't even get into Europa League as you used to drop down into. Whereas now the new format I think suits Newcastle. They are probably going to be one of the lowest ranked seeds, but actually that works against other sides because you have to play 2 teams in each of the 4 seed pots regardless of what seed you are, and so other sides will be getting Newcastle as the lowest ranked seed, and that'll be more difficult than a lot of the other lowest ranked seeds. So I think Newcastle have a very good chance of getting in that top sort of 24 and then hopefully having that two-legged tie and maybe even progressing further in the Champions League. If they can do similar to what Aston Villa have done this year, I think that would represent a very good season for Newcastle. But to do that, they're going to need to find some goals from somewhere, whether that's basically coaxing Alexander Isak to play at 70% for the season in a huff, or whether that's they sell him and they do find some sort of stopgap solution this year up front and then really think about how they're going to address that going forward.
All right, gents, let's end it there. Jacob, Seb, who joined us earlier, and also Chris, thank you so much for your time. And also, thank you guys for watching as well. Don't forget to like the video and also subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. And also leave us a comment as well. Right, we're back soon. For more from the Athletic FC podcast, make sure you like and subscribe to the channel. We've got top journalists like David Ornstein, Matt Slater, Adam Crafton, Carl Anker, and plenty more through the entire season. Make sure you don't miss an episode of the Athletic FC. You can get it wherever you get your podcasts from.
The chapter, his Newcastle career in his head, is understood to be over, and that's sourced from contacts privy to this situation. And so it sort of lays bare the extent of his feelings and the problem that Newcastle have on their hands, and it'll be interesting to see how it resolves.
Do your contacts and sources firmly believe that is a viable way for Isak to approach this season? I.e., if Newcastle decide not to sell him, that he will, in a World Cup year as well, which I always think is really important to reiterate at this stage, in a World Cup year, that he is more than happy to sit out at least until the January transfer window.
Well, they'll know more about this than any of us because they've been in these situations before and they're on the inside. I don't think Sweden qualified for the last World Cup. I could be wrong, and so maybe there's a chance it won't happen again. I don't think that.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be really terrible not to qualify for this World Cup.
This one, yeah, indeed.
The nature of virtually every country in the world has an opportunity to qualify, but go on.
And they do have some pretty good strikers, as the Premier League knows. I think those sort of things are hypothetical at this point because they're dealing in the here and now, which is clearly how can we bring about his desire, which is to leave, to move to Liverpool. They maintain their interest after that bid in the region of £110 million. There's been no subsequent offer because Newcastle were so firm and swift in rejecting that it showed, which is their consistent stance. He's not for sale, not looking to trade him, but they are exploring alternative candidates to replace him, which will say to Isak and his people that they are making efforts to prepare for this sale. And another crucial part of this is that we report that Isak, two things. Firstly, a year ago, and this again is Isak's perspective, Newcastle made clear that they couldn't or wouldn't be offering him a new contract. One, because of their need to comply with football's financial rules, and two, because he was already on a lucrative deal until the summer of 2028. In his mind and their view is that they communicated that this would therefore be their last season at the club and that Newcastle had plenty of time to prepare for his departure. People around Newcastle deny this. I've got to be very clear on that. They say that didn't happen and that it was always their understanding that he would be open to all scenarios this summer, including the possibility of extending his contract. Fast forward to the end of the season and he helped Newcastle to win the Carabao Cup, to qualify for the Champions League. And it's believed that 2 weeks before the end of the season, he told Eddie Howe that he wanted to go this summer and it would be his last season. And then again, after the final game of the season when they lost to Everton, he called Eddie Howe before flying to his homeland of Sweden and reiterated the message. So in their view, Newcastle have known about this for some time. It's not a sudden thing in the last 2 weeks of the transfer window. And Newcastle, in fairness, have been exploring the market. Ekitike first, and since they've got multiple options. It's really not a nice situation for anybody involved. And back to your original question, if this market closes and there has not been a transfer, which is Newcastle's prerogative, Isak will have to decide if he remains true to his current feeling and doesn't immerse himself back in the setup. And let's be clear, he'll have to win back Eddie Howe and the players and the club if he decides to do that.
We'll have to win back the fans.
And the fans maybe above all of those parties, but then also what he will represent as a player after that. Is he still going to be what he was before in himself and in the minds of others? And that's why many people think this is now untenable and a solution will be found, provided both Newcastle get the sort of figure that they would want financially from Liverpool, and I guess more importantly that they've got a credible replacement or more than one for him.
So I suppose there are a couple of things there as well, which is, what is the figure that they want? Are you aware of that? Secondly, are there indications that Liverpool will go back in with a second offer if once they hear what the asking price is? And thirdly, has Isak's stance changed Liverpool's perspective at all? Because some people would say, well, if he's doing this to get out of Newcastle to go to Liverpool, could he do this in 3 years' time or 2 years' time to Liverpool to get to Real Madrid, for argument's sake?
Three very pertinent questions. Firstly, the figure. There seems to be a consensus around football and among contacts you speak to, whether they've got links to PIF, to Newcastle, to parties involved, of in the region of £150 million. There's also a sense that Newcastle and PIF won't achieve that. So that's why the initial expression of interest from Liverpool indicated they'd be keen to do a deal around £120 million. When their offer came in, it was thought to be £110 million, which I think was probably putting a marker in the ground to work their way up towards where they wanted to get. You could theoretically see it going higher than that, but still below the ideal price. But again, that's completely the choice of Newcastle and their ownership. The second question on Liverpool coming back in, they've been very quiet and sort of reserved on this. It's not like they've been throwing multiple bids in and stories coming out on what they're doing in this. It appears that they're kind of standing back and letting the situation between Isak and Newcastle unfold, and then if anybody opens the door and provides encouragement, no doubt they'll step back in. And I think it's emerged to all of us since the Community Shield that maybe they could do with some extra reinforcement in that attacking department after the players they've lost. And then finally, Liverpool's stance. I don't know. Nothing has been indicated to me that they've been put off by this in the slightest. I think what's more relevant is if we cast our mind back to previous sagas involving other players, and people will be able to list it, but it never seems to change the view of the club in pursuit of the player. They see this as a player who's committed to joining them and is showing his desire to fight his way out.
This is a question that's probably specific to Newcastle in this situation, but you could widen it out to other clubs and multi-club models. Newcastle are owned by PIF, right? PIF also own clubs in the Saudi Arabian Premier League. They then pay money to sign Darwin Núñez for 50 million, or it was Al Hilal, was it Al Hilal? 50 million for Darwin Núñez. That gives Liverpool the money there, which then could weaken Newcastle's position with Isak. From your contact, do you sense a frustration of like, what the hell are you doing?
I don't think it's that straightforward.
And that, well, football isn't.
No, exactly. It's a complex landscape. It's not an earth-shattering number that Liverpool have earned for Darwin Núñez. They will believe they could have got that from elsewhere if necessary. We don't know how tightly aligned the running of the Saudi Pro League clubs, who are majority owned by PIF, are, unless we're inside that. Yes, PIF are very heavily involved, but there is some level of independence, I think, in decision making and targets they want to pursue. And the final thing in all of this is that whether people like it or not, PIF, like all ownerships, need to run the clubs like a business because of football's financial regulations, PSR in the Premier League and FFP in Europe. And so maybe there were visions that they were just going to come and splash the cash, sell nobody. It doesn't work like that, despite them being on paper the richest owners in world football. What we have seen in the last couple of years is a fascinating example of how it's not able to run like many people thought it would.
Let me throw some other players at you then. Crystal Palace obviously beat Liverpool in the Community Shield at the weekend. Mark Gay and Eberechi Eze both have clubs circling them, we are told. By the end of the transfer window, what would you expect of those two?
I think Crystal Palace would have been open to selling both of them earlier in the transfer window. A realisation that they turned down significant money. Was it 65 plus 5 from Newcastle for Mark Gahey a year ago? Fast forward to now, Palace would have hoped he might have signed a new contract. He's not showing any inclination to do that. So I think now the penny has dropped and they would like to trade him. As Steve Parish mentioned after the Community Shield at Wembley, they'd be open to the possibility. As we understand it, at The Athletic, it's joining Liverpool or staying at Crystal Palace and leaving as a free agent in the summer of 2026. So that puts the onus on Liverpool to come up with an offer. And how will Palace view that? If it's too low, do they keep hold of him? If it's acceptable, do they agree to it? And what will Mark Gahey decide in that? Does he want to go and fight with Van Dijk and Konate?
Again in a World Cup year.
In a World Cup year, which is crucial for him. He's very happy at Crystal Palace, and he's the main man there. He's the captain and arguably their best player. And so there's obviously a chance he moves to Liverpool. There is still a chance he stays, so I wouldn't rule that out.
Is there a chance that Newcastle go back for him?
No, I don't think they're planning to. They're in the process of signing Malik Thiaw to address their defensive concern, and I don't think Newcastle are on his agenda, and Newcastle were aware of that early on, and people saying they've missed out on him this summer, that's not the case. That's true of a lot of targets that Newcastle have unfairly been claimed to have missed out on, and they were not really there. I don't know, someone like Matheus Cunha, for example, a lot of people saying, using it as a stick to beat Newcastle if they didn't go in for him. On to Eze. So again, Palace would understand his desire to move on and play at the top level at his age. I think he's 27 now. And earlier in the window, completely understandable. There's a release clause there, but teams didn't come. Arsenal looking into it, speaking to his representatives. Now Tottenham are there as well, exploring a deal alongside a deal for Savinho of Manchester City. They're exploring both separately. They would like to do both if they can, which is quite interesting at Tottenham, but not, to my knowledge, advanced on either case yet. So there's all sorts of suggestions that Eze's release clause has expired or is about to expire, but I don't think that matters too much because Palace would look for in and around the same sort of figure, whether it be 60 million. The clubs looking at him would like to bring that down. As the window moves towards a close, Palace's resistance might become a bit stronger because he's such an important player to them, and they might struggle to get a replacement.
Because they haven't been that active in bringing people in this transfer market. They've only brought 2 players in, one of which is a goalkeeper.
Yeah.
And we were discussing this on the radio the other night. Stability is to be admired.
Yeah.
It's not very sexy in transfer windows, but it is to be admired. But they haven't really been active in bringing people in if they were to lose either of these 2 players.
No, but I think there's a fair amount of work that's gone on behind the scenes at Palace in a very difficult summer with the European competition situation to line up potential targets. But they really needed to know the outcome of the Gahey and Eze situations. I would now expect at least one of them to leave, maybe 2. I don't think both of them will be at Palace at the end of the window, and that will allow Palace, hopefully for them, to crack on with replacements. The big question is, are those replacements still available? Have they missed the boat? I wouldn't be shocked if they replace well and go from strength to strength again. But those are 2 sharply concerning situations for them, and they're live now.
You mentioned Tottenham and Savinho as well. Did that move take people by surprise? And Manchester City seem to be having a little. For them, they were active very early in this window. And for them now, it's about moving players on, is it? Guardiola's always wanted to work with a smaller squad.
That's true, and Jack Grealish was the main one, I think, that they were looking to get out so he could play, and he's moved to Everton on loan. There's a £50 million option to buy and James McAtee's on his way to Nottingham Forest. So yeah, you're right, they're in a different phase of the transfer window now, and what may follow this phase is that they try and bring one or two extra players in. For example, they've been linked with Rodrigo at Real Madrid if Savinho departs. There's concrete interest from Tottenham to bring in Savinho. It's thought he would be open to the possibility, and we've seen, by and large, Pep Guardiola doesn't stand in the way of players who want to depart. But when the stories broke, the word that came from City pretty emphatically was there was an inquiry from Tottenham. We told them he's not for sale, and that's the matter done and dusted. But with these situations, there's a lot of stances that are taken, as we've discussed with Isak, and I don't necessarily think we've heard the last of it. That's not to say this Savinho move is going to happen to Tottenham by any means. It's one that they have been working on, and that underlines the nature of so many moving parts in these transfers. You know, City even though they've transformed their squad January and this summer so far, it could yet take a very different look by the 1st of September. Very similar with Tottenham, with moving parts, a lot of anxiety among the fan base to improve further and strengthen after that Europa League win, and applying that pressure on the club. They are working hard. They have invested heavily at Tottenham, but naturally, as fans, everybody wants more, and I do expect more to happen before that market shuts.
So on a couple of other clubs, when we come to moving parts and how quickly things can change, I suppose, the Manchester United's business has surprised people in the sense of maybe less so Cunha and Embuemo, but then to still have the money to go for Sesko. And there's still the feeling that there may be more to come in, but would that depend on the moving parts being able to, obviously it has to depend on getting some players out, but has some of their business surprised you, bearing in mind what you may have been told, I don't know, in January or at the turn of the year?
Yeah, we expected belts to be tight and the lack of European football to create a pinch, and the finances have not been in the best shape, as Sir Jim Ratcliffe alluded to, talking about bankruptcy, going bust. But there was always some room to manoeuvre, and I was very clear in my reporting on The Athletic that they had the scope to do 2 transfers without needing to sell. They were meant to be Cunha and Delap. Delap decided to go to Chelsea. It became Cunha and Mbeumo. They went higher on Mbeumo than they would have done on Delap, but Delap was a release clause that would have needed to be paid in its entirety, and Mbeumo is a staggered payment, so it actually may cost less to Manchester United this year than Delap would have. And then the expectation was sales, and that didn't materialise. Although you could say there was a hybrid version, because Marcus Rashford moved to Barcelona with them covering all of the salary that he will be paid, even if that's slightly reduced. Nothing on Manchester United. There are sell-on clauses for Anthony Elanga and various other players that they've traded in the past. Carreras, who's moved to Real Madrid. And that gave them some room to manoeuvre. There are clearly other things at play here that financial experts will tell you better than me, whether it be extending their revolving credit facility, whether it be using the available time, not only this summer but in the January window until June the 30th or so in 2026, to get players out. Maybe some confidence that we don't know the reason for just yet, and we may see it in time, that there are takers for a Jadon Sancho, for an Antony, who did well on loan at Betis last season, for a Malacia, for a Rasmus Højlund, for example, too. And so that allowed them to stretch further on a striker. The indication was clear when they made a move for Ekitike at the last minute to try and get in there when Newcastle and Liverpool were squabbling over him. And it showed Manchester United had the resources, because they were ready to do that transfer. He ultimately decided for Liverpool. And so they pivoted to the Sesko situation. Got to make clear, Sesko has been very high on their recruitment list, if not at the top. in the summer of 2024. In previous years, we've all heard about the Vivel connection at Salzburg and Leipzig, and he's very high on their recruitment list again this summer. They've managed to get the deal done. We'll wait and see on the payment terms for that. But we're being assured that it all fits within Manchester United's capabilities financially. And then will come the challenge to shift some of those players. No doubt some will go. Maybe they will have a challenge with others. But either this works and Manchester United's confidence is correctly placed, or it's misplaced and they're going to have a financial fair play PSR headache further down the line. I'm not sensing major worry from Old Trafford in my conversations, but with many of these things, it's not until we get to the end that we can really judge.
They've got no chance of getting Belieber in this transfer window, have they?
That was your other question, what else they might want to do. So a number 6 and a goalkeeper on the agenda. If I start in reverse order, a goalkeeper would depend on Andre Onana leaving, and there's no sign of that at the moment. So if that doesn't happen, I can't see a reputable goalkeeper arriving. But it is on the recruitment agenda, whether it be now or in the future. And then the number 6 is absolutely essential in their mind. And at the top of that list is Carlos Baleba. And Ruben Amorim is said to be a big fan. Manchester United are exploring that situation. And conversations have been held with Brighton via intermediaries working on their behalf to try and ascertain a number, a price. That hasn't happened so far at the time of recording. Brighton have made clear that they don't intend to sell him, that they would prefer to keep him for at least another year. I don't know of them being under pressure to do so. My colleague on The Athletic, Laurie Whitwell, is reporting alongside me that Belieber is thought to be in favour of the possibility, and that personal terms wouldn't be a problem if it ever came to that. So multiple Manchester United players, you can imagine who, given links to him from Lille, Euro, for example, maybe Cameroon internationals who he plays with at Manchester United, I don't know precisely the names, have been in contact with him, explaining the project and talking about the potential move. And many people on both sides don't see this happening, but you could say you've got to be in it to win it. There's no harm in knocking at the door and asking the question. That's what United are doing. If a price comes back and it's too high, I presume it doesn't go further. If it's potentially achievable, maybe they continue to explore it. And one thing that you could say is deserving of credit on Manchester United's part is that there is expected to be a fierce battle for Belieber, whether it be next summer or in the future, with some really big guns coming in for him in the number 6 position. So perhaps Manchester United thought, why not try and get ahead of that, be proactive for once, and not for once, but be proactive and give it a whirl. And if it works out, great. If it doesn't, so be it.
Easier or harder to do your job now than, say, and just talking about around transfers, not all the other stuff that you did, but in transfer windows, easier and harder to do your job now, given the number of people that are involved in all of these, and you've mentioned those, given social media, given in the know accounts, fan accounts, all of that kind of stuff, easier or harder than 5 years ago?
Different,
right?
Because it's harder in the sense that there is an absolute ocean of information and speculation, fact, and everything else in between. That ocean, unlike most in this world, seems to be growing, and it's incredibly hazardous to navigate those waters and separate right from wrong, and then on top of that, the agendas and the egos and the various factors that we've discussed. So your head is frazzled with a lot of this stuff. Not only the fact that we're often dealing with multiple situations, jumping between clubs and stories and players, and everybody involved in those situations thinks they're the most important person in the world. I totally get that, because it's such a crucial thing for them. And you're trying to treat everybody with the same respect, and I've always said it, whether it be a non-league story or transfer or a Champions League level one of the biggest in the world, your values and your ethics should be identical, and your approach. So harder in the sense that there are so many more producers. Clearly, transfer news is very lucrative. It's doing well for companies, for outlets, for individuals. anyone can be a producer of it through social media or online or podcasts or radio or television. People can be really well connected, even if it's in a random sense. They don't necessarily have to have come through journalism courses or have editorial guidelines on them. But also it can lead to a rise of a lot more fake news and inaccuracies and people pushing things for the wrong reasons. And that's where I'm going to pivot into, it's also become easier because the people involved in these situations seem keen to work with people with integrity and who go about things properly more than ever, because it allows them to explain and to get the right news reported and with authority. And so I find that more people, as I go through, but hopefully build a decent reputation with me and The Athletic, and it was the same at the BBC previously, for actually picking the phone up or responding to messages or agreeing to meet, so that they stand a greater chance in this Wild West of being able to sift through it in a way that is to their desire.
So how much, you've always been very good at crediting other people when doing your stories or when breaking stuff and or when reviewing stuff. So Tim on X sent us a message saying when you credited the In The Know social media account Indicalia, is that right? For a transfer story, that maybe sound old, for a transfer story recently, the internet went mad. What do you make of the channels? Have they become more legit recently? Did it feel strange to credit one?
No, I mean, there's a basic principle with me that any time I see a story that I know to be legitimate, maybe I've been working on it and I'm holding back, which is another awkwardness about when your relationships are so good. You have a lot of information that maybe you don't release straight away, and in this day and age it comes out more often than not. And so whether I like it or not, there are times where if somebody has done something, it's legitimate news, maybe I was going to report it or I then find out is accurate, which was in the case of Belieber, then just not to these people. It's absolutely fair. Sometimes I miss the news, and I'm sorry to people, and some people get quite angry about that you haven't attributed it to them, and sometimes I'll go back or I'll report on it the next time and we'll do it then. Frankly, I do find the crediting thing a bit difficult. It's got a bit out of control. I would be and it's very nice and I'm grateful when people do it to me, but it would probably be better if people just get on with their work.
Has it become very competitive? Is it a very competitive space during a transfer window? Do you have a picture of Fabrizio Romano on a dartboard?
No, I mean, he's absolutely fantastic. No one's close to him in terms of his numbers and the reputation he's built, and his work speaks for itself. And there are a number of other really good operators out there who I could not respect more. And I don't think the competition is unhealthy. I think everybody's trying to be quick. We always need to put accuracy before the speed. If you can marry the two up, then that's perfect. You win some, which is great, and you lose some, which is disappointing. But all is fair in love and war. Like it's child's play, really. It doesn't matter, and I couldn't have greater admiration for Fabrizio and everybody else trying their best. Just back to your point, I didn't dodge it purposefully. So the credit for that story was like I would have. I think there was a similar one earlier this summer when Arsenal made a move for Mosquera, and it came out by an account called Hand of Arsenal. I think that's built a bit of a reputation, and you credit then. It would be the same, unless there's a reason not to. Like there's an actual thing I'm not comfortable with, or you've got reason to doubt the legitimacy of an account or an outlet. But I would do it for mainstream journalists and peers who I respect greatly, and rightly so. But there are some people working out there who are working incredibly hard and the right way. I'm not saying everyone, and are maybe getting more accurate stories than many of us. And so you should nod to them. Although some thought has to go into it, and that's where I'll answer your question. So a lot of people responded to me sort of saying, why did you credit? I didn't realise it was going to go so big, by the way. But I don't know the history that people have been raising to me about sort of where that account came from and what stories and speculation they issued. But a few people have mentioned to me that they've met the guy and it's credible, and there are some people working on it. So I just thought, why not? I had no reason not to, and then I reported it myself. And so yeah, it's a funny environment, and I also don't think we should take it so seriously either. I know you don't.
Well, I'm completely oblivious to it the majority of the time. I don't think we should take football too seriously at all. It's meant to be fun and entertaining. Final thing, because you mentioned Mosquera there, we've done this whole podcast and not mentioned Arsenal at all, so I don't know whether their fan base will be happy about that or frothing at that. I can't work it out. But that's because everything just is very calm. They've just gone and done their business, and they've had such a good window. Maybe one more.
Yeah, I think. Well, we did touch upon them with Eze, and so let's see if that happens. They've got an interest in him, and I think they're in and among the sort of conversations. It may activate later in the window. Eze, I think it's well documented as an Arsenal fan, or grew up as an Arsenal fan, would be in favour of a move there. I think it was being looked at when there was a possibility of Ethan Nwaneri, the young talent, leaving because he was into the last year of his contract, because Arsenal now see him in the 8 to 10 role as opposed to the right side where he played last season. And Eze occupies the same space. They've got Martin Odegaard around there, and they've got Max Dowman coming through, and hopes could not be higher for him. So I think Eze would have been seen as an...
And this time
Madueke as well, more for the wide areas. Yeah. So if Nwaneri had departed, I think the idea was not Madueke, that was independent. It was Eze. Nwaneri signs his new contract, and so Eze is a less pressing concern. I think the left side is an area that Arsenal were thinking of as a priority, but that would take pictures, whether it be a Trossard or a Martinelli, and I'm not aware of any of that brewing at this point. They've also got Madueke, who impressed when he played there against Athletic Bilbao off the bench. So there could be some more movements in that department, but I think it would depend on outgoings. To your original point, Arsenal obviously came into this window with a new sporting director in Andrea Berta, vastly experienced and widely respected. And it's not a competition. You know, people talk about Edu previously and Jason Ato, who had the role on an interim basis, and going back, your Raul Sanlehis and your Sven Mislintats and even your Arsene Wenger, David Dean, Dick Law triumvirate. They had a clear plan, clearly. The centre-forward position, they wanted to strengthen. A pretty diligent process that spent a lot of time on Sesko historically. He was still in the mix, but Berta clearly had an affinity with Gyökeres and others at the club. Gradually, I think, came on board, and that really does look like potentially a very good value for money deal if he scores the goals, which is crucially what they needed. And then they wanted to always bring in some strength in the wide areas. There's been a long held search for backup to Bukayo Saka for when he's got injured or when he's not available, and so they looked at Brian Mbeumo before he elected for Manchester United, and Madueke came on the radar after Mbeumo. There were all sorts of rumours of Rodrigo, who some inside the Emirates are very fond of. I've mentioned many players in that position in the past. Arsenal fans seem to always pick me up on mentioning Anthony Gordon. They like him. I never said there was going to be a transfer, but there are loads of options. And then, in defence they needed greater depth, and so Mosquera came in, and let's see if something happens with Kivior. There's some interest in him, and the one that they had already lined up, Berta helped push over the line, that Edu and Ato had worked on, was Zubimendi, who I think could be one of the best signings in the Premier League.
I think that's the signing of the transfer
this summer. Absolutely magnificent.
The money and how they've done it.
Yeah, this is a top player for club and country. We know Liverpool tried to sign him last summer, and that speaks volumes because of the quality of Liverpool's recruitment department. And so, yeah, they have done a lot of business at expense. They probably need to get some more out, whether we see some movement with, say, Zinchenko, Fabio Vieira, Reece Nelson. Underpinning this all is the Arsenal ownership, the Kroenkes, KSE, who have invested heavily, in particular since taking full ownership of the club. And they've got an executive team of sort of Tim Lewis, who's been increasingly influential there. They have Richard Garlick, who replaced Vinay Venkatesham when he left as chief executive. They've got a really highly rated individual there who's working on transfers and contracts called James King. He was a legal counsel at Arsenal, went off to the PFA, and has come back to Arsenal, and is said to be absolutely integral to their operation. And then they've got Mikel Arteta, who's central to all of this. Before Arsenal beat Athletic Bilbao last weekend in their friendly, there seemed to be some crisis in the fan base after they were beaten by Villarreal. So they go to Old Trafford in a huge game that I'll be at, and maybe you will too. And they've got to deliver this season, because externally, definitely there will be pressure on Arteta to get over the line after 3 second-place finishes. No trophy since the 2020 FA Cup. He will have high expectations on himself. I don't sense the same internally, because they're right behind him. They back him wholeheartedly. They always have, even when there was pressure at the start and people were calling for him to go. And they want to succeed with him. But it will be a major season for Arsenal.
Good to see you. You've given me 40 minutes or so you probably need to turn your phone on, I think.
Yeah, I've probably missed the big scoop.
Yeah, always my fault.
The Sports Agents with Gabby Logan and Mark Chapman.
Well, ESPN FC is presented by Xfinity. The Wi-Fi is booming. And let's talk about Alexander Isak, shall we? Sorry, Shaka, sorry. But it looks like he will refuse to play again for Newcastle. It is the novella that has us on the edge of our seats. Will he stay at Newcastle or will he go to Liverpool? It seems like the player is pushing for an exit from St. James's Park. Jules, what's going on here? What's the latest?
To be fair, I don't think there's anything new in this. We said it, I think, when we were on the show with Shaka and Stevie, and I think you too, maybe 10 or 15 days ago, that he didn't want to play for Newcastle ever again. This is not new. Maybe he's repeated it to them, but I was told that back at the end of the season, he already said to Eddie Howe that he wanted to move in the summer to a bigger club, a club that could win the Premier League, that could win the Champions League, which is not, no offense to Newcastle, it's a great club, but right now they're not at that kind of level. So there's nothing new there, really. The question is, who is going to win this massive power battle? Really, he's under contract, many more years of contract he has with Newcastle, so he's not in a strong position. And Newcastle can easily say, well, if you don't want to play, go with the reserve, go and sit in the stands, because if we don't want to sell you, we won't sell you. It's just as simple as that. So I'm not even sure if Liverpool are ready for a second bid. By the way, the first one was already very high and that was rejected. I was told at the time that they were going to make a second one, but they haven't yet. Maybe they were just waiting for this kind of news to go again. But if Newcastle want to keep him at all costs, then they would keep him and he won't have the choice.
Shaka, Nadim and I were talking about this off camera, that football and how it's treated in the north of England is basically religion. Yeah. And once you upset the fan base, it's very, very hard to come back from it, which it seems like by now, I'm sure a lot of the Newcastle fans are rattled by the situation with Alexander Isak. Say he does stay, is there any way back for him?
That window is closing quickly. And to Joseph's point, when we were talking a couple of weeks ago and wondering whether this would go through or not, even as Alexander Isak seemed to go on strike, the sentiment was, listen, if he stays, scores 4 or 5 goals in the opening 4 or 5 games, all is forgiven. Football fans have short memories. But the more this has rumbled on, and the more certainly Alexander Isak has kind of dug his heels in, the more I think the fans, even if he starts the season as a Newcastle player, even if he scores 4 or 5 goals in those 4 or 5 opening games, I'm not sure that they'll ever re-warm to Alexander Isak. And I think a lot of that is to do with how they felt about him in May. He was regarded as a god. If we're talking football as a religion in Northeast, Alexander Isak was Newcastle's god in that in that football team. And then to see it kind of deteriorate to this level this quickly, I'm not sure how you salvage that. From a footballing perspective, if I'm Newcastle, I've set my price at 150 million, whatever it is Newcastle decide on. Liverpool know that. You want him, you match him. If they aren't prepared to do that, then Newcastle again have to say that nobody's bigger than this football club. And for me, they then have to dig their heels in. And this makes for a really awful situation because, to Jose's point, Alexander Isak still has 3 years left on his contract. So now, if you as a club then have to make a firm decision, either somebody can go this far off rails and force you into making a decision, or you are the one who are in control of how this football club operates and make it awkward for it.
Well, much to Stevie's discussed because Stevie wants Liverpool to sign another centre-back desperately and no more attackers. After the Community Shield, Virgil van Dijk actually said he'd like Liverpool to sign another attacking player. So, Natum, in this situation, do Liverpool really need Alexander Isak?
I think they're light up top. And on the weekend, for example, you saw Chiesa not come off the bench, so you can see how the Slot doesn't really fancy him at all. So the numbers that they have up there, they've changed. You know, they've lost 3 players for different reasons throughout the summer, and they've not really been able to replace them. They could argue they're closer towards the bare bones up top. So yes, bringing in somebody that's as good and established as him into that front 3 or whatever it would be a great option for them. Obviously, the price is quite high now. But listening to the way we were just talking about football just then, it's so interesting because nobody's bigger than a football club.
Yeah.
But I would argue that some of this discussion's about the finances. And with 3 years left on Isak's contract, if he was to leave, there's money that would be owed to Isak, for example. But I bet if Isak said, for instance, that, you know, I don't want that money, I just want to leave, all of a sudden, yeah, 150 is a great price, you know, or maybe 100, you can go if you want. And I think the big thing in reality here as well, it's about trust, yeah. In the Northeast, or just football in general, once you lose trust with a player, you can never really get that back. An example I use is not in the Northeast, but it's Liverpool with Alexander-Arnold. He came through the academy, he was their player who was a star for them across all those years, winning Premier Leagues, Champions Leagues and so on. But the moment he started to behave in a way which the fans didn't connect with anymore, he got booed. And when's the last time we saw a player get booed? And in the next game, you know, they didn't cheer his name. And if they had a chance to bring him back today, would they? Probably not. So now you look at somebody like Isak, who's not been there for that long, somebody who's not from the city, who's gone to train separately at his old football club. Like, he's burned the bridge and he knows that there's no coming back from this. And in fairness, it seems like he's ready to own that.
Yeah.
And I think in reality, the business will be done probably really close to the end of the window when decision-making gets a little bit more emotional. And it's like, well, in that case, I'm just prepared to go or I'm prepared to sell him.
He has absolutely put a bonfire on that bridge already, let me tell you that. Jules, but still, sticking with Newcastle, it seems like they're closing in on the signature of Aston Villa's Jacob Ramsey. What's the latest on that?
Yeah, it's been a few days of negotiations between the two clubs. They wanted to strengthen kind of position, a player that can play on the left-hand side like he did with Aston Villa, or maybe a bit more central too. He's a young player, he's an English player too, which is good. Villa signed Evan Guessant from Nice in France recently for £35 million, so that was a big investment. And if you look at all the forwards they have, and again, we don't know what's going to happen to Ollie Watkins, but for now, they've got quite a lot of players, so I think they would welcome the money that they need, to be fair, to balance their books for a player that went through the academy. So all the cash that Newcastle will spend, which should be around the 40 million mark, will go straight into the bank account of Aston Villa as profit. And again, you know, for the money that they've spent already this summer and the summer before, is the money that they need.
Does the Ramsey mood link in any way with the Isak rumours, Jules?
Like as in Ramsey, you mean, and Isak? Mm-hmm. No, I think they're two very different subjects, if you want. And again, I was told today that Newcastle are adamant that Isak is not going to go anywhere and that he will come back to the club, and if he doesn't want to play, then he's not going to play. But it's a World Cup year, let's not forget. Alexander Isak cannot afford not to play a single minute this season before the World Cup next year in the US, Canada and Mexico with Sweden, because Sweden are very likely to qualify. I was on holiday, by the way, with Donald Thomason, who's the head coach. Just wanted to put that there in Marbella. Lovely guy.
Humble brag.
There's a lot of talk about Gyökeres and Isak together, you know, as our keeper playing football with each other. But for Thomason, this would be a disaster. And for Isak, to be fair, more seriously now, Isak cannot afford not to play a season before a World Cup. So there's a lot at stake for him too, even if he stays, because again, as the boys have explained, it's going to be a very difficult situation to manage.
Well, Jules isn't the only one that has friends in high places. Nadim, you've been close to Crystal Palace a little bit. Marc Guéhi, let's talk about him because he's also been linked now to Liverpool. Would you like that move? Oh, stumped.
I'm just trying to be fair to the situation because I think Mark is a really, really good player. You know, you've seen him be an England international, seen him start at the Euros last summer, did really well for England, stepped up in the big occasions as captained his side. His Crystal Palace side to lift the first ever major trophy. You know, he's going to go down as an icon of that football club. But best of all, he's playing week in, week out. If he goes to Liverpool, will he get that opportunity? Unless Arne Slot's potentially going to change the formation to maybe go for 3 centre-backs. I don't see it, because Van Dijk and Konate are Liverpool's best two, and they have a certain profile. The way that they play brings out the best overall into how Liverpool want to do things. So if Guéhi is to come in, then is he coming in as cover? You know, is he going to be essentially the way that Joe Gomez has been to Liverpool in the centre-back positions across the last few years? Well, if that's the case, then I don't think it's a good move. But then again, it's Liverpool. It's such a big draw. It's a team that are currently champions of England, a team who are going to be aspiring to win the Champions League this season and so on. But I think wherever he goes, he has to be a starter, because to go to Jules' point, which is such a brilliant point, this season here is arguably one of the most important for so many players because it's before a World Cup.
Yep.
And if so many people perceive the World Cup as being the pinnacle of football itself, well, if you're not playing week in, week out, what chance do you have if your nation qualifies to play in the tournament next summer? So I think this move for Guéhi is very, very important. But I don't think it will be Liverpool, to be honest.
Jules, what do you think? Because, of course, just looking at his stats, he's also still very young, too, at only 25 years old, in what is about to be the most important season for so many footballers with an eye on the World Cup. So if he goes to Liverpool, would he get enough playing time?
That's the question that nobody has the answer. Not him, not Arne Slot, not Konate, not Van Dijk. This is simple as that. Right now, he will be a sub. He will be sat on the bench, waiting for something to happen to Van Dijk or Konate. If Van Dijk and Konate are not suspended or not injured, he will play the League Cup and a bit of the FA Cup. And Marc Guéhi is too good to sit on the bench. I think we all agree. He's good enough to start for Liverpool, but right now, he's not going to start for Liverpool because Konate and Van Dijk are ahead of him. And again, to go back to our point, it's a World Cup year. He cannot afford to play 12 games in a season like this one coming up, whether it's at Liverpool or not. It doesn't work for him. So unless he's got the guarantee that they're going to move to a back three, but I'm like Nadim, I don't believe it at all, then it's risky. But I understand Crystal Palace's point of view, and Steve Parish saying, hang on, I can't let him go for free in a year's time. For a club like us, it's impossible. So it's either he extends, which he doesn't want to do, so that's not going to happen, or we sell him now. It's just that maybe Liverpool needs a centre-back for sure, because it's only them two and Joe Gomez right now. It's not good enough. The next one is Endo Gravenberch. They can't go on to a season like this, so Liverpool needs another centre-back. There's no doubt. But I'm not sure this is the right choice for Marc Guéhi.
Let me begin with this from Big Con on Discord. Oh, very well. Which Premier League team will be the most surprising this season? Jim Campbell, I'd like you to begin.
So I've been scouring the table just to make sure I'm familiar with every team in the Premier League. It turned out I was. And I think I've landed on quite a boring answer. But I'm going to say Brentford. Because I think a lot of people are tipping them to have a difficult season, and I think they're going to be fine. I think they're so well run that they'll be able to weather this. I think I don't think they're going to sort of finish higher than they did last season or anything like that. But if you kind of break it down, I think obviously they've lost their goalkeeper, which is a big thing, but they've replaced him with Kevin Kelleher, who certainly has the potential to, I think, be an upgrade on Mark Flecken. They've got a lot of experience in Jordan Henderson. He's a perfect sort of lighthouse player in this kind of scenario. I think people are sleeping on how good Kevin Schade is. He had a really good season last season, but obviously Mbeumo and Wissa got the credit there, understandably, because of what they achieved. There's more to come from Fabio Carvalho. Igor Thiago is a bit of an unknown quantity, barely played last season because of injury, but he came in to replace Ivan Toney. And they're very good at their due diligence with that sort of thing, Brentford, so I think there's a good chance that he'll contribute. They've got a strong defence. They've got some very, very sort of tough midfielders in there, and I just think even actually if they do lose Wissa, I think they'll be all right. I really do. Keith Andrews is obviously the key there, and he's a little bit of an unknown quantity. But again, it's consistent. He's been in the setup for a long time.
He's been in the setup a reasonable amount of time. May I sort of amend your statement with your blessing?
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah.
And to maybe throw some fuel or some fire on. What would it be, Jim? Fuel on the fire or fire on the fuel? It's hard to throw fire.
I mean, either's going to combust, isn't it? I suppose if you're throwing fuel on the fire, you're making the fire worse. If you're throwing fire on the fuel, bang! Yeah, that's more fun.
Yeah, okay. Don't try it at home or anywhere, quite frankly. Everybody listening to this. Keith Andrews, it's his first job as a number one. But may I remind you, what had Pep Guardiola done before he managed Barcelona?
What a
Everyone's got to
comparison.
start somewhere.
What a comparison. What are you worried about, Brentford fans?
Yeah, we obviously don't know what Keith Andrews is going to do, but I think that is the area, isn't it? That with Mbeumo going and Norgard and one or two others, I totally take the point, Jim, that they've survived this before with Ivan Toney. I think this is more of a profound change, so I don't think they would have as good a season as they did. You've already mentioned that. It's all about the manager, because Frank's such a great Premier League operator with Brentford. The club was I have not moulded around him, because it was of course bigger than that, but this is the test of it. We're going to find out how much it was moulded around Frank, or actually how much Frank was moulded around Brentford. Again, I'm mixing up things, but you get the picture. So that is the question. I like
As long as no one's on fire.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, no throwing fire or fuel, please. I like that. Vish, what about yourself? Is there a team that you think are going to surprise people this season in the Premier League? And it could be for better or for worse.
Well, I mean, I do have a for worse answer, and that is Bournemouth, because of the players that they've lost and the players that they could still yet lose by the time the window's done.
They've still got the
Basically,
manager.
the entire back line. Yeah, they do still have the manager, but they're losing quite a good and young back line and be very hard to replace, especially if you're going to replace them with players of a similar age profile. Yeah, it'll be very tricky. But my better answer, which is actually the worst for all of us, and isn't particularly really insightful answer, but Chelsea.
That's what I was going to say.
I think the Chelsea we're going to see this season will have the bit between their teeth a bit more than they did last year, because I think last year was basically Enzo Maresca feeling out his squad and trying to find out what worked. Bear in mind, it went, even if you look at this time last year, he basically came out with a quote saying how integral Raheem Sterling was going to be to their plans, and then, a week later he's turfed out on loan to Arsenal.
Mm-hmm.
I think the way that they've recruited has been very similar to how they've done it previously, but some of the outgoings have been quite surprising. Even, there's talk on Monday morning of Nicholas Jackson being moved on to Newcastle, Christopher Nkunku going to RB Leipzig. All this stuff is happening because, the squad. I feel like the squad size is basically going to be the same, but Maresca is fine-tuning the kind of people he wants in his squad. And if you look at someone like João Pedro, who they brought in, very much someone you can set your watch by in terms of his Premier League experience. Liam Delap's offering a bit more of that youthful exuberance. Jamie Gittins as well. I don't really know what he's going to bring, but he's there and it's quite exciting. But there's obviously a type of forward that he wants, and he's pretty set on his back line. And so I think they'll be a bit more ruthless. They weren't necessarily chaotic last year, but because it was such a rolling cast from, weekend to midweek, you didn't really get the sense that there was any genuine, I suppose, progression for team understanding, because even in March there were Chelsea fans saying, look, this guy's awful, we need rid of him.
Oh, way before March they were saying that.
No, but generally they were in a position to push for, and at times were accommodating Champions League spots, and there were people like, look, this is really dull, we don't want this guy at our club anymore. And now I think there's a bit more to it, there's a bit more to him, and there's a bit more to Chelsea full stop.
I would agree. I was going to say Chelsea. For reasons you've said, I think they have a very good squad, and it's more in depth than I certainly thought. I know they had the Club World Cup, and people will say, well, that could be an absolutely exhausting thing. Yes, and I understand that this is maybe a silly point to make, but if you win the thing and you end it with such a good feeling, of course, if you have tired legs, you have tired legs. But the mood and the feeling and the the exuberance or whatever you want to say that you get from winning it, and the good feeling around the place is priceless. And I think what you were saying about the fans there, that a lot of them were on Maresca's back, as you say, and they were a little bit unconvincing at times. That now, I think the Europa Conference League win, we all knew from as soon as they were in that competition, anyone with two brain cells to rub together were like, yeah, Chelsea will win that, and of course they did. The Club World Cup, whatever one may think of that tournament, it is a statement from Maresca and co. The fact is they beat PSG, who were up for it, and the way they beat them in the final. Yes, it's only one game, but my goodness, it's against a team who a lot of people think, myself included, were thinking, bloody hell, PSG for the next few years could start to emulate some of the really best teams we've seen in the last 10, 15 years in European football. Chelsea hammered them. So in one-off games, obviously they're good. They proved that by winning 2 cup competitions. But I think it's all about the league. What are they going to do? I think they will be challenging for the title. I don't necessarily think they'll win it, but I think they'll be involved. And I think that, if you remember last season, there was very tentative talk around, what was it, November maybe? Something like that, as we were going into the winter months of, Chelsea, could they? There was all that kind of thing. And then as the months went by and that Christmas period, it became apparent that they weren't going to challenge. But that was partially to do with Liverpool's brilliance, of course. So I think that I think as well, there's potentially a little bit more maturity in the squad, just with certain individuals, which is something that they really lacked. As we know, it's a very, very young squad. And some of the sort of insider information and whatnot was saying that you are lacking that older leader. Certainly when the likes of, say, Cesar Azpilicueta, when he left the club, and maybe one or two others, they were just kids. And it was, I think, Enzo Fernandez is what the club captain is. So I think a little bit more maturing, a little bit more realisation that no, if you're in your late 20s or even mid-20s, you are one of the elder statesmen in this side. So a little bit of that. Maresca with a season under his belt as well. Blah, 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 blah. I think Chelsea are definitely a team that could surprise. I think people will. I think when I say surprise, I have to put that suggestion down that they're challenging for the title, because if they finished 4th or 5th next season, I don't think that would surprise too many people.
Yeah.
So I think that's so that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying they'll be in the similar boat to, say, Newcastle and Aston Villa and whoever else that are going to be challenging for the top 4 or 5. I think they're going to be pushing themselves in that bracket with Liverpool and, dare I suggest, Arsenal as well.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think what they've done very well, and what they've actually done fairly consistently over the last few seasons, is they're very good at leveling up their squad in a quite video gamey way.
Yeah.
Where there's suddenly a big sort of kind of big raising of the ceiling. And obviously their transfer policy is very, very unique, and we've spoken about it a lot, but it's starting to make a bit of sense now. Because obviously they've aside from them selling their own women's team and things like that, where there's a little bit of kind of chicanery going on, all within the rules, obviously, they also make an enormous amount of money out of sales. I think they sold 4 players last week and made 100 million quid out of it. They're very, very good at that. So what that means is there are players that they're not really using that much, that are quite handy in a Conference League squad, which is now irrelevant. And the players coming in to replace those players are very likely to be Garnacho and Xavi Simons. So very, very good players that level up that squad. And I think they're going to probably have a title tilt. And you know what? I think they'll do well in the Champions League as well. I think they could go quite deep in it.
I love the fact that they're going after Garnacho. It's like, we love wingers at this club. Just more wingers, please. More wingers.
So many.
Wingers and goalkeepers. Get them all in. Okay. Well, they are big con. So we're thinking Chelsea. Perhaps the team that could surprise some people.
Irish Kev has been in touch on Discord, and Kev asks, do you think there will ever be a point where the Saudi League is respected? If they stay picking up the players they currently are for the next 10 years, for argument's sake, do they become legit? Will they always just be the weird stain on your sheet that we don't talk about? That should be stain on one sheet. So leave my sheets out of this, Irish Kev. And there's a related question to this from Scott on X. And Scott says, with many flops such as Darwin Núñez being snapped up by Saudi Arabian teams, is there a way back to the big leagues from the Saudi Pro League if a player does well, or is it a sign that a player is finished at the highest level? So 2 questions there really, but they are related.
I might start with the second question first, because it's easier to answer, because we have seen players leave the Saudi Pro League and basically make their way back into football. I appreciate Jordan Henderson, as the most high profile from these shores, has ended up taking the scenic route back to the Premier League, but he is back in the Premier League as an older midfielder. There are various many other players who've just gone back to continental Europe because they haven't fancied it, or they've made, quite simply, they've made enough money that they're happy with and are now heading back. And conversely, I suppose through answering that, it's easy to answer the first one about whether it will be taken seriously. And I think fundamentally, yes, in time. I don't necessarily think it'll be in the next 20 years, though. I think just generally with what you're seeing in world football and the way that a country like Saudi Arabia is going about, I suppose quite literally their business with the Public Investment Fund, with regards to going into various industries and essentially trying to buy up real estate in these particular industries. They're doing it really well in football. Like, I know we're talking specifically about the Pro League here, but if you look at Saudi Arabia's imprint on global football, I mean, they're nailing it. They've got a World Cup. They have people eating out of the palm of their hands with, whether it's, Newcastle, one of, whatever you might think of them as a neutral. They've got an entire city there who they've changed the fortunes of. They've brought success to that club, and they've done it in a way that still makes it feel wholesome if you are a Newcastle fan, and that's even as a Newcastle fan who might be querying where that money has come from and this, that and the other. I think there's, you get those days out like a League Cup final, and it can be quite hard to recall where that money has come from and the means it's with which your club has been taken over by a particular nation state. It is harder, though, to get that actual real football authenticity with your league in particular, even with the grip that they have on certain broadcasters, with that Saudi Arabia have on certain broadcasters, and with the way that they're able to pull in some of the biggest names in contemporary football, at least. So yeah, I don't see it happening anytime soon, but I won't be surprised if the way football is trending and the way that everything is so transactional, that it does come in the future. I'll go further than that. I don't see it happening in my lifetime, but football will go on long after I'm dead. So
yeah, I would say that I wouldn't see it becoming well respected in Europe, to answer that part of the Irish Kev. I think they have more of a chance than...
Well, it's respected full stop, isn't it? Not respected in Europe.
If you were to compare it to, say, the Chinese league, which is the only one I can think of which has really kind of quite overtly splashed an enormous amount of cash to try and get their league profile, like just zoom it up the charts, as if you like. The Chinese league sort of backed off after doing that a little bit, because the wages there, it was similar to the Saudi Pro League. There are comparisons there, but I think with China, very different country to Saudi Arabia. I personally thought they were going to host a World Cup soon enough. Perhaps the thought of lots of journalists from other countries poking around and seeing what was going on there didn't appeal to them. So for whatever reason, China has backed off on the football front. Saudi Arabia, as Vish has said, not just in the football front, in the sporting world, is in fifth gear, buying up stuff and whatnot. Whatever one may think of that, and I'm sure we all have, or a lot of people have very strong opinions on that. So they're not here to kind of just have a little look and see how it goes. They're going to be here for a while, I think, doing this. However, football fans, money talks, yes it does, but actually your national team and the players you produce and the quality on the pitch talks louder. If Saudi Arabia, if they suddenly start producing players, if they put money into academies there, which perhaps they are, and suddenly you've got the kind of talent conveyor belt that Man City do, and Premier League players are going, have you seen this new young Saudi lad, and he's the Saudi Messi, and all this kind of chat, that's when it'll start to be respected. That takes a lot longer, of course. I think United Arab Emirates had a little go at this, and maybe they still are. But Saudi, as I say, is on a different level to them and other countries mentioned. But I think that is when it would start to become respected. But that's a very long-term thing. So right now, I think if you're throwing wages at players, it's also an admission of this league's a bit crap, so we're going to have to chuck tons of money at you, and that's where they are. So until they start producing players, but time will tell, but I don't think it will be respected, because if there are any decent players there, then they'll be whisked away to Europe. MLS is I would say, is probably beginning to get respected by a number of people in Europe, but there will still be some people who go, well, if you haven't really made it in Europe, maybe that's an option, or could be for pre-retirement. So I don't think it's going to get the kind of respect that other European leagues get, and not all leagues in Europe are respected, by the way. There's a huge amount of leagues, of course. So that was what I would say there. With regards to Scott asking about flops coming back, I don't think that if a player goes to Saudi Arabia for a season or two, or even 3 seasons, suddenly becomes rubbish. They might not have that competitiveness that you would get in, say, Serie A or the Premier League or something. And yes, they might be a touch rusty, if you see what I mean. I think it's an individual case by case there. Depends on the player, depends on the character, depends on how good they are, what stage of their career, the hunger, the desire, all the rest of it. If you're a good player and you're suddenly available, you'll always have suitors, even if your best moments were 2 or 3 years ago. So I think that Darwin Núñez, we could see him back in one of Europe's top leagues in a couple of years. I think that's within reason. Probably not the Premier League, I think. But who knows? Okay, definitely not Liverpool. He's never going to go back to Liverpool. I'll be clear about that. But who knows? Maybe a newly promoted Premier League side in 2 or 3 years' time. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, presumably Darwin Núñez will at some stage play for Napoli or Atletico Madrid or both.
Definitely.
Which is perfectly suited for both of those teams.
Absolutely.
And I hope we see that, obviously. I think actually it's probably more likely than not that eventually it will become respected as a league. As Vish says, it might take a while. It could be a decade or decades. But essentially, the Saudi strategy is fairly simple, isn't it? It's make the product very good by filling it with very good players and get eyeballs on it. And as Vish alluded to DAZN, they already have a media organisation that is set up to provide that sort of thing globally, and I'm sure that will be part of the long-term strategy. And a lot of the Premier League's fan base doesn't have any particular loyalty to England or the Premier League itself. It's just where a lot of big players are and where a lot of exciting competitive seasons take place. So it's very possible, I think, that Saudi will be able to...
You're suggesting that fans around the world at some point, whether it's in 50 years or, I don't want to put time on it, could be watching Saudi Pro League more than the Premier League?
Well, what I base that on, Marcus, is that this is obviously what their strategy is, right? It's the idea is of being a disruptor. The idea is of getting the best players in the world over, and obviously from that you fashion the best league. They already have DAZN as a platform for that, and they are, they made it very clear they're here to stay on that front. As you've alluded to, it was very, very different with China, and part of the strategy is obviously with the whole kind of focus on entertainment that we're getting across all of sport and lots of different entertainment from Saudi, is to move away from fossil fuels and bring in money from elsewhere. So I think long term they're absolutely looking at knocking the Premier League off of its perch, so to speak. That'll be the one that they're aiming at, and it's not to say that they will achieve it, but they are going to throw absolutely everything at it. And I think as time goes by, loyalties change or they become indifferent. I think a vast element of the Premier League's global fan base, obviously, as I said, doesn't have a particular loyalty to England. So if there's better football somewhere else, they'll watch that. I think it's very, very possible that they achieve it. I think it'd be a shame, obviously, but that is what they are trying to do. But I think one fly in that ointment is that the best of the best in world football is in the Champions League. And I don't think the Asian Champions League is likely to ever be able to compete with that. So that will be something that they'll have to kind of navigate. But I think we all know they're here to stay now, and they're going to do everything they can to achieve what they want.
Yeah, I mean, when you say they're trying to knock the Premier League...
Why have you finished with that point? Because now I can see it. They're going to join the Champions League, aren't they? They're going to join the UEFA Champions League.
But your point about they're trying to knock the Premier League off its perch, I wouldn't go with that, because they've invested a lot in the Premier League at Newcastle. And
yeah, but they want to have their cake and eat it, don't they?
Well, indeed they do. I just think that the idea of another, a very wealthy group who have got their broadcast and all the rest of it, and when you say that people don't have a loyalty to the Premier League, I would, on their behalf, and I would be very comfortable saying this on other people's behalf around the world, would massively push back on that and say fans of clubs around the world are very much entrenched in their supporterships of Premier League clubs.
Sure, but that doesn't mean that they're not there to be sort of
I think it would take,
wooed over to something
I
else.
think it would take generations, and as Vish may have said, without misquoting him, it could happen after our lifetime, but I couldn't see in our lifetime the Saudi League becoming as respected as any of the top European leagues.
I mean, that's a slightly different conversation, isn't it? Because, whether it's about being respected or about it being popular, I suppose, is the case. But I do think it's inevitable that people will view it very differently from how they view it now.
All right then. Well, time will tell, annoyingly.
And we'll be dead.
Yeah, oi, Jim.
Mercifully, we'll all be dead.
At the time of recording, it's not that respected. Just in case that changes by this afternoon.
You never know, do you? You never know.
My question comes from Supernova Dragon on X. Which battle do you think will be the most interesting this season? Now, he's given a list of battles: the battle for the league, the battle for fourth, which is essentially the Champions League spots, and the battle for the European places beyond the Champions League spots, or the battle for survival.
Oh, damn it all, I'm going to say the title.
I like that. I think so too. Go on.
Yeah, the battle for survival, people are predicting that to be quite boring and desperately trying to think of a side that was in the Premier League last season and will be in this season. To think, who could they join in the battle? I don't want to get into all that because it's a bit... The battle for fourth or European places is always keenly contested, and particularly last season, that was the only thing we had to hang our hats on. But I do think that having just witnessed a couple of days ago the Community Shield, so clinging to that, and also I do think Chelsea are improved, and I think Arsenal are improved. I think Arsenal will have a proper go at the title, much more than they did last season. I think Liverpool, the genius of Arne Slot last season was getting into Klopp's slipstream. That was obvious. Mo Salah had yet again another outstanding year, but they have different combinations to kind of figure out. I think they're going to be brilliant no matter what. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying, are they going to struggle? I don't think they're going to struggle per se, but I'd just be surprised if they ran away with it like they did last season. Some people will say, what are you talking about, you idiot? That they've improved. Yes, of course they have. There is the sadness, of course, the extreme sadness of Diogo Jota not being there. But I think the bigger reasons are as well about how Slot now really goes about his business and how he tries to put his imprint on this team. And he will, and I think they'll be a very, very effective side, and they will be in contention for every single trophy they're going for. But as I've mentioned, I think Arsenal and Chelsea will be up there as well. So I'm sort of trying to will this into existence as well. So I'm going to say the battle for the league title.
Have you left out Man City on purpose there?
Oh yeah, I think I have, Jim. And do you know why? It's because I wrote them off last season, when really, looking back on it, they had like a 2.5 month period where they were a bit dodgy, but either side of that, they were fairly consistent. And I was like, it's over. The empire's done. It's in ruins. And I really went big on it. And then you kind of, I started to see their business, and then I was like, oh blimey! I tell you what though, that Al Hilal loss in the Club World Cup final, that was very welcome. And I thought that's kept the old fire burning. So we'll see what happens this season. Could have egg on my face. I probably shouldn't have reminded everybody what I said last season, but I did go big on it. So, as a very, very wise man once said, don't back down, double down. And that's what I'm doing, Jim.
Yeah, I think you're both right. I think it is the title race that's got the potential to be the most exciting, just because obviously the stakes are higher. But I do think, I desperately hope as well that the points totals are closer together than they were last season, however it pans out, just because it's more interesting, isn't it? There was a sense from about January, it's like, yeah, Liverpool are just going to romp this, aren't they? And then they did. But hopefully those gaps have closed, and as you say, who knows, maybe it will take Liverpool a little bit of time to adjust to the kind of slightly different style and the change of personnel. Who knows? But I do think as well, though, that if we do get an actual entertaining relegation battle, or one that threatens to have a little bit of variation in it, because it's been a while since we've actually had that will be a really welcome return.
Says the Arsenal fan at the top of the table.
Indeed. But it's...
Who would you like to see in there? Man United?
Fulham.
Yeah,
actually, yeah, Fulham and Man United is what I'd like to see. No, I mean, so let's... It probably only really takes one of the promoted teams to do surprisingly well, right? And then that makes it a little bit more chaotic. Who knows? Maybe Bournemouth will replace 4 of the 5 defenders they had last season with 4 absolute disasters. Maybe they'll get it so wrong that the front of the team's brilliant, the back end of the team is terrible. A friend of mine is a West Ham fan. I saw him the other day, asked him how he feels about the next season, and he just refused to talk to me about it. So I think that sort of tells its own story. I think there's a lot of kind of pessimism within the fan base, and they're worried that things could take a little bit of a slide there. I think they'll be fine, personally. Wolves have lost players and not replaced them. I think the manager's kind of canny and wily enough that they'll probably be fine, but he's also got quite a chaotic history, so you never know. There might be a team who gets sucked in there and make it entertaining and make it so that it isn't obviously the 3 promoted teams that come up. So from a neutral perspective, and maybe an evil neutral perspective, as you've touched on, Marcus, I think it's very possible that could be fun, just if we have one again at all, because it'll feel a bit like a novelty.
All right, coming up after this, which other footballers get the Rob Lee treatment?
Yes, as Marcus hinted at before the break, last week Luke said that Rob Lee was one of the few footballers who always gets called by their full name. Our friends on Discord have come up with a few more examples. El Chinito and the notorious BMT suggested Ben Mee. Absolutely, definitely agree with that. Moon suggested Joe Cole and JJ Okocha. And From Our Ball suggested Solly March, which I know you're a fan of that one, Vish.
Yeah, the Solly March one is pretty common. Okocha was, I feel like he was often given the Okocha moniker on comms, so I don't get that. Ben Mee is spot on because it just sounds weird, isn't it? Passes to me. What, you? Like, it's just, you know, it just sounds weird to say it as a commentator, or even just say it in normal conversation. I was trying to think of. I kept going to brothers. Philip Neville.
Any Cole. Phil Neville. Gary
Any Cole.
Yeah, but I think with Gary Neville, I think you could just say Neville. At the time, I feel it's those with one syllable first and second names, as in 1 syllable each name, or those who have very common names. So Andy Cole, Joe Cole, Ashley Cole. You couldn't just say Cole. And Keane as well. Roy Keane, Robbie Keane. They're never just Keane. So I feel it is there's a little bit of that going on. Pele, Paul Pele? No, just Pele. You've always called him by his first full name, Pele. So I think that there are some ones that we do. I mean, I feel like Hannah Hampton became one in the Euros.
That's a good one. That's a really good one. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah. It's pleasing to say, isn't it?
If the iteration is good, as it is as well, it's another one.
Yeah. Also worth noting that Hannah is an anagram of
It is, Jim.
which sort of explains some of her quite demonic behaviour in the
Demonic?
shootout. Yeah, chucking that bottle away. Maybe demonic's harsh.
As a Christian, I'm
but, you
pushing
know.
back on that. Yeah.
And you're right to Marcus. Yeah.
Chucking the I forget the Spanish keeper's name. Bottle away was lovely work. I thought that Alisson might do that.
Fantastic.
Because Dean Henderson obviously had them written down, but
Dean Henderson had his Dean Henderson had his like swaddled in his towel, didn't he? Because he kept opening it up like he was checking if his baby was still asleep.
Alisson is a strong Christian, so he wouldn't get involved in demonic behaviour, would he, Jim?
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Perhaps the word I was looking for is devious. With apologies to Nuhaha Hampton.
Very good.
Oh, there's a lot of deviousness in the Bible, famous.
Yeah, there really is. There really is. But it doesn't end on that note, most importantly. Now, Vish, you have the final question.
I do, and I feel like I've set myself up to be nominated in this, but it comes from Barney on Insta. Who is the biggest prat of the 2020s in football?
I mean, there is only one answer here. There are notable mentions, but if anybody suggests anyone other than Gianni Infantino, they are wrong. they are incorrect.
You're so right.
It is the answer.
Yeah.
Like, seldom on the mailbag do you get an answer where all you hear is when somebody says it, you hear bing, 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 bing. You know, that is...
Yeah.
If this was Family Fortune and you go up first, and I'm in the room that's all the noise is cancelled out, and so you say that answer, which is the top score, Gianni Infantino.
Yeah.
I go out for my go. I will also say Gianni Infantino, and that gets struck off. And my next one would be Amanda Staveley.
Oh, that's a nice one. Yeah,
that is a nice one.
That's a good one.
Yeah,
worthy, very worthy of a mention there.
Yeah, because Infantino's behaviour is obviously sort of this despotic and terrible, and is kind of really compromising the very soul of the sport that he's supposed to be a custodian of. But it is also, it's just really embarrassing, isn't it? The way he goes about it.
Jim, the
It's
trainers
practice.
in the suit on the Club World Cup.
Yeah, you hate the trainers.
Which is point in the case.
A lot of people wear trainers with a suit, and it looks absolutely fine. But you're right. Something about the way he does it, just, what are you doing?
Yeah. It's just so piss poor. But, I mean, that's the thin end of the wedge. Some of the stuff he came out during the Qatar World Cup. Anyway...
Giving the trophy to his maiden competition that he's pushed hard for. No one wants to do it. And the moment Donald Trump goes, "Can I have that?" he just goes, "Yeah, actually you can." It's just weak as well.
Oh dear. Oh dear. What about Neil Maupay?
Yeah.
Desperately trying to be like, "Oh, I'm Mr. Shithouse." Yeah, get a load, and that's why it's pratty. A shithouse just gets on with it.
because it's not always been the case, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a fairly new thing. It's like, you know what, I can make myself a bit interesting here. Exactly, yeah, I'm going to rebrand myself as a prat.
Yeah.
Some of us have earned that. Some of us have been doing that our whole lives, Neil.
Yeah, exactly.
Could I nominate someone who it isn't necessarily a derogatory prat, but Emi Martinez? Would you describe that as pratty?
I think the difference with Martinez and Maupay is because I think Martinez is better at getting in people's heads with it, and therefore it gives you a competitive advantage.
Martinez won the World Cup doing it.
Indeed.
And the Golden Glove.
Neil Maupay's.
Yeah, Maupay got a move to Marseille. And Marseille are a fine club.
It's interesting you say that, but Martinez did only win the World Cup because of Neil Maupay. Because he, of course, injured Bernd Leno. Emi Martinez then got into the team at Arsenal, won the FA Cup, got his move to Villa, got called up to the Argentina national team, and obviously the rest is very confusing history.
I don't think Emi Martinez is a prat. I think he's I think he lives the sort of shithousery a bit more and is more effective. I tell you what, if Luke was here, I reckon Luke would say Sean Dyche
or Gary Cottrell, which is also a strong answer.
I put those words in Luke's mouth. I honestly don't think he'll mind, but Sean Dyche can come out with some pratty stuff.
Yeah, I think there's often some performative masculinity from Dyche, but also he was a quite vocal Remainer as well. There are things about Dyche I do like, but at the same time, the whole kind of jacket off in the snow thing is a bit tedious, isn't it?
I quite like that because I'm a bloody bloke.
Well, Donnarumma has responded with a lengthy social media post where he said, quote, "From the first day I arrived, I gave everything on and off the pitch to earn my place and defend the goal of Paris Saint-Germain. Unfortunately, someone has decided that I can no longer be a part of the group and contribute to the team's success. I am disappointed and disheartened." Well, when it has to do with anything PSG, we have to bring in our Julien Laurent, who I'm sure Nadim is very happy to see. But Jules, this is definitely getting nasty. It was all going well and good for both of them just a few months ago, winning the Champions League together and whatnot. Now we know PSG have signed Lucas Chevalier. We're seeing the two comments that Luis Enrique and Donnarumma have had to say. How did we get here?
It's a great question. I mean, I think we got here to start with by the fact that Donnarumma only had 1 year left on his contract. And with 12 months to go, PSG would not have let him go on a free. Obviously, they had talks back in from January onwards about an extension. Donnarumma was quite clear on what he wanted financially, a big pay rise on a contract that is the last contract like he has in the club right now in the squad. The others have low wage base, if you want, with a lot of incentives. So Zabarni, who just signed, for example, is on 4 million a year. That could go up to 8 million depending on individual and collective performances. Donnarumma still had the old contract where he's on 10 million a year, and that's it. No more, no incentive. And the club wanted to change that. And for him to be like everybody else, he didn't want that. He still wanted to earn more money than the 10 million a year. He wanted around 15 million a year. And at some point, the club were already, when things were not as good as what we saw in the second half of the season, we're thinking we need somebody different, somebody better with the ball at his feet, with better distribution. Sometimes Donnarumma puts us in trouble a little bit under pressure because his distribution is not good enough for this level, for what Luis Enrique wants the team to do. And as great and as amazing as Donnarumma has been on his line as a goalkeeper, with the ball it was very different. And when Luis Enrique says we wanted a different profile, Chevalier is that different profile because he's much better with the ball at his feet.
Well, I know that Nadim's our VIP guest today, but Shaka, we're talking goalkeepers, so I have to come to you. What do you make of this situation and what Jules and both Luis Enrique have had to say?
Well, I sympathise with both camps here. And on the one hand, Donnarumma has kind of proven that he's one of the best goalkeepers in world football. You saw the importance of the team in PSG's Champions League win of last season. But with a year left on his contract, I guess he's entitled to ask for whatever he wants. That's his calling. PSG then have to make a decision as to whether they pay him that or not. Quite clearly, they've said no. They want to get some money back for him. So therefore, he's been made available for a transfer. And that's just part and parcel of being a football club and football business. Now, and again, Luis Enrique, again, well within his rights to not include him if they're determined to get rid of him by the end of the transfer window. They've already brought in Chevalier. Again, kind of thinking succession planning in that way. And now it's a standoff that I think has kind of escalated or been amplified. One, maybe because we're talking about the Champions League winners, the current Champions League winners. We're also talking about one of the best goalkeepers in world football. But other than that, this is just football business in any other day of the week.
Nadim, what do you think? Because as we were just pointing out, less than 3 months ago, it seemed like all was well and good in the hood, winning Champions League together, winning things in France together. Are you surprised with how it seems like it's ending between the two?
Not necessarily. I think the criticisms of Donnarumma have been apparent for a few years now. But the success that they had last season, not in particular, obviously to mention him as well, in that back half of the Champions League, you can remember some of the big moments that he had, which propelled PSG through to the latter stages. But it wasn't necessarily stuff with his feet. And, you know, there's a camp that says it should just be about making saves. I totally get that. But when we're talking about a team that's just won the Champions League that want to try and get to the very next level, well, in 2025, it's having 11 players who are all very capable with their feet. And I know that you went to Xhaka first because he's goalkeeper. I get that.
Listen,
but there's also a psychology to this because as the defender, if you trust your goalkeeper wholeheartedly, you play a different type of game. Because when you roll the ball back to them, you trust them to know that they'll make the right decision. But if there's any doubt whatsoever, you play a different type of game. So I think it's interesting it's like this. And for Donnarumma as well, in the post, it's weird how he says someone has decided that I cannot be part of the group. Is this about Enrique or is it about something else? Like, as Jules has said, from the financial side of things, is it coming from higher? And in reality, we might never find out.
Jules, what is it? Picking up on what Nadim said, is it Luis Enrique that's someone or is there more behind the scenes that we don't know about?
I think it's Luis Enrique, who, as we said, wanted a different profile, better with the ball at his feet, better on crosses. Let's not forget, I didn't say it earlier in my first answer, but Donnarumma's main weakness is not so much the distribution, where he's okay-ish. It's more that he doesn't come out on corners or wild free kicks. That PSG have conceded a lot of goals. Remember the season before last, the semi-final against Dortmund, for example, the quarter-final against Barcelona, when they still went through. But still, he has issues on crosses. And Chevalier has not those weaknesses. He's a younger goalkeeper. He will have more pressure on him. He doesn't have the experience that Donnarumma has. He hasn't won what Donnarumma has won, the Euro, the Champions. I get that, but PSG wanted to go in a different direction. Also because there was just no agreement with Donnarumma. I think if there'd been an agreement found 2 months ago, he would have stayed. The thing is, they just could not agree either on what that extension would look like. And I think right now, there's nobody to blame really, because there's a different profile that Luis Enrique wants, and Donnarumma had demands through his agent Enzo Raiola, and PSG said no to the demands that they had financially, and maybe other clubs would say yes, maybe they would say no. But for Donnarumma, he would either stay and be on the bench the whole season at best, because he might even have been in the stands, or trying to find another club right now.
I've got to say, Jules is the perfect person for this, yeah? Because I don't know if he's told you this before, but he's Paris born and bred. I don't know if you know that.
Oh.
I don't know if you know that, Shaq. I don't know if you know that. But he's Paris born and bred, yeah. PSG is his club. Mm-hmm. And the way that he's talking about this really shows that he's known for a while that maybe Donnarumma hasn't been the perfect goalkeeper for the situation. Because if he was, he'd be fighting to the death down that camera right now.
Oh, for sure.
But instead, he's more accepting of it and understanding that the team needs to find that change to go to that next level. And we're talking about distribution. He's talking about crosses, he's naming games, he's naming incidents, things which obviously Jules can't let go of. But he's the perfect person for it. And I think in some ways that he's great to have on this panel.
Jules, a tough man to please, especially when it comes to Paris and PSG. Who'd have thought? But Jules, speaking of this now, the stuff that you guys just mentioned as well, that Donnarumma has been criticised for not necessarily being that good with his feet. We look at the rumours that he was linked with Manchester United just a few weeks ago. Now we hear that Manchester City want in on him. But if it's one thing we know, Pep Guardiola loves a goalkeeper that's excellent with his feet. So why Man City, and what's the likelihood of that even happening?
Yeah, again, it's a great question. I mean, we talked a little bit off air before the show with Nadem about it. Right now, there are two clubs who are kind of keen on him. The first one is Manchester United, and the second one is Manchester City too. I think a lesser degree, although they are more advanced in their talk, especially with PSG and with Donnarumma's agent, than Manchester United, who still have the Onana issue. They need to obviously offload the Onana before signing Donnarumma. I mean, for City, they need to offload Ederson before even thinking about signing Donnarumma. But everything we just said about Donnarumma at PSG and what Luis Enrique didn't like, there is no way that Pep Guardiola would think, yeah, he's a great goalkeeper for me. I mean, Nedum and I know Joe Hart really well, especially Neds. And Joe Hart was just not made for a Pep Guardiola style of football and team. Donnarumma is not really made for that either, for everything that we've just explained. So City to spend 15 million a year in wages, plus between 40 and 15 million pounds in transfer fee for somebody who is not really the profile at all for what Pep Guardiola would want and what Pep Guardiola has signed as goalkeepers before. If you look at Ederson, Ortega, and even Trafford now, they are better with the ball at their feet than Donnarumma will ever be. They're better on crosses than Donnarumma will ever be. And yeah, okay, on his line, he's the best in the world. There's just no that. Him and Courtois on the line, incredible. But for the rest, it's just not a Pep Guardiola player.
Nathan, what do you think of this? Because Jules is not the only one that has off-camera chats with you. We were talking about this, and there's not often that you question Man City or Pep Guardiola's decisions, but this is one that you question.
Yeah, I think so. And I think it's because of what Jules has said, because we remember the time when Joe Hart, someone who's an icon for Manchester City, basically was told that he's not the right player for a Pep Guardiola side. And in terms of what happened in the years to come, yes, there were some issues with that, with, for example, Claudio Bravo. But this all led to an Ederson, somebody who's transformed the way that City play their football, a huge part of the success over the last, say, 5-6 years. So now you see Donnarumma coming in and he feels like he has more in common with a Joe Hart than he does with an Ederson. And so I don't necessarily see that, especially with Trafford coming in. At the moment, you've got Ederson, you've got Ortega, and you've got Bettinelli coming in as number 3 as well. I don't see that angle, but to give Donnarumma credit, when that graphic went up, I forgot he's 26 years old. That is so young for a goalkeeper. So maybe if he is linked with the club in a realistic way, maybe Guardiola believes that he could turn him into something, which maybe isn't right now, but that's me really trying to be super optimistic.
Shaka, what do you think? Because you are our goalkeeping expert. 26 years old, still very young. He's not the best at his feet now in terms of what Pep would want, but is there plenty of time to mould him into that goalkeeper that Pep would want?
Not in the way that Pep would want. There's plenty of time to make him better with his feet, but not in the way that Pep Guardiola would want. And Nedum is right to bring up Claudio Bravo, because from the time this Donnarumma with Manchester City link kind of popped up, the first thing that came to my mind was Claudio Bravo, who came from Barcelona under Luis Enrique. A Barcelona that won the league with Claudio Bravo, but they played Ter Stegen in the Champions League. They also won the Champions League that year, I think I'm right in saying. Pep goes out, gets Claudio Bravo, and because of his inability to play with his feet, and saying that, Bravo's a little bit older when he arrived at Manchester City. Seeing that, I thought Claudio Bravo at that point was better with his feet than Donnarumma is right now, and still struggled to fit the bill for Pep Guardiola and Manchester City. So it makes so little sense to me that Donnarumma is now linked with Manchester City. And to Nedum's previous point, it changes the way City will have to play. Because while Ederson was one of the best in the world with his feet, you can maybe question his shot stopping. It's a totally opposite dynamic with Donnarumma. So if PSG and Luis Enrique are trying to play in a different way, if Manchester City signed Donnarumma, they too now have to play in a very different way.
Well, Jules, you're close to all of the whispers and rumours at PSG, so finish this sentence for me. Come September, Gianluigi Donnarumma will be playing for?
Manchester United.
Oh!
Oh, you okay, Alexis? He's quite happy with that.
Yeah, he's just trying to keep you happy, sure.
Go to the lines to speak to Michael, who's a Manchester United fan. All right, Michael, good evening. Welcome to the show.
Good evening.
Hello, Michael.
You all right?
Hiya. Yeah, I'm all right. Yeah, I think from a football point of view, I want, we had this situation before, and there's been other players. This is a manufacturer deal. There's no way this player is worth over 100 million quid. There's only one player or two players that I can remember who's worth that sort of money. Ronaldo, Messi. This guy is nowhere near that class.
Well, that's irrelevant.
It's the modern climate. He's a centre forward who scores goals. They are in.
They've turned down 110.
So he is worth over 100 million.
But the thing I hate, the fact I feel sorry for Newcastle.
Yeah.
Because they've got the money, they can't spend it. PSR. How is the Premier League meant to be the best league in the world when clubs can't spend their money? They
a Man United fan feeling sorry for Newcastle, a bit patronising it. I feel
I'm
sorry
just saying, in generally, though, if we're meant to have the best league, everyone should be able to spend whatever they want. If they got the money, like the Saudis have got the money, they could spend whatever they want. It makes it good for football, doesn't it? You want the best team.
Personally, yes.
Michael, I couldn't agree with you more, honestly, because it's making sure that the top six is even more difficult, virtually impossible, to break into that.
How are Newcastle ever going to challenge for a title consistently if they cannot spend their money? And every time they get in the Champions League, what they are, and they have a player, their star player being touted around by one of the biggest clubs in the world, and he acts like this. I don't know where Newcastle go from here. I don't know how they're ever going to try and challenge.
They've hit the glass ceiling.
Unless they spend the money, unless PSR rules.
Yes, unless they change. They said that the PSR was brought in, obviously, to stop rogue owners, making clubs go to the wall. The Leeds United situation where they spent money they didn't have. There's no other business in the world where you would be stopped spending money on your own business.
No.
But the reason it's happening now is because it ring fences the teams at the top, and you can't spend like your club, Chelsea. You can't spend like Man City.
No, it's changed.
But that made, Michael's right, that made the Premier League more competitive. I'm a Gooner, right? I want Gooner obviously to win the title. But for the Premier League, I want 6 or 7 teams to be able to win the Premier League because of the jeopardy it gives you in the season. And that's not going to happen. And Eddie Howe's frustration will be, which he knows, he has taken Newcastle as far as what they can.
It feels like it, doesn't it? It does feel.
Because they'd have to be in the Champions League 6 or 7 years on the trot to get the money in to then be able to go and spend it. Indeed. So they have to look at the PSR rules and like feeling sorry for Newcastle.
I know what you mean. But yes, there is a certain amount of if that was Chelsea or Arsenal, you think, why can't we go and spend that money on? And Villa are very in a similar some kind of position. Let's go back to the lines. Let's go and speak to Scotty, who's a Liverpool fan. All right, Scott.
How you going, guys? You all right?
Hello, Scott. All right, matey. How are you feeling about the scenario with Isak?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm actually going to side with the players, to be honest, because the clubs are always, I say always, but a lot of the time they're quite happy to move on players without the player wanting to go, right? We're seeing it now. Rasmus Højlund at United, he wants to stay and fight, but United want to sell him. He ain't got a choice, and they'll take a hit on him. We've seen it before with others as well. So for me, it was Andy Carroll when he came to us. He didn't want to leave Newcastle when the whole Torres Carroll thing. He's spoken about it numerous times, Andy Carroll. He had no choice. They wanted the money. So why is it that the players now the one in the wrong? At the end of the day, the clubs will happily get rid of these players. So I don't think it's very fair.
Would you feel the same?
And not to mention, he's going to get 140 million for Newcastle. People might say about Trent and Liverpool fans and what we were saying. He was a local lad and he went on a free. We didn't get any money. Isaac's Swedish and he's about to get his club 140 million. A record.
Did you think that Trent did the right thing?
No, I don't.
No, you just contradict yourself.
He gaslighted us fans.
No, you've just contradicted yourself because you just said that clubs want to get rid of players. They have no choice.
Yep.
So Liverpool will get rid of players that they didn't want anymore. They're surplus to requirements.
We wanted Trent.
Now you're saying no, but now you're saying that players can do what they want because clubs do it to them. But you're saying because it's your club,
I'm saying
it's wrong.
Shouldn't get all the blame. I'm saying they shouldn't get all the blame.
Why did you blame Trent Alexander-Arnold then?
Say that again.
Why did you blame Trent Alexander-Arnold? Because his contract ran out?
Because he gaslighted us fans by not coming out saying... He said to us the season before he left that he was going to go to Madrid and all the rest of it. We would have happily accepted that. Don't lead us on, pretend you're going to sign a contract and all the rest of it, then leave on a free.
Well, no.
He's been learning Spanish for 2 years.
Yeah, but
learning Spanish for 2 years. So don't come out and say he only made a decision over the summer.
Yeah, but you're contradicting yourself. You're saying that players can do what they want because clubs do what they want to them, but you're saying, but not Trent Alexander-Arnold.
I'm saying they shouldn't get all the blame.
Well, don't blame Trent Alexander-Arnold then.
We're seeing it now with Rasmus Højlund.
Yeah, but he can stay.
Andy Carroll.
No, but Rasmus Højlund can stay. If he says, no, I'm going to stay...
Exactly. He doesn't want to go, but United are trying to get him to go, I think, to AC Milan, right? He's already come out saying he doesn't want to go.
But he can stay and fight for his place because he'll have a 3 or 4 year contract.
Well, You don't know that. We don't know that. It looks like they want rid of him. And as I say, the one to go to all this is Andy Carroll. He's spoken about it 3 or 4 times in the last 10, 15 years, or whatever it was. He did not want to leave Newcastle. He just bought a house.
Right.
He did not want to leave Newcastle. He's happy to sign a new contract, but Newcastle wanted the money.
Michael, so
he was forced out. He was forced out.
Take a breath. Isak comes to you, right? Yeah. And it's the food chain because Liverpool are further up the food chain. We all know that, right? Which is fair enough.
Yes.
So when he's at yours and Real Madrid, like Trent Alexander-Arnold's gone, is above the food chain than Liverpool.
Why is Real Madrid going to come in for Isak? He'll be 29 in 2 years, 3 years. Why are they going to come in for a 29-year-old?
Because they're not bothered about selling him.
Isak's peak years is right now, hence why he wants to go to the best team
Real
in England.
Madrid aren't bothered about sell-ons. They're bothered about 2 or 3 or 4 years, right? So Isak has 2 good seasons for you, right? And you win the title, and he goes, Real Madrid in for me.
Then we win the title, we win the Champions League.
I'm going on strike. I don't want to play for Liverpool anymore. You would understand that.
Okay, but you're saying as if I've not seen this before. I've seen it with Mascherano, I've seen it with Coutinho, I've seen it with Sterling, I've seen it with Torres.
So you understand it?
Like you say, it's the food chain. It happens. But what I'm saying is you can't always just blame the player because as we've seen with other players, when they wanted to stay and fight for their place, they've had no choice and their clubs have pushed them on. And we're seeing it currently right now, as I said to you. I can't keep going around in circles on it. All I'm saying is, at the end of the day, like you say, I agree with you, Perry. There is a food chain, okay? And obviously Isak knows he's 26. The next 2-3 years, that's his best peak time. That's his career's best. So we're going to have it. Perfect. He wants to go to Madrid at 29. Good luck to him. But I don't think they'll come in for him at 29 anyway.
I just wonder whether Isak also feels as though is he being priced out of a move? You know, £110 million. You know, what is a player worth? He's worth whatever a club's prepared to pay, right?
Yeah, but also what we've said is that Newcastle can't spend their money, right, for the PSR rules.
Yep.
But they don't need them. They're one of the few clubs in the world that don't need the money. So they could, it's power, they could dig their heels in and say, we're not going to be dictated to.
When does that work, digging heels in to prove a point?
But Isak, if he stays at Newcastle, he's not going to play.
No. I just wonder whether this is a terrible situation Newcastle found themselves in. but I genuinely feel the only way out of it is to move him on.
The thing is, it's a little bit self-inflicted because he was told he was going to have a new contract. He's only on training grant. Quite rightly, he wants 200 grand a week. That's what
if they just turned down £110 million, why haven't they given him a contract that replicates that or reflects that in his wages?
Yeah, because they had a sporting director, was it Paul Mitchell, that went in and went, no, he's got 4 years left. Right. We don't have to give you that. Right. So then that's kept in his head.
Yeah.
But I still think, I disagree with Michael completely, there's still a way that you can conduct yourself.
No, of course, but I still think, but Michael does have a point about, you can control your own destiny. If a club wants you out, they can ostracise you.
Right, yeah, but he turned against Trent Alexander-Arnold.
No, of course, that's where you're right. He is a hypocrite. That's where he is a hypocrite.
Exactly.
I agree with that. Let's go and speak to James, who is a Newcastle fan. All right, Jimbo. James, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Hello, James.
Calling straight through.
Oh, excellent stuff. Maybe it's your lucky day.
Well, all I wanted to say was around the Isak situation. It's a terrible one for Newcastle, but I do think at this point, I agree with what you said. We need to start thinking about conceding. I mean, at this point, it's making us look equally as embarrassing as the situation itself. We had a good offer on the table. We could have taken it. We could have used it wisely. Isak has clearly made his bed very clear. I think Newcastle are stuck between a rock and a hard place in this situation, because I get they're trying to make a point of not being the club that bends over for the players' requests by throwing the toys out of the pram a bit, but at the same time we are doing it in a way that's not conducting ourselves in a good light at all, if I'm being honest.
Do you think, let me ask you this then, James, because I think that offer's on the table, right? Then Liverpool apparently have said, look, we're not going to make an improved offer. Newcastle in that time were probably trying to say, right, if we can get someone in, we can negotiate with Liverpool. But the problem you've had, you've not been in that position where someone has filled potentially the boots that Isak's going to leave. And
I agree, and I think that's double-fold in what I'm saying, which is we clearly have got some internal issues, and I don't think that as many callers as call in, as many times we speak about it, I don't think we know half the truth of what's going on inside Newcastle at the moment. I think there's bigger issues at board level where we are not in a position to have talks with players that want bright futures, and clearly the conversations aren't painting a good picture, aren't making people want to join us. I'm a level-headed Newcastle fan. I mean, I haven't got the accent to back it up, but look, I appreciate the fact that we've come away from being a regular relegation battle team. I'm happy with where we are. I don't think we're going to be pushing for Premier League titles anytime soon. I don't think we're going to be pushing for Champions League football trophies anytime soon. But to see us where we are now, I'm really proud. And I think fans should remember where we've come from.
James, did the thing not worry you, though, with your manager, Eddie Howe, that his frustration is, I've taken Newcastle as far as I can take them? Because he knows that, as you said there, you can't attract the players. And the problem you have now as well with Isak is you need to get a centre-forward in before he goes. If you're going to do it, you've got to do it very quickly. But then if you get a centre-forward in before he's going to be sold, Liverpool then sit there and go, actually, you've got to sell him. We don't need to increase that £110 million offer. So it's a very, very difficult situation that the club's in.
It is a very difficult situation, but if we're not careful, I think the situation is only going to ostracise the price further. And in fact, we've got a situation where if we end up stuck with him for a year in this situation, I don't see his value going up.
No, and also I tell you what, the best for everyone, and it's going to be hard for Newcastle fans to take, is to move him on. And you're right.
I wholeheartely agree.
I think that, and there has to be a moment where everyone sits around the table and says, right, let's resolve this, because can you imagine that, when that window shuts, if Alexander Isak is a Newcastle player, that 6 months going into January is going to be hell for Newcastle. It's going to be murder for Eddie Howe, because actually, you think about it, the transfer window opens on the 1st of Jan. Around about 6-7 weeks' time, the conversation starts again, because we start creeping into November, and all of a sudden the window's open in 2 months. And that, I just feel, if you can cut the umbilical cord now, separate now, do the best for both. It'll be the best for Newcastle, it's the best for Isak, and the best for Liverpool. And I think everyone just needs to bang their heads together.
But also, though, if Newcastle dig their heels in because the owners don't need the money and they don't want to be told what to do, right? If Isak,
they bite the nose off to spite.
No, but if Isak comes
what's
back,
the good of that though?
Isak
going to get
back,
them, Perry?
If Isak comes back,
yeah.
And I said before, if he scores 3 goals, first 3 games, 4 goals, Newcastle fans won't be happy at first. Then they'll be okay. And Eddie Howe would think, I'll deal with that again in January.
I just think it'd be a cloud. I don't know. I don't know what that. Yeah. I don't know how we see the best of Isak, and it won't take that long for Newcastle fans. What if he doesn't score? What if 3 games in he ain't scored?
Well, then he'll get the stick that he deserves.
Yeah, fine. But then how does anyone win from Newcastle perspective?
Yeah, but Isak if he comes back, right, and he doesn't go, he's not going to sulk and say I ain't playing, because he needs to keep his stock high. So he still needs to keep scoring goals.
I'm not saying he doesn't, but I just feel as though that I don't know. I just think now is the time to do it. The window. What have we done? 19 days left. Come on, 19 days. Less than 2 weeks. Less than 3 weeks now. Get this deal done somehow.
You sounded like Jimmy James and the Vagabonds there. Now is the time.
Yeah, feels
to
like
get things right.
Get it done. Get it moving on. What do you think, Newcastle fans and Liverpool fans? 03717223344. You are listening to the Sports Bar here. We're TalkSport Bet. Download the new TalkSport betting app today. 18 plus. BeGambleAware.org.
The Sports Bar with Jamie O'Hara and Jason Cundy. Monday to Thursday nights from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
But from a tight angle, Rodrigo finds it back of the net.
Close game, that one.
Close game, indeed, as you can see by the match stats. All right, well, Jules, looking at this game, any insights of how Xabi Alonso's Real Madrid will look? Are we any closer to seeing what the finished product will be?
Yeah, I think, first of all, this is the only friendly that they would have before the start of La Liga, which, considering the opposition, is slightly weird. It's a strange game to have gone all the way to this tiny club in Austria who's never finished higher than 6th in the league to play their only friendly this summer. But hey, this is their decision. I know them said 4-0, they will be happy with that. We saw a different system in the second half with the back three. We saw Tchouaméni being quite hybrid like we saw in the Club World Cup in the first half too, although they didn't really need to be. This is how the team started, and again, Tchouaméni with that kind of free role, sometimes coming between Huijsen and Militao. We saw a proper back three without Tchouaméni in the second half. We know that Trent and Carreras are 2 very attacking wing backs or full backs, depending on exactly how you play. And I think that hybrid system, if you want, back 3, back 4, could work really well for them. The Vinicius, Mbappe, and Brahim in this case, it could have been somebody else, worked well. And then there's Arda Güler. What we saw at the Club World Cup was quite promising from him in that kind of midfield. Would he be a little bit like another Luka Modric? Certainly in terms of passing, I agree with Xhaka. That was not a cross for Mbappe or ball for Mbappe. That was a shot. But I think he will have that creativity from midfield that could work really well. That's why I think Real Madrid are going to win the league this year.
Oh, well, Jules, still once again, no Rodrigo, even in a preseason game in the starting 11, despite also scoring a goal. Is it just really over for him, even though it's a new manager coming in?
Yeah, I think Xabi Alonso will be very happy to keep him and just to have him as another option on the bench like we saw today. He came on, took his goal really well, great movement, great understanding with Mbappe. And that's why we'll bring you. It's more, again, we go back to being a World Cup year. Rodrigo can't have a season where he starts 10 La Liga games, for example. He's just too good for that. And he's got a place to cement within, not just the Brazil squad, but the Brazil starting 11 with Carlo Ancelotti for the World Cup. So he can't afford to have a season where he spends more time on the bench than on the pitch. So that's the decision that he would have to make. I'm sure Xabi Alonso would want to keep a player of his quality, of his talent, but I think the ball is more in his court than in the Real Madrid court until they decide of how much money they want for him, because again, they might price him out.
All right, well, Real Madrid have been busy on and off the pitch, actually, putting out a bit of a complaint today because, as we know, La Liga have put in, I suppose, not really a petition, but suggested the idea of Villarreal playing their game against Barcelona in Miami. Well, Real Madrid pretty much had a long statement arguing that it alters the competitive balance of the league and grants an undue sporting advantage to Barcelona, as it will be one less away game for them compared to everyone else. Well, Fernando Roig, who is the Villarreal president, responded by saying this: "We haven't beaten Barcelona at our stadium, and we've beaten them several times at theirs in recent years, so perhaps we have a better chance. We beat them there this year, for example. If we play on a football pitch in good condition, then there's no adulteration." Unlike Real Madrid to complain about things. Nato, what do you think about this one? Villarreal, Barcelona, Miami, unfair advantage. Do you see the point in Real Madrid's argument?
I see the argument that it's trying to make, but is it the argument just because it's Barcelona? If it was another team, say, further down the table, would it be led in the same way? Would it be something he's prepared to just move on from? I can see where we're coming from, and I think football itself, from the global standpoint, is probably going to get to a situation where this happens more often. Mm-hmm. And if Real Madrid were going to be the team playing in Miami, would the complaints be there from Real Madrid? Because, you know, whenever they travel, they have a competitive advantage because people want to come and see them.
Yep.
You know? So, Real Madrid complaining, it's probably the first time this year, it won't be the last. I kind of get that. And logically, I see where they're coming from, but I don't fully buy into that argument. And I think the fact that the president of Villarreal has spoken in that way is very important because they're the ones who were actually involved. And for Perez, he's talking like he's trying to stick up for Villarreal. Villarreal are fine. They're completely fine. And if that's something that they're prepared to do and they understand, and they've been very good in terms of having that discussion with the fans about what they're going to do to help them get over there, or what they're going to do if they can't get over there, that's great. That's their situation. I don't think they need Real Madrid to speak up for them to say woe to me as such.
Yeah, if Villarreal are okay with it, should we just play ball, Shaka?
No, I actually think the Madrid complaint has some warrant to it.
Okay.
So some weight to it. And I say that because they're right. It is one less, and to your point, it's only because it's Barcelona.
Mm-hmm. And they're right to worry about their closest rivals.
As we sit right here, everybody is expecting that 1 and 2 in La Liga is going to be Real Madrid and Barcelona, and it may be close, and it may come down to 3 points. So I think Real Madrid have every right to feel a little bit aggrieved at this, and to the Villarreal statement about we haven't beaten Barcelona in so long, and I'll say I don't think that adds anything to it. I mean, if it were that simple, then just don't bother to play the game. But it's not. The issue for me is with Real Madrid as opposed to the complaint. Real Madrid have become the club that cry wolf. And now, even though I think that this complaint has merit to it, I've just heard so many complaints from Real Madrid that I just felt have been flimsy at best. That now that they have a good one, you just think of, just leave it alone, you know? And that for me is the frustration this time around. Not so much of the thing that it's unwarranted, that I'm just tired of them complaining at every single opportunity.
Jules, what do you think of it all? Do you see Real Madrid's points?
Yeah, I'm all for Real Madrid. I won't lie on this one. I just think there are rules. The rules are 19 games at home in your own stadium and 19 games away at the opposition stadium, not on neutral ground. It just doesn't work like this. And if you do it for two teams, you'll have to do it for everybody else. It's unfair. Whether Barca win or not, whether they usually win at Villarreal or lose away at Villarreal, it doesn't matter so much. These are the rules. It's 19 home games for everybody and 19 away games at the stadium of your opposition for everybody else. I just don't know why suddenly we make exception for Barcelona and Villarreal and everybody should accept it.
You know what, Jules? A little birdie told me that we were actually going to invite you to come cover that Villarreal-Barcelona game. But you know what?
I'm not available. I would only come to La Ceramica.
All right, well, I guess we're just going to have fun in Miami without you then. Nadam, you wanted to jump in.
I wanted to talk to Jules because I feel like the point that you're making is a very specific point around football. But the Real Madrid point, I think, is about Barcelona. So your point is a very pure one, but that's not their argument now.
But part of Real Madrid's argument is you ask the rest of the league, ask everybody else in the league, every other football club in the league to approve this. Because to Jules' point, you have 19 games at home, 19 away. If you want to sway from that, it shouldn't be a Tebas or La Liga decision. This should, every single club, regardless, not just Real Madrid, every single club should have a vote. Now, it may very well be 19 clubs vote that it's all right, and the one dissenting voice is Real Madrid, and that's fine. And then you move it, and Real Madrid, you say, well, you lost the vote. But every club should have a say as to whether this game or one fixture is moved.
Listen, I don't disagree with that, but I just think it's interesting sometimes when the argument you make is one that Real Madrid almost presented themselves as populists.
Yeah.
Because in reality, they are Real Madrid.
But Jules, talking about whose decision it should be, shouldn't it be Villarreal's ultimate decision then, considering they're the team that looks like they will be at the disadvantage because they know Barcelona will be heavily supported internationally?
Yeah, no, I think so. And you're right, if Villarreal agree and want to do it, there's obviously the money side for them. They will probably get quite a few millions to go and play that game in Miami, like Barcelona, probably less than Barcelona, but it has to be some sort of incentive, and also for their brand to be there in the US, on US soil with all the La Liga fans over there. I understand that. But I'm sure it's the same for Sevilla and Betis and Atletico Madrid and Real Madrid. In that case, everybody in La Liga would feel like, okay, what about me? Why they ask Barcelona and Villarreal and not me to go and play that game? So I just think, like Shaka said, everybody should be in agreement or disagreeing about it. I just think it's unfair. It's either you play one game for everybody outside of Spain, and fair enough, everybody's on the same page. But you can't have just 2 teams playing in Miami and the other 18 have their normal schedule like everybody else.
Yeah, I don't disagree with Jules. I don't disagree with Shaka as such. Like, because the whole idea of like football being global and having access to go to this place and that place, I do believe in fairness as such. But I'm also looking at it from the argument that Real Madrid are putting forward. And that's the thing which I'm going to address the most, because it doesn't feel like a real one to me. It's not about, say, for example...
You feel if it's another team that's not Barcelona?
I just don't think the energy is the same, even though it potentially could be. So that's why I think they're almost making it a competitive advantage in terms of their biggest rival, as you guys have mentioned. Whereas the guys are talking about it from a wider footballing context, which I'm totally on board with. Because if I was a fan of another team in La Liga, say it's Valencia and so on, say, well, why can't we do that? But then also to spin the other side. I don't think many fans want to see their team play away from their home. But that's a bigger conversation.
But let me ask this, as it comes to me now. What's the process for, say, moving stadiums during the season? Well, okay, the Camp Nou's refurbished run didn't finish before the end of last season, but it was supposed to. So, kind of just thinking through all the issues with this, could clubs similarly say, well, I'd prefer to play in front of 20,000 rather than 100,000? You know, kind of in the context of, you know, playing away or playing in the US as opposed to playing in Spain, playing in a small stadium, small compact stadium, as opposed to playing in a bigger, less intimidating stadium. What's the process for moving my home stadium in the middle of the season?
That's a good question. We're going to have to tackle it another time, though, because it's time to wrap this up. What we did learn, though, is that Jules is not invited to that game in Miami, but the rest of us hopefully will be. Bienvenidos en Miami. But guess what? La Liga is back in their rightful stadiums. This weekend, the new schedule is out here. It is all the games on ESPN+. We have a great team out there starting coverage in English, Spanish, and Portuguese, so make sure to watch. Saturday, though, Mallorca against Barcelona. Went Mallorca last year. Lovely place.
Alex in Liverpool this lunchtime, because Mr. Crook, we're talking about the Premier League launch. What does that involve?
We are, yeah. Good afternoon from the Titanic Hotel in Liverpool, of course, home city of the Premier League champions of last season. And we've got the dignitaries from the Premier League here this afternoon. I'm going to get a few minutes with Richard Masters, Chief Executive of the Premier League. No doubt Manchester City's 115 charges, and when we might hear the outcome of those will be high on the agenda. Howard Webb is going to talk me through the rule changes for the new season, including the fact goalkeepers will be punished if they hold on to the ball for more than 8 seconds with a corner given to the opposition team. We're going to be speaking to Ian Rush as well, Liverpool legend, and the former Manchester City and Liverpool goalkeeper David James to get his say on which of his former clubs are best equipped to win the title once more.
Alex, you being you, I know you've been busy before the launch gets underway proper. You've been on your phone. I cannot tell you the number of Newcastle, the number of Liverpool fans are in constant touch here. What is the latest? Is there one with Alexander Isak?
Well, no real change in that situation, Jim. Obviously, Alexander Isak has made it abundantly clear now to Newcastle that he wants to move, he wants to join Liverpool. They're waiting, I think, for the nod from Newcastle. They've got a replacement lined up, and therefore they'll come in with a fresh bid. Some dominoes are starting to fall into place. Bournemouth are looking for a replacement for Dongo Ouattara. That would enable Ouattara to join Brentford and free up Johan Wissa to make that move to Newcastle. I don't think he's really the Isak replacement. I think they'll need a second striker, maybe a big name striker, to come in and fill what would be a considerable void. What I can tell you in terms of positives for Newcastle, they completed the signing of Malik Chow, a centre-back from AC Milan, last night. He's a player that's been on their radar for several years now, so I know they're really pleased up at St James's Park to get that one over the line, and we're expecting their interest in Aston Villa midfielder Jacob Ramsey to ramp up as well. He's a player that I'm told Villa are willing to cash in on to help with their FFP situation, not necessarily in terms of Premier League PSR, but to ensure they stay on the right line of UEFA financial rules. So we expect movement there in the next 24, 48 hours.
Alex, let me throw that at Danny. Danny, Jacob Ramsey for Newcastle, potentially. What's your take?
I like him, yeah. He's one of the few players who's very, very good moving with the ball, going past people, glides with the ball. He's got good acceleration. He's had a problem staying fit, but he's a super talent. Don't think Villa fans would be particularly happy with that one.
Yeah. What else is bubbling under, Alex? Because obviously now we are where we are, the 13th, the 12th, 13th of the month. It really starts cranking up towards deadline day itself. You and I know that. Plenty of experience of it. Who do you think the movers and shakers are going to be going forward?
Well, I think there's a lot of clubs, Jim, who've kept their powder dry to this point. It seems to be that the big hitters and those newly promoted teams, and Sunderland in particular, who've dominated the market so far. Not much movement from the likes of Fulham or Crystal Palace, but we expect that to change. And Leeds United as well. Daniel Farke has been crying out publicly for a new number 9. We know they're interested in Rodrigo Muniz at Fulham, so are Atalanta over in Italy, but I think Fulham would be reluctant to lose him so late in the window without a replacement coming in. One player who looks set for a move to Leeds, though, is Dominic Calvert-Lewin. I reported a couple of days ago that this was one to keep an eye on. They held talks earlier in the summer when I think Calvert-Lewin's wage demands were much higher. Obviously, he's looked around, he's assessed his options, he's gone back to Leeds, and a medical has been booked. Leeds fans, I think, are a little bit underwhelmed by that, given Dominic Calvert-Lewin's injury record. But if he can stay fit on a free transfer, it might not be the worst signing in the world. In terms of Crystal Palace, Liverpool, we reported yesterday, had held exploratory talks for Mark Gay, so we're keeping a close eye on that one. But he's got a big decision to make, and I'll throw this at Danny Murphy. Obviously, Liverpool at any time, but particularly having just won the Championship, they've spent big money to strengthen this summer. They're a difficult team to turn down, Danny, but you've got Virgil van Dijk there, you've got Ibrahima Konate. They're going to be Liverpool's first-choice centre-back pairing when fit. Is it a risk in a World Cup year for Mark Gay to go to Anfield and possibly be third in line?
Well, it depends how confident he is in himself, because the reality is, with Konate having 1 year left, there's a good chance that Liverpool might try and cash in on him in January if Gay comes in. But even if they keep him, there's going to be 60 plus games. Virgil's another year older. They very rarely can give him a rest. That will allow them to do so in a more comfortable place, because Gay's terrific pace, experience, been captain at Palace for a couple of years. So I don't think the amount of games is going to be a problem. And also the long-term picture for him, he'll probably think that he's going to be playing with him after Konate leaves. You know, he's probably looking at it that way, right? I know he'll want to play in the World Cup, but I think he will anyway. I think he'll get enough games. I don't see that as a problem, though.
Alex, actually, just before you joined us, the three of us were in discussion here about Bournemouth virtually selling the heart of their defence, Zabani, to PSG, Housen to Real Madrid, and Kerkes to Liverpool. What's the latest there? Because they are going to have to get names, get bodies over the line.
Yeah, they're another team that I'd expect to be busy in the final weeks of the window. Obviously, they lost Milos Kerkez to Liverpool as well. They replaced him pretty quickly with Adrien Truffert coming in, the French left-back. I might be speaking to him later today for TalkSport as well. And they've got their Zabani replacement, second most expensive signing in their history, Diakate, a centre-back coming in from Lille in France. And they're in talks, I'm told, with Bayer Leverkusen for Amin Adli. At the moment, I think there's a big gap in valuation between what Bournemouth will want to pay and what Bayer Leverkusen are asking for. But again, that's part of that jigsaw puzzle, that if they get that signing over the line, then Ouattara would be allowed to go to Brentford, Wissa to Newcastle, so on and so forth. So I don't fear for Bournemouth. I understand they've lost a lot of their first-choice defenders from last season, but the recruitment model has been so good in recent seasons. I would back Bill Foley, who I know you're a big admirer of, Jim and Simon, to get it right, and I think Bournemouth will be just fine.
Yeah, really enjoyed listening to your chat with Bill Foley earlier on, Alex, a chat you did some time ago. Finally, Donnarumma, giant of a goalkeeper at PSG. It's au revoir from them to him. Not so much Abiento either, because I think he's disappearing somewhat under a cloud. But what are we talking? Manchester City?
Yeah, they look the most likely at the moment, Jim. I think, again, they need certain things to happen. We know there's interest from Galatasaray in Ederson. I'm told they've offered him a Turkish record wage fee to make that move. And I don't think Manchester City will necessarily stand in his way. He didn't have a brilliant season by his standards last year, and obviously he's another year older. They've got James Trafford coming in, who they see as a long-term successor. But this just might be an opportunity in the market that maybe they didn't expect to arise, that if Ederson goes, they get the opportunity to sign someone who, for me, was the best goalkeeper in the world in the second half of last season, played a massive role in PSG winning the Champions League. He was brilliant at Villa Park when Villa were trying to come back into that knockout game. He was brilliant in both legs against Arsenal. And this has been a very quick divorce, if you like, isn't it, from Paris Saint-Germain? I thought his statement was very heartfelt and very honest, and Luis Enrique has obviously responded by saying, this is my decision, I want to go in a different direction. The one thing I think would count against him in terms of Manchester City, Donnarumma, as brilliant a shot stopper he is, he's not terrific. He's not number one with the ball at his feet, and obviously Pep Guardiola usually likes his goalkeeper to play out from the back.
Okay, Alex, not for the first time, thanks so much for your contribution, mate. Hope it all goes well for you at the Premier League launch. Donnarumma, what's your take on that, Danny? Is he a top level goalkeeper that would do well here in the Premier League for City?
He's an amazing goalkeeper. Huge presence, but I find it bizarre that they've just gone and spent the money on Trafford and then they'll bring him in and he'll be sat on the bench. I don't see it. Where's that leave him? I'd be interested to see how that develops. But yeah, Donnarumma's better than Trafford.
I wouldn't expect Simon Richard Masters, top man at the Premier League, to come out with anything new regarding the charges facing Manchester City. Would you?
No. I mean, it's a difficult question to ask because you know you can get a formulaic answer. I mean, you can load the question and say what level of competence was deployed in allowing an independent panel to take this amount of time. That question would be nice to ask him to get him right between his eyes. But Masters is a polished marketeer that will just answer the question the way he wants to answer it, which means we'll get no insight about anything.
Jim White and Simon Jordan. Monday to Friday mornings from 10 on AM, on DAB, via the TalkSport app and on your smart speaker. TalkSport.
Well, it's time for the our EPL season predictions. With the season just 2 days away, we're giving our thoughts on how we think things will shake out. But we want to bring another person into the mix, so let's bring in our CBS Sports EPL correspondent, Jeff Shreves. We've got him right in the middle here to join our conversation. So we're going to start off with the category Newcomer of the Year. So who do you think is going to be the Newcomer of the Year, Jeff?
Florian Wirtz, and I think he'll be the Player of the Year as well. I'm giving him 2 awards in one. Honestly, I think he's absolutely extraordinary, Claude. There's nothing that this boy can't do. He's only aged 22. He can pass it, he can receive it, he can tackle, he can create opportunities, and he can score goals. I think he's going to bring so much to Liverpool. I think he's going to be a huge player over the Premier League season. And he's already proven he's got great experience in the Bundesliga. He's got absolute...
Shown the exit door by Daniel Levy. Thomas Frank is the man in place in North London now, and he will want to get things started here tonight. Positive results against the Kings of Guillermo Vicario in goal. It's a back five of Pedro Porro, Cristian Romero, Newton, and confirmed as Spurs captain alongside Mickey van der Ven, Kevin Danso and Jed Spence. Danso making his loan move to Spurs official over the summer. Rodrigo Bentancur and loan signing João Palhinha anchor the midfield. Mohamed Kudus, Richarlison and Pape Sarr. Kudus, of course, another new face joining from West Ham. Palhinha landing season-long loan from Bayern. We'll be underway in just a moment or two, so we can also take a quick look at the officials for this evening. It's the Portuguese team. João Pinheiro, the main referee. Jesus and Luciano Maia, the assistants. It's Elchin Maichev, Thiago Martins, his fourth official, and VAR. Christian Romero, as you mentioned, was only confirmed as the new Spurs captain earlier this morning. Match ritual with the referee and Marquinhos. Son Heung-min also moving on from Spurs this summer after over a decade of service. The South Korean has joined Los Angeles FC in the MLS. He said after that final that he could now finally call himself a Spurs legend. And no Tottenham fans would argue with that. There's a new era. Frank at the helm, Mero with the armband. Plenty of faces in this Tottenham team. Still a couple of weeks to go, of course, in the transfer window. Abiricha Eze from Crystal Palace is heavily rumoured to move across the capital to North London. It's certainly to keep an eye on remaining days of the transfer. I did mention that we touch on some of the absentees. Suma not involved for Tottenham tonight. Frank unhappy with some of his lateness to training in recent weeks, so he's been given the short shrift. Gianluigi Donnarumma, sensational bit of news breaking out of Paris in recent days. Out of contract next summer, no agreement on a new deal. Enrique fronted up.
Sent off in the FIFA Club World Cup final against Chelsea, and Fabian Ruiz, the excellent Spaniard, is only a substitute, but they've not played pre-season at all. What have you spotted, Paul?
Just looking how Tottenham lined up, because they did warm up with a back four in front of the PSG players during the pre-match warm-up, but they are lining up with three central defenders: Danso, Romero, Van der Ven, Spence on the left and Porro on the right. It will be a 5 out of possession, a 3 in possession.
So they are trying to pull a fast one. Tottenham kick off the 2025 UEFA Super Cup here in Udine in northeastern Italy. The first time that Tottenham have played in this match. Tottenham looking to become the 7th different English club to get their name engraved on it. No French club has ever won it. We've got another goal in the Carabao Cup, where Barnsley have taken the lead against Tottenham. Have a chance. An early shot which is curled over. Pedro Porro actually found himself in a position, between 25 and 30 yards out. Paul, he had some space, he went for goal, and that dipped maybe 2-3 feet over the top right corner.
PSG in comfortable possession over on the far right hand side. Fullback Hakimi looked to play a pass across the pitch, he got it all wrong, landed at Pedro Porro's feet 25 yards from goal. He was in acres of space. You would expect Porro, who's decent from distance, to at least hit the target. He curled it with his right foot and he went harmlessly over the bar.
So Paris Saint-Germain 0, Tottenham 0. Welcome as well to listeners to BBC London who join us tonight on 5 Live. And indeed, of course, you can listen via the BBC Sounds app as well. All of the BBC's radio stations are on the app, as PSG try to play it out from the back, and the left back, the Portuguese Nuno Mendes, wins his team a throw in. And there is a choice of listening tonight, because 2 of those Carabao Cup ties, the commentary is on the still relatively new Sports Extra 2 and Sports Extra 3, which you can only hear via the BBC Sounds app. So Birmingham City Sheffield United is on Sports Extra 2, Huddersfield Leicester is on Sports Extra 3, but we'll keep you right across those matches during the course of the evening. We've already heard Bolton 0, Sheffield Wednesday 1 is the latest score. Those are the only goals so far in the Carabao Cup. So Paris Saint-Germain against Tottenham, and as for PSG, it is Kvaratskhelia, isn't it, on the right hand side and Barcola on the left?
Yeah, absolutely. Kvaratskhelia spends most of his time on the left hand side, but tonight, as you quite rightfully say, switched over to the right hand side. Barcola in his more familiar role on this left hand side. He'll pose a threat, he'll cut in, very strong on his right foot, and he's not afraid to shoot from distance. Then Dembele will lead the line down the middle, and then the 2 wide players will look to support him as often as they possibly can. But it's Spurs who have started the brighter of the 2 sides.
Tottenham, who are in all white as they like to be in European competition, just with the dark blue trim. and Paris Saint-Germain in the mainly navy blue kit with the big red stripe right down the front of the shirts. So throw into Tottenham. This is at the Paris Saint-Germain end, where their supporters are. The official allocation, 6,700 for each club in this 25,000 capacity stadium. Danso with a long throw into the box, flicked on, bounces down, and then is hooked away by Vitinha to comparative safety near the halfway line, where Jed Spence is over to head the ball back to goalkeeper Vicario.
Immediately there's a piece of Thomas Frank's management. How often have we seen Tottenham hurl a long throw into the box? I didn't even know Kevin Danso could throw the ball that far. That really is a weapon that Tottenham have got, something that Thomas Frank's used very, very often at Brentford. They've had a lot of success both in the opposition's box and defending set plays are very strong, and there immediately Tottenham had a throw in down on this near side, level with the 18-yard box. There was a clear structure in the middle, there was movement of the players, and it was launched very, very long distance by Danso right into the middle of that penalty area. Something to look out for.
Paris Saint-Germain 0, Tottenham 0, and there has been a goal in the Carabao Cup at St Andrews. Charlie Slater.
The game barely 5 minutes old, but Birmingham lead by 1-0. Awful at the back from Sheffield United. A back pass left too short for the keeper. Gray sneaks in, and then Kyogo Furuhashi scores the easiest one of his life, his first ever for the club. 1-0 Birmingham.
Yes, early promise from him. And interestingly, Charlie, just interested to know, is that a full house for Birmingham tonight?
It's not.
Sounds it.
No, it's not a full house, but I would say that it's the loudest I've known a stadium to be for a Carabao Cup match in all the years that I've been covering it. It just goes to show what sort of momentum this football club's got at the moment.
Yes, exactly so. So, as I say, if you want to listen to that, it is on Sports Extra 2 now. Via the BBC Sounds app. Free kick to Tottenham on the halfway line. Pedro Porro was caught there.
Just got caught by Mendes. The fullback's pushing on. That's going to be an interesting battle to watch, like the guys spoke about in the studio beforehand. In my opinion, watching PSG and Hakimi and Mendes as a pair, they've got the best two fullbacks in the world who work up and down tirelessly. They're an attacking threat, but also defensively very strong. It's an interesting one now, actually, because the free kick is just, 5 yards inside the PSG half. Tottenham have put the centre halves forward, everybody's gone forward, and goalkeeper Vicario is about to launch this free kick half the length of the field into the PSG box. Another example of the set plays.
Yes, the free kick is inside the PSG half, but Vicario's taking it right-footed. There it goes, high and long into the PSG box. They're appealing for, I think, a handball potentially by Danso, but the ball still with Danso, bounces back to him over on the left flank, looks to cross it, but miskicked it actually. Vitinha put a foot in, and then Hakimi put his foot through it and cleared it out of play on the halfway line.
That's really interesting to watch. Already just 5 minutes into this game, we can see the paw prints of Thomas Frank all over this game. From the kick-off, Vicario went long to Richarlison, who had the long throw on this near side from Danso, and there the free kick. There's no apologies made. He knows how dangerous set plays can be, and when he's got the likes of Danso, Romero, Van der Ven, the height in the team, he's making no apologies for putting the ball in the right areas and playing in the right areas higher up the field.
Yes, and incidentally, another one of those little Thomas Frank trademarks we saw in the warm-up, didn't we, with the rehearsing of set pieces.
Absolutely, yeah, both defensively and offensively. And then, as we said, we got word that it was going to be a back five, but then actually one of the coaches was working with a back four. Spence wasn't included, and that was right on the halfway line, in front of the PSG players and coaches. Bit of skullduggery going on already.
Listen, Paul, I've said for a long time now, I do not understand why managers don't try that in the warm-up on the pitch before the game to try and lead the opposition up the garden path. And I notice now he's not the first to do it. Actually, there are other instances I've experienced recently. Here's Richarlison playing it into the centre circle. Here's Kudus, one of the new signings, the biggest money signing, and I'm afraid he's just passed the ball straight out of play some distance behind. Danso.
Not sure whether he thought Thomas Frank
plays it forward towards Dembele. Then it's played up there towards the edge of the penalty area, where Zaire Emery is able to take it on. This highly talented teenager, 19 years old, not 20 till March, so a lot of football.
Frustrated by Romero. Take it. PSG trying to build something here now. Kvaratskhelia back to Vitinha, who's switching across to left back here. Quite rich Mendes, but PSG still in possession inside the centre circle. Dembele now dropping deep, trying to make things tick. Vitinha suited to that job, the technician at the base of PSG's midfield, and Barcola, we haven't seen much of him so far. For him to drag a couple of Spurs defenders back in towards their own penalty box. It falls for Kvaratskhelia. Drags it past the post, the Georgian. Build-up play here from PSG down there near left-hand side.
In terms of what this formation...
Zaire Emery.
is right now right up on the halfway line on the other side of the pitch as Tottenham play it forward with Sarr, but Pacho is able to take command of that. Pacho's got a big, in fact it's almost his whole left forearm is strapped up the central defender, the Ecuadorian international. Ball down the left to Barcola. Palhinha puts in the challenge. Out of play for a throw-in to PSG, but Palhinha has taken a bang in that.
I think he's just caught in the face there, straight on from Barcola on his way down. He's sat up now. Referee's asking if he wants some treatment, but he slowly seems to be getting back up towards his feet. It's just coming together, wasn't it? Him and Danzo as well.
I mean, in terms of the formation, it's quite fluid, but it's three central defenders, isn't it?
And it's Porro as the one. I mean, when they're out of possession, you can see they are a 5. When they're in possession or trying to push higher up the pitch, it's Pedro Porro, the one that's given the licence to tuck into that hybrid midfield role that we've become so accustomed to seeing.
So this is Thomas Frank's Tottenham, and I'm just looking down on him. 7 years as the head coach at Brentford. At the time he left, he was the third longest serving manager out of the top 92 clubs. And now, though, this is all new. A pristine white short-sleeved shirt on, black trousers, standing with his lank hair flopping down with his arms crossed. And here's Richarlison for Tottenham. Take it on towards the byline. I think he ran it over the dead ball line, he did. And it is a goal kick, says the Portuguese referee, João Pinheiro. Let's get an update from the Carabao Cup at Bolton again. Tom Gale.
Bolton 0, Sheffield Wednesday 1. The hosts are down to 10. Teenage centre-half Sam Inwood brought down Charlie McNeil. Denial of a clear goal-scoring opportunity. We've played just under half an hour. Bolton 0, Sheffield Wednesday 1.
0-0 here between Paris Saint-Germain and Tottenham. As the ball goes back to Vicario, who is closed down by Dembele, and that means that he has cleared it out of play on the halfway line.
It's quick, Dembele, isn't he? Really quick as a goalkeeper. I mean, he covered the ground so quickly on Vicario. He looked like he had all the time in the world. Vicario looks up and Dembele's on top of him.
I mean, he was dynamite, wasn't he, in the last half? Maybe more than that of the season. Ended up with a personal best of 35 goals in all competitions. Dembele, before that, his previous best in any season had been 14. He has found a setup here, a manager in Luis Enrique, in which he is so comfortable. But Kudus has won the ball back from Nuno Mendes, and he takes it away downfield, Kudus, but Nuno Mendes is fast and quickly gets back there and actually gets a touch in on the ball, but Pedro Porro is able to then continue it. Kudus now with a cross in. Richarlison stretching, is actually able to keep it in play, which was an achievement in itself as it dropped over his shoulder. Richarlison's cross, but that's overhit high, way beyond Kudus in the box. Jeered and ridiculed actually by the PSG supporters behind that goal, and it's a goal kick.
Yeah, it wasn't his finest cross, Richarlison, was it? Really good work on this near side by Kudus. Gets a little bit of space on his left foot. He drifts it over to the far post. Slightly too long for Richarlison, who's able to, a wonderful touch with the tip of his toe. Kept it in play in turn, tried to return the favour, but he whipped his cross high and very unhandsomely into the PSG ultras behind that goal to our right.
League 2 Cheltenham have taken the lead against Exeter City. It's 1-0 to Cheltenham in the Carabao Cup. And if you missed it, the draw has been made already tonight for the second round, and it features Grimsby Town against Manchester United. But the whole of the draw you'll find on the football pages of the BBC Sport website. Our colleague Sammy Mockbell is here tonight. He'll be writing about this match, so you'll be able to read all about that as well later on this evening, and indeed in the morning when the Football Daily, of course, will be your podcast on BBC Sounds with the reaction. Here is Vitinha as a scurry forward halfway inside the Tottenham half, and then Zaire Emery, he gets it back, uses Vitinha, and then back it goes to Marquinhos, and actually all the way back to William Pecho. The Tottenham players closing PSG down, not letting them settle on the ball, but that's easier said than done. Dembele, as he can do, you know, he can cause mayhem when he's deep. Remember what he did against Arsenal in the first leg when he scored the only goal of that first leg in the semi-final. Now here's Kvaratskhelia, the Georgian, this brilliant PSG number 7. Plays it back, Vitinha's ball in, swirled to the back post, that's hooked away by Pedro Porro. I'm not sure Kudus will get there. He actually does get a touch on it, but Nuno Mendes was close enough to him to keep possession for PSG.
He's a fantastic player, Kvaratskhelia. I know in this job we're not supposed to have favourites, but across Europe this season he's been my favourite player to watch. I've covered him a lot. I think he's been absolutely excellent. Everything that he does, his first thought, he's always forward. He's not one of these players who looks to keep possession, recycle the ball. He looks to take on defenders, get past them, play the ball forward. And I think for what they've paid for him, I think he's an outstanding sign. He's been brilliant for PSG.
Here he is again, Paul, up towards the edge of the area, and Bentancur actually comes across and whips the ball away from him and sets Tottenham off on a counter-attack. Bentancur to Richarlison. Richarlison now, PSG getting men back. Richarlison then actually slips over. They're claiming he was fouled, but actually the offside flag comes, and it's a free kick to PSG.
A quick break from Tottenham there. Turnover of possession. Bentancur dispossesses Kvaratskhelia. They travel the length of the pitch. Richarlison makes a mess of it, stands on the ball inadvertently, plays the ball in behind the PSG back four to Bentancur, who finds himself in an offside position.
What about the leaving out of Brennan Johnson tonight?
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, leading scorer last year, the amount of goals, the assists that he had, the impact that he had, scoring the winner in the Europa League final as well. It just shows the plethora of quality that Tottenham have actually got in those areas. I know that Son's left the club, but that's an area that they are oversubscribed in.
Excellent play, PSG, as Doué plays it forward to Barcola. That's a very good challenge by Sarr, the Tottenham midfielder, coming back and putting the challenge in on the dangerous Barcola. Mind you can use that word dangerous for most of these PSG players. Barcola, who played in 64 of the 65 matches that PSG played last season, started 46 of them and weighed in with 21 goals and an incredible 22 assists, Barcola. And he's just, one component of this PSG team.
And they've got a really strong 11, haven't they? I mean, when we covered them last year, they're very predictable with their team and personnel. Barcola, Kvaratskhelia, Vitinha will play. Obviously, João Neves is suspended tonight. And what he's done, Luis Enrique, he's moved on a lot of the so-called bigger names. He's worked hard at it in the last, 2 seasons that he's had there with them. And he's moved on these players, and that the team is the real star. I know there's some big names in there, but the big names are because the team works so hard and makes individual star players. And they really have been an excellent team. But what was impressive was the way that Chelsea dismantled them in the Club World Cup final. That first half, I don't think anybody saw that coming.
No, that's right. Just 31 days ago, that PSG's defeat in New Jersey to Chelsea. 0-0 tonight against Tottenham, another new English opponent after last season, as Paul has reminded us there. PSG had a hat-trick of wins, didn't they, against English clubs in the knockout stages of the Champions League. As our friend Ackley, the bistro owner, said to us, as well as the Champions League and the French League title and the Coupe de France, they should have given them the Premier League trophy as well for doing that. But they came unstuck against Chelsea, and now Tottenham are trying to win a trophy against them here in this lovely part of Italy, the northeast, not far away from the Slovenian border. It's about 20 miles away from where we sit here, so you can clearly see the Alps. It's quite dramatic. And the town of Udine itself, I was in the Piazza Liberta earlier today. They love an OTT city centre, and that is one, with all sorts of columns and the castle sitting high on the hill in the middle of the city, and the statues with only fig leaves to protect their modesty. PSG with the ball on the edge of their own penalty area, and that is a foul on Sarr, and this is a chance for Tottenham to show what they can do with a set piece near the left corner of the area, Paul.
A good spell of possession for Tottenham. PSG have grown into this game, started to dominate possession. And Tottenham all of a sudden they've grabbed the impetus back and they've got the self forwards. Papsar there's just won a free kick. What is it, 5 yards on the angle from the outside of the right hand corner of the PSG penalty box. Kudus in deep conversation, I think it is, with Pedro Porro across there as to who's going to deliver it. PSG defenders all lined up between the penalty spot and the 6 yard box. Very congested penalty area.
Yep, they've not tested the new goalkeeper yet, have they? Lucas Chevalier, who is a couple of yards off his line, all in green. Tottenham with the free kick on the left-hand side. 4 players grouped towards the back of the box. But actually now they begin to move towards the near post. In it comes, takes a flick off ahead. But high over the bar, I think it was Palinha who got the touch on that. Yeah, high over the crossbar and behind for a goal kick. And still Chevalier yet to be tested.
Yeah, it's been a good opening for the game for both sides. I think it's ebbed and flowed each way without either goalkeeper having a real save to make. There's been no real clear-cut attempts on target. The game's been played predominantly in the middle third.
And Lucas Chevalier, this 23-year-old goalkeeper, 40 million euros they paid for him from Lille. First choice for Lille for the last 3 seasons. League One goalkeeper of the year last season. And also, rather pleasingly, possibly the most famous Frenchman called Chevalier since Maurice. Here's Nuno Mendes, wins a free kick on the halfway line. Back to Bolton, Sheffield Wednesday, Tom Gale.
Equaliser for the hosts, Bolton 1, Sheffield Wednesday 1. Ball from the left, a diving back post header from Asai 2-2. Bolton 1, Sheffield Wednesday 1.
So 1-1 there. Do you remember Maurice Chevalier, Paul?
Should I?
Gigi, the musical. Maurice Chevalier, famous French actor of a certain vintage. Here is Zaire Emery.
I think you lost me at the musical bit, John.
Left-footed ball out to the left-hand side. It's a brilliant film, actually. There's Kudus. Kudus now gets it down and then plays it back to Danso. Kudus, £50 million after his 2 seasons at West Ham. We know he's a talented player when he gets a run on the ball, as Bentancur plays it back. And now Van der Ven, first time we've seen him come forward, and Van der Ven slips it forward to Spence trying to get the better of Achraf Hakimi, but that's easier said than done. Excellent defending from the Moroccan right back. Still Tottenham though, and it comes from Sarr all the way across the penalty area and through for a goal kick. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Tottenham 0, and back to Bolton again. Tom.
Bolton 1, Sheffield Wednesday 2. After less than 60 seconds after conceding, straight up the other end, Ike Ugbo sits down one of the defenders and calmly strokes it into the bottom corner. Bolton 1, Sheffield Wednesday 2.
Oh, that's carelessly given away by Hakimi. He's given it to Bentancur. Still the ball in the PSG defensive third, although Bentancur is being chased and harried, and actually by Zaire Emery, forces him to take it all the way back into his own half. What excellent play from the teenager.
Brilliant closing down, really was. The ball was given away once again cheaply by Hakimi, unlike the right fullback, but Zaire Emery, he put pressure on Bentancur midway through his own half and he pressed him all the way back into the Tottenham half, and the only option that he had, Bentancur, was to go back to his goalkeeper.
Let's check in on the Sports Extra 3 commentary match. Huddersfield against Leicester City. Sarah Mulkerrins is there for 5 Live.
Goalless here, 38 minutes gone. Huddersfield, they started fast, perhaps unlucky to have 2 penalty shouts waved away early on. Leicester, though, starting to pull the strings. 16-year-old Jeremy Monga on the left wing has had a couple of good chances, but has also been booked for diving. It is goalless between Huddersfield and Leicester.
Still Barnsley 1, Fleetwood 0, Cheltenham 1, Exeter 0. And Birmingham City winning 1-0 against Sheffield United. Also tonight, matches in the National League Cup, Scottish Challenge Cup. You will find details of that on the football pages of the BBC Sport website, as Vitinha is bundled over by Kudus, who is given a right ticking off by referee Pinero.
The ball had long gone. I'm not sure what Kudus was thinking. I think he's fed up of chasing Vitinha around the pitch. Vitinha played the ball back, played it back to his centre half. The ball was 5-10 yards away from him. Kudus came back right through the back, clattered into him right into the referee's nose.
It's Paul Robinson, former Tottenham and England goalkeeper, watching your former club on the back foot here as Kvaratskhelia has it, plays it back towards the halfway line. Scored one of the goals in the Champions League final. That was an extraordinary night, you know, when they went 5-0 against Inter in the Champions League final. Kudos though, forward to Richarlison, goes for goal early, and Chevalier has to make the save, which he does. Close enough to him, and he was actually retreating at the time. He was outside of his 6-yard box, but he got a right hand to it and helped it up and over the crossbar.
Chose a really high starting line, the goalkeeper. You could argue he's too high up the field trying to read the through ball. Kudus running at the defence, Richarlison getting in behind. Kudus puts a lovely weight on the through ball. Goalkeeper's slightly high up. Richarlison, he goes for goal straight at the goalkeeper. It's looking like it's going to go up and over him. It's a poor execution really from Richarlison. Chevalier really makes a mess of it. He's 5 yards off his goal. He should be closer back to his goal line, and he catches that. But instead, he's had to turn it over the bar for a Tottenham corner.
Yeah, that's the big change tonight. No Donnarumma, instead Chevalier playing for PSG. Here's the corner, which is taken in, headed across goal by Bentancur, but I think he slightly misjudged it, didn't he? And by the time he got his head to it, he could only direct it back across goal and behind for a goal kick.
Well, he was completely free, Bentancur, wasn't he? I mean, we talked about the set plays, and it's something that Tottenham have worked on. Loaded the near post very heavily. Bentancur made his run around the far post, ghosted in completely unmarked, got a free header, but actually mistimed his jump, just got under the ball. But again, more positivity from set plays from Tottenham.
Paris Saint-Germain 0, Tottenham 0 in the Super Cup match here in Udine. We thought it was a curious choice, Udine, compared to some of the cities that have hosted this match in recent years, like Warsaw last year, Athens the year before when Manchester City won it, Helsinki, Belfast when Chelsea won, Budapest and Istanbul as well. That was a memorable night. Liverpool against Chelsea, and that one was decided on penalties, you might remember. But Udinese, the home ground of Udinese, was a bit of a surprise until we learned yesterday that actually only one club had bid for it. So that explains why it is here, slightly off the beaten track. But the Tottenham supporters, they've never had the chance to watch their team in this match before, so they have taken up the 6,700 tickets and possibly one or two more as well. So we've got the first water break of the night, Paul, as we knew there would be, with the temperature having been well into the 30s today. But what have you made of it so far? 25 minutes played, Paris Saint-Germain 0, Tottenham 0.
Listen, trying to stay away from the cliches, but I think both teams have had equal chances, equal opportunities. It's been a fairly even game so far. I think Tottenham started really positively. We can certainly see Thomas Frank's fingerprints on this with the set plays and not afraid to go more direct. I think they've had the better of the possession at times. PSG have grown into the game. Like we spoke about before the game, it's very, very difficult for Paris Saint-Germain. There is a rule, isn't there, which I know you know the exact law of it, of when a season finishes, a player has to have a certain amount of time off.
3 weeks after a major tournament.
And they have to have that time off. So PSG, it's been very difficult for them. After the Club World Cup final, there's been no pre-season games. This is the end of their second week training. So this is the stage normally in pre-season where players would be playing 45 to 60 minutes and then taking a rest, but instead they're playing a Super Cup final and their league starts next week, so they're in uncharted territory really, which does give Tottenham the edge.
Yes, they start their defence of the League One title on Sunday away to Nantes, and actually I was just having a look today because Paris FC are now in the top flight in France, and they don't play Paris FC, whose home ground is just over the road from the Parc des Princes, until January. But then, intriguingly, the last league match of the season for PSG is against Paris FC, as William Pacho is being put under pressure by Danso, and he's forced to turn it out for a throw down the right.
Yeah, much to Thomas Frank's delight. He spent the whole evening right on the edge of his technical area, but when Tottenham press is out there, he's encouraging, he's shouting orders onto the pitch, and the press there from Kudus, Thomas Frank, arms above his head, clapping furiously, gives Tottenham another opportunity to hurl this Danso long throw.
It's 0-0 here in the Stadio Friuli. Danso takes this long throw in, which is headed up and away by Hakimi, finds its way back to the throw-in taker. Danso, right-footed in from him. Marquinhos comes forward, heads it down, got there ahead of Kudus, and then Bentancur on the halfway line will pass it back to Vicario, who goes long. Pedro Porro, so goes shoulder to shoulder with Nuno Mendes, and Nuno Mendes is able to get the ball down. He's wiry and strong, isn't he, Nuno Mendes? As Chevalier has to be quick there, the PSG goalkeeper, but he was with as he was very quickly closed down, but was able to clear it away to the halfway line.
There's a lot of pressure on him, Chevalier. I mean, that's been the talk of the PSG press conferences, the press, the build-up to this game, all about Donnarumma and the big decision that the manager Enrique's made. He said the club have supported him, it's a decision that he's made. But Chevalier coming in, there's a big price tag now, and there's also a huge expectation, and eyes are going to be on him. Everybody's going to be watching. The slightest mistake is, well, we should have kept Donnarumma. Why isn't Donnarumma playing?
Yeah, very big call. And he did say last night it was a difficult decision for Luis Enrique, but that's you live and die, don't you, in footballing terms, when you make those decisions. Excellent play from Dembele on the halfway line, control, and then sets Barcola away, and he's into the penalty area, and Barcola's ball across was cut out by a sliding Sarr. Both Danso and Sarr actually defended it pretty well against the flying Barcola, but it's PSG's first corner.
That's just superb attacking play from Dembele. 10 yards inside his own half, turns the ball on a sixpence, reverses the pass into Barcola, who's immediately running into the Tottenham Hotspur 18-yard box. Danso gets back and he makes the block eventually, but in two passes PSG are in the 18-yard box just from a beautiful piece of play from Dembele.
So it's a corner that Vitinha is going to take. He cups his ears, actually. Barcola was down on his haunches in the penalty area. Now he's got his hands on his knees, and they're crowding Vicario. 4 players in there for PSG. Marquinhos is a threat, of course, as well from a set piece. So PSG corner, Vitinha takes it, and there haven't been too many signs of rustiness yet, but that was one, because he's overhit it beyond everyone for PSG, I'm meaning. And Jed Spence back to Vicario, who plays it left-footed up to Richarlison, who's able to take it down and actually take it away from Marquinhos, and still going, still in the centre circle. But here's Pedro Porro now, white shirts arriving, but I think 1 or 2 groans from the Tottenham supporters there. Could have gone gung-ho there, but actually checked back and waited for support, and it's come to nothing.
Yeah, I think there's a situation where they were 4-on-4 at one point there. Richarlison did really well, turned defence into attack very quickly, had support from Pedro Porro on the right hand side, and instead of driving forward into space, he chose to turn back, recycle the ball and keep possession, much to the disgruntlement of the Tottenham fans.
Paris Saint-Germain 0, Tottenham 0. Matches in the 100 tonight as well. You can follow those on BBC TV. A lot of games in the One Day Cup as well. All the results and details on the cricket pages of the website. It's like cricket weather here, isn't it? They have qualified, haven't they, for the Cricket World Cup? Italy might not qualify for the Football World Cup. We'll see about that during the course of the autumn. But it is sweltering, Paul, isn't it? I mean, this microphone, this lip microphone, is just slipping around in
you got a sweaty top lip, John.
My sweaty hands.
It is, I can vouch for you. The last couple of days it really has been. It's been humid as well, hasn't it? Very difficult to escape the heat.
Yes, we'll have to get the wipes out post-match. Here is
our engineer Phil's looking at. He's going to have to clean up this equipment.
Yes, I think so.
He's looking at your top lip very closely now.
Yes. There's a foul on Doué, the brilliant Doué, he's a teenager no longer. Desiré Doué turned 20 during the course of the summer, shortly after the Champions League final, actually, but 2 goals in the final. And now Hakimi, who we've not seen get forward too much, and we know how dangerous he can play, scorer of the first goal in the Champions League final. But again, more signs of rustiness there as it's given away by PSG, but then given away by Tottenham as well. So PSG will come again with the number 14, Desiré Doué, moving from left to right. Kvaratskhelia, and then a slip in centre field by Zaire Emery, and that means that Tottenham might be away on the counter-attack with Sarr. Zaire Emery tried to chase him, so he plays it square to Porro. Porro then back infield. Kudus controls this. Kudus 30 yards out, but the pass is just a little short. Although Spence does well, slides in, works it back, and then Vitinha was in position to block it and play it back towards the halfway line. Still in play though, and Tottenham attack once more. Van der Ven coming forward with it. Then centrally, just ahead of the centre circle, to the tall, bearded Uruguayan Rodrigo Bentancur. Now Porro's cross from the right is allowed to run by Pacho. Kudus with a shot. That's blocked by Marquinhos, who read the danger there actually after it was missed by Pacho, and the PSG captain blocked the shot from Kudus.
That's a wonderful block that by Marquinhos, using all his experience. He gave Pacho a shout. He said, leave it, I'm going to head it. It was a really poor header from Marquinhos, straight to the feet of Kudus, who looked for all the world, just about to pull the trigger and fire it into the bottom corner. Marquinhos comes flying out, spreads himself and makes a brilliant block.
Equaliser for Fleetwood. Barnsley 1, Fleetwood 1. I have to say I felt for Tommy Fleetwood on Sunday night, but what a win that was for Justin Rose. As Kvaratskhelia comes forward down the right hand side, played back to Hakimi, then to Zaire Emery, work back to Vitinha. PSG with possession inside the Tottenham half, still waiting for the first goal of this Super Cup match. Kvaratskhelia, a lovely languid play from him. Then it's worked across from the right hand side, but Vicario, diving forward, was able to catch the ball right at grass level.
Yeah, difficult one for Vicario to take. Good hands from the goalkeeper. He's been fairly redundant in this first half. It's all about concentration for Vicario at the moment. The game been played very much in the middle 2/3 of the pitch.
Tottenham with the ball at the back. Of course, this is building up to the first weekend of the new Premier League season, when Tottenham will be playing Burnley. You'll be there, won't you? Home to Burnley on Saturday. That's one of our many commentary matches. 6 Premier League commentary matches this opening weekend. You'll hear on 5 Live or Sports Extra as we start 4 seasons where we are bringing you more Premier League commentaries each season than we ever have done before. Also covering the Carabao Cup tonight. What's the latest at Huddersfield? Sarah Mulkerrins.
Goalless at the break, John. The League One side, they started brightly. Rushkin and Kasumo were causing trouble in the area, both brought down, but penalty shouts were waved away. Rushkin as well later, he fired just inches over from outside the area. Leicester, though, they've started to dominate. 16-year-old Jeremy Monga is living up to his promise, and they also forced Huddersfield into a goal line clearance just with the last play of the half. So at the break, it's Huddersfield 0, Leicester 0.
As PSG come forward, Dembele dummied as if to shoot there, but Paulinho was able to do well actually. He read it, and then Richarlison thought he'd been fouled as he brought it away. No free kick given, and so Dembele looking for Hakimi, but Jed Spence was sharp. He had to be, played it back to goalkeeper Vicario, who passed it out of play near the halfway line. Also half-time, Bolton Sheffield Wednesday. Tom Gale.
Bolton 1, Wednesday 2. Lively this one, John. Sequeira with a screamer for the visitors. Straight red for Bolton teenager Inwood. Denial of a goal-scoring opportunity. Aseu 2-2 equalising with his head before Ugbo calmly put the championship side back in front. Half-time, Bolton 1, Sheffield Wednesday 2.
Kvaratskhelia crossing for PSG. It was cleared away straight to Dembele. Came at him quickly, and he, with a snap shot, hit it high over the top of the bar with his left foot.
Kind of half a clearance it was from Van der Ven, wasn't it? Arrived at his feet very quickly. Bit of a snap shot. PSG, you can see flashes of play, but at the moment they're a little bit clunky, aren't they? You can see they're not that finely tuned product that they were at the end of last season, and understandably so.
Is that their best chance yet?
You would say so, yeah. The first clear-cut opportunity that they've had a strike towards the goal.
So 0-0 with 10 minutes to play. Let me tell you as well, no extra time tonight, so it's like the Community Shield on Sunday. If it is still level after 90 minutes and added time, it will be straight to a penalty shootout, and also for this one, 5 substitutes per team allowed tonight. Also half-time, Barnsley 1, Fleetwood 1, and Cheltenham still winning 1-0 against Exeter City. So League 2 Cheltenham 1-0 up there, as Chevalier passes the ball out to Nuno Mendes. Barcola comes short, tried to give it him back, but Tottenham's closing down. Their work rate has been a feature of the match so far.
Yeah, they set the press on the front foot, and the press really starts from the technical area. It's Thomas Frank. You can see him, he's very animated, and you can see what he's trying to instill into the players. Richarlison and Kudus, for me, it's not really quite worked up front. I mean, Richarlison's been the figurehead, with Kudus kind of floating around him. No real defensive responsibility for Kudus as yet.
Kvaratskhelia on the right-hand side, lifts the ball across, it's above Dembele, got it well, but not high enough. Zaire Emery, Hakimi on the edge of the area, he shoots, that's blocked away by Paulinho, out of play for a throw into PSG down the right. Still 0-0. 5 Live We're on the BBC Sounds app as well. You can listen to 5 Live there, and indeed on BBC London as well tonight. Lots of white shirts, Tottenham white shirts, around the corner, sort of horseshoeing that far side of the ground, around the corner of the stadium, as PSG have the ball halfway inside Tottenham territory with Nuno Mendes. Benson Coors able to get a foot in on that though, and then Pedro Porro, little pass forward for Kudus to chase. Nuno Mendes, strong again from him, but Kudus also strong, getting as good as he's getting, and in the end the free kick is given Tottenham's way. I think just wrestled to the ground in the end, Kudus by Nuno Mendes.
Yeah, it's an interesting matchup, these two. Battle of strength. Kudus wins it that time, holds the ball up really well, got his back to Mendes, doesn't allow the fullback to get round him, retains possession and wins a free kick again on the halfway line. Thomas Frank below is absolutely delighted once again with the way that his team are pressing and holding the ball. But once again, Vicario on the halfway line.
Yeah, it's been a feature. So the goalkeeper comes up to take this free kick for Tottenham. Incidentally, Ilya Zabani recently signed this week from Bournemouth. He's not involved yet for PSG. So, but at that price tag, you'd expect him to threaten. Free kick then from Vicario, bounces into the penalty area, shot deflected against the bar, and then the follow-up is in. Van de Ven scores the opening goal for Tottenham and for Thomas Frank in the Super Cup. The initial shot brilliantly deflected onto the crossbar, but it fell very nicely for Van de Ven just outside the 6-yard box to make it Paris Saint-Germain 0, Tottenham 1. It's not going to be another trophy for Tottenham, is it?
And it's a centre-half, Mickey Van de Ven, up from the back. Once again, it's a long, direct free kick from Vicario this time, right to the far post. Romero it is who heads it back into the 18-yard box. Paulinho gets there first. There's a bit of a scramble. Marquinhos and Van de Ven it is who both go for the header. Falls to Paulinho, kind of a volley towards the goal. Chevalier makes a wonderful save onto his crossbar. That really is one of the best reaction saves that you can make. But for the goalkeeper's dismay, he looks up and there's Mickey Van de Ven. He was involved with the initial contact with Marquinhos. Ball falls to Paulinho. Goalkeeper makes a brilliant save, but there's Mickey Van de Ven. Taps home the rebound after a wonderful save. Tottenham go 1-0 up from a set play.
So in his first competitive match as the new Tottenham head coach, it is Mickey Van de Ven who scores his first goal and gives Tottenham the lead over the Champions League holders in this Super Cup match. Mickey Van de Ven, who has not scored since his first season, didn't score at all last season, and it just fell to him perfectly. As you say, Paul, super save, super reaction save from Paulinho's close range volley.
Chevalier, what a save that was. You can't watch that enough. I mean, it was so close from Paulinho. He must have thought he'd scored. It was almost behind the goalkeeper. His reaction's incredible. He tips it up and onto the bar, only for the ball to hit the underside of the bar, bounce just outside the 6-yard box, and Mickey Van de Ven, who was there with the original contact, turns it into the back of the net to give Tottenham the lead.
Paris Saint-Germain 0, Tottenham 1. In recent years, the Champions League holders have had a real grip on this match. 11 of the last 12 have been won by the Champions League holders, but it is Tottenham Hotspur, the Europa League winners, who've scored the opening goal. And for Thomas Frank, I think to come from, he talked to us yesterday about structure, working on structure. We saw the work that he's been doing on set pieces. For it to come from a set piece like that, most pleasing for the head coach.
And what that does in the dressing room, John, that's instant credibility amongst the players. When you do something as a manager and it comes off on the pitch, not necessarily when you win games, but actually patterns of play, passages of play, set plays leading to a goal, everyone goes, I like this. What he's telling us is right. It's instant credibility among the dressing room, and everybody's buying into what he's doing straight away. And it's brilliant for Thomas Frank.
Well, you will be able to see the clips later and in the morning on the BBC Sport website, and indeed the highlights as well. Oh, excellent, Barcola. He's away from Porro into the penalty area, but two men there, Van de Ven and Danso, a sort of mid-5. from the two Tottenham defenders for the work that they did on Barcola there, deflecting it behind for a corner.
You mentioned his stats there, Barcola, but I mean, the eye test on him is incredible, isn't he? He's so quick, he's so fast. He went past Pedro Porro. Pedro Porro tripped over his own shoelaces.
Corner then, Vitinha to take this. He got the first one all wrong. Actually takes this short to Dembele. Vitinha is available. It's Doué though. Doué with a shot that's deflected, which took it wide of goal, bounced 6-7 yards wide of the right post as he looked at it from near the edge of the penalty area. Doué in that position. The alarm bells are ringing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm looking at the Tottenham players. I'm looking at Sarr, I'm looking at Vicario, Romero. There's voices in there now. There's leaders in that box. There's game management involved now. Not often last season did we see Tottenham retreat into a defensive shape. There was no kind of organisation, which is what we're seeing.
Corner from the right hand this side. Short to Dembele. Then flick into the box by Doué and Richarlison, who always loves to get involved in, well, whatever he can get involved in. Allows the ball to run behind next to the Tottenham fans and then says to them, come on, throws his arms up in the air, they give him a cheer, and off he goes, happy to the halfway line.
That's been another thing that I've noticed with this Tottenham side. Out of possession, they've been quite happy to sit in a defensive shape. They've not gone gun-ho, whereas before last season we saw them play with Archie Gray and Dragusin as two centre-halves, and they were exposed because the full-backs bombed on, the midfield left them exposed, and there was nobody in and around them, whereas now this Thomas Frank Tottenham team, out of possession, the back five get in position, the midfield drop, and they sit as a unit and say, go on then, break us down. Early signs are positive.
Yeah. There will be a full TV highlights programme on, actually, with the best moments from this match tonight after the news on BBC One, and then a Premier League preview after that. Wayne Rooney is part of that programme tonight as well, so that's on the television. Here on the radio, it is Kudus, lovely, takes it away down the right towards the byline, but the cross is overhit beyond Spence, who was the last man, but he's able to keep it in over there on the left hand side. Spence playing instead of the still not quite fit Udogie, who's not among the substitutes tonight, and then Spence as well plays the ball off Hakimi and wins Tottenham a throw-in down the left-hand side as half-time approaches.
I think he's a player, Jed Spence, that you've got to give a lot of credit to. I mean, he was out of the reckoning, wasn't he? He was out on loan, that seemingly had no future at Tottenham. Came back in last season, worked on himself, worked on his game. New managers come in, giving him a fresh start, and I think you've got to give him a lot of credit. He's showing finally the potential that Tottenham saw in him when they initially signed him.
Yes, here in Italy, wasn't he? At Genoa. Throw-in, another long throw, 10 yards back from the corner flag, this time from the left-hand side, so Danso is lining up to take this, and lots of movement inside the PSG box, with Tottenham leading by 1-0. It's a loopy one, this, but Kvaratskhelia is able to head it away. Bentancur back to Danso, plays it centrally. Spence is going to have a go from distance. It hits Doué, 1 minute of added time to be played. Ball into the air, Richarlison heads down, it's headed down against the post, and then bounces wide. Kudus would have been ruled offside. The flag goes up, and if he'd been able to head it in rather than against the post, it wouldn't have counted.
Yeah, I think that was one where we were waiting for the assistant on this near side to raise his flag. I think there was an offside earlier on in the play. You could see the assistant kind of half holding his flag in the air, but frustratingly, because of the way that we play the game, had to hold the flag down. Kudus thought he had an opportunity, hit the base of the post, but again, it's Tottenham showing some real forward intent.
So Tottenham leading through the Mickey van der Ven goal.
We're on. There is an end game, but the end game is to ensure that there's a legacy of a football club that is established in the Football League, that represents the town of Bromley and can get to a sustainable position within what football allows it to be. And for the
use. Right, once we get to full-time in the Super Cup, remember we might have penalties after the full-time whistle. Then you'll get reaction with myself, with Aaron Lennon, and also with Paul Robinson and John Murray, your commentary team in Udine. And we're almost ready for kick-off, John.
Yes, thank you, Steve. And just to understate it, if you weren't listening earlier, no extra time in the Super Cup, so if it was level after the 90 minutes and added time, it would be a penalty shootout, as Steve says. PSG have been out there waiting for a little while, haven't they? Paul, Luis Enrique sending them out. No changes at the break, so Chevalier in goal. There's a no Donnarumma. Fabian Ruiz is only on the bench. João Neves suspended. Ilya Zabani not eligible for this yet, the new signing this week. So Chevalier in goal, Hakimi, Marquinhos, Pacho and Nuno Mendes, then Vitinha and Zaire Emery, then Kvaratskhelia on the right, Barkla on the left, Dembele and Doué through the middle. And the Tottenham team, Vicario the goalkeeper, the Udinese born Vicario, as PSG kick off, and Vitinha has smashed it straight downfield and behind for a goal kick.
It's an interesting one.
I think I've seen him do that before. You know?
I think I've seen him do that before, but I think he was aiming for the other side of the corner flag, so he could go and press Tottenham from a throw-in right next to their own corner flag. I'm not so sure that that's worked out quite as well as Vitinha wanted. Gives Vicario the opportunity of a goal kick now. And as we know, this new Tottenham, they don't roll goal kicks across the 6-yard box anymore.
Is a very good point, Paul Robinson. So Vicario the goalkeeper. Three central defenders, Danso, Romero and Van de Ven. Porro and Spence as the wing-backs. Bentancur, Palhinha, Sarr, Kudus and Richarlison. And the only goal of this Super Cup match so far, scored by Tottenham's Mickey van de Ven shortly before half-time. So Tottenham on course to win the Super Cup in their first appearance in this match. There will be a new name on the trophy tonight. Tottenham coming forward, all in white, ball into the box. Pacho controls it, plays it away. It's headed back forward by Porro, but will bounce through to goalkeeper Chevalier. Barnsley are now in front against Fleetwood by 2-1. 7:45 kick-off that one in the Carabao Cup as the ball bounces to Richarlison on the edge of the area. Shoots from the angle, Chevalier is able to make the save. Close enough to him, just parried it away. PSG clear, and Tottenham go back towards the halfway line. So yes, Barnsley winning 2-1 against Fleetwood as there is a foul on goal scorer Van de Ven, 15 yards inside the PSG half, and a free kick to Tottenham and another set piece chance.
Uncharacteristically loose in possession, PSG once again in their own defensive quarter. Mendes it is this time, gives the ball away. Tottenham are quick, they're sharp into the press. PSG looking like a team who are first week of pre-season at the moment. And for want of a better phrase, they're looking a little bit clunky, aren't they? It's not really gelling for them, whether it be passes in their own third, passes in the final third, the movement in and out of the pitch. Take nothing away from Tottenham because they played very, very well, but we're not seeing a normal performance, what we'd expect from PSG.
No, the talent and the quality is still there, but you're absolutely right, Paul. Free kick to be taken by Pedro Porro this time. Curls it in towards the back post. Romero heads it across. Chevalier couldn't keep it out, and it's 2-0 to Tottenham. He got his hands to it, the new PSG goalkeeper, diving down to his left, but threw his hands into the net, and the new captain Romero makes it Paris Saint-Germain 0, Tottenham 2, and what a night this is turning out to be in Udine for Thomas Frank.
Well, that's 2 out of the 3 centre-backs that have scored tonight from exactly the same source. It's a free kick, not as deep this time, it's Pedro Porro. Romero once again is the target at the far post. This time he finds himself completely free. He decides not to head it back across the 6-yard box, yet he goes for goal. He heads the ball down and across. Chevalier, who in all honesty makes a real mess of it. He goes to try and shovel it forwards with 2 hands. Mid-save, he changes his mind and tries to push the ball wide. The goalkeeper's really not covered himself in glory there. He's made a real mess of that. But Romero and Tottenham don't care. It's another free kick, it's another set play, it's another header from Romero, and it's another goal for Tottenham.
2-0 to Tottenham. A goal towards the end of the first half. I think VAR have had a look at it, and it was close-ish, but I think Romero was onside. Well, he was, because the goal stands.
It's exactly the same as the first goal. When you tune into the BBC tonight and watch the highlights of this game, the free kick that led to the first goal, Vicario deep to the far post to Romero. That time Romero heads it back across goal. This time free kick slightly more central. Porro lifts it to the far post to Romero, the same target. He can't believe the space he's got. Instead of going across the goal, he thinks, I'm going to take my chances. He takes his chances and he gets lucky. The goalkeeper was really, really poor, but Romero doesn't care.
Well, we did touch on it, didn't we? I can't remember on 5 Live whether it was Julian Arona, whether it was you, Paul, who mentioned, should the goalkeeper having been brought in for, and Donnarumma seemingly dispensed with, lets one in like that, and that's exactly what's happened.
Donnarumma doesn't let that in. Donnarumma saves that.
Kvaratskhelia, other end, into the box, the touch took it a little too far, and in came the challengers anyway, and it was the man who's just scored the second goal, Romero, who blocked it behind from Kvaratskhelia for a PSG corner.
Yeah, going back to the goalkeeper, Chevalier, you watch it tonight, you see he goes one with his hands flat to almost scoop and shovel the ball away, changes mid-save.
Dembele now with a cross, Kvaratskhelia with his back to goal went for an overhead kick, defender came in, a high foot, it caught the Tottenham player, and now Kvaratskhelia has actually fallen over Van de Ven, who was on the ground, and ended up, there was a little bit of pushing and shoving in there, and referee Pinheiro.
Do you know what Richarlison's done there? Kvaratskhelia, he's walking backwards. Van de Ven's injured on the ground because he caught him in the head, Kvaratskhelia. But Richarlison's done what you do as kids, when you're with your best mate and one of you lays down behind somebody. He's seen Mickey van de Ven laid on the floor. Kvaratskhelia making his way backwards towards him. He's just giving him a shove and he's fallen over Van de Ven.
He is very naughty, isn't he, Richarlison? Paris Saint-Germain 0, Tottenham 2. And Romero scoring in the 48th minute. So Van de Ven in the 39th and Romero in the 48th. Back to the League Cup, Sarah Mulkerrins.
Huddersfield 1, Leicester 1. The goal coming from a penalty awarded after Ruben Rushkin was taken down by Hamza Chowdhury. The initial effort though from Dion Charles was saved by Stolarczyk, but the onrushing Dan Vost was there to head it home. It's Huddersfield 1, Leicester 1.
2-0 to Tottenham. Choice of listening tonight. That match is on Sports Extra 3, which is only available on the BBC Sounds app. Birmingham City, Sheffield United, with Birmingham winning 1-0, is on Sports Extra 2. Here is Richarlison, who is then challenged by Kvaratskhelia, and a little shove in the back, and Richarlison goes sprawling down onto his front and wins the free kick. And now Kvaratskhelia, under that scrawny beard of his, I think he's steaming.
He was chasing Richarlison. He was radaring in on him for a long way. I don't think he was even his man to chase back, but I think he wanted a piece of Richarlison there. But once again, he's chased him back, he's brought him down. It's another free kick which Tottenham are loading the box up.
Yeah, another set piece, which is taken short by Porro to Kudus. Kudus curling it in towards the back post. Danzo with a header! It hits the side netting. The Tottenham fans who were on the other side of the goal from us, many of them thought that it ended up in the back of the net, but it was wide into the outside netting.
They've clearly not worked on any set play defensive structures, PSG. I mean, they're getting exposed every time the ball goes to the far post. This time it's Danzo, just like Romero, completely free, unmarked at the far post.
From Udine, we will go to Huddersfield in a moment, but PSG are attacking. That is dealt with by Van de Ven, who is able to clear it away. So back to Huddersfield. Sarah Mulkerrins.
Huddersfield 1, Leicester 2. Huddersfield asleep in defence. Harry Winks on as a second half substitute, able to steal into the area and get a low shot away, his first touch of the game. Huddersfield 1, Leicester 2.
Thank you, Sarah. So Leicester back in front. Draw's already been made for the second round, and the winners of that, if it is Leicester, they would be away to Sunderland. While we're listening to Sarah, Paul, Richarlison has been yellow carded.
Yeah, it's been Richarlison's been shown the yellow card. It was a challenge from Papsart in the middle of the midfield, originally I think on Vitinha, and it was what Richarlison came back and said to the referee.
Who'd have thought that? 2-0 to Tottenham. PSG in possession on the halfway line. Hakimi forward to Kvaratskhelia, and then a touch from Doué to Hakimi. Hakimi's ball across is cleared away by Romero, up towards Kudus, who then wins a free kick for the challenge from Marquinhos. Back to Bolton, Sheffield Wednesday, Tom Gale.
10-man Bolton 1, Sheffield Wednesday 2. It could be 3. Kabatsky in space, left-hand side of the box, struck it well, but palmed away by debutant Bolton keeper Tyler Miller. We've got just over 25 minutes of normal time remaining. Bolton 1, Sheffield Wednesday 2.
If Sheffield Wednesday win that, Paul, they'll be home to Leeds United.
Two great big clubs, two big Yorkshire derby. And I was just doing Richarlison a disservice, my apologies. I was saying that he was petulant for back-chatting the referee. It wasn't for that petulance, it was for kicking the ball away. He got booked.
Again, not absolutely unheard of, as Vitinha is dispossessed. You know, there's a great hunger about Tottenham and their new coach, Pedro Porro, challenged in the box. I think it was a fair one from Nuno Mendes, even though he went down. Porro is suggesting that should be looked at as a potential penalty. I'm not so sure, but we'll see. PSG with Barcola. What a run this is from Barcola down the left wing. Two Tottenham defenders come together, and Danso is able to get it away, but PSG,
the Ballon d'Or nominees listed
wounded
as a
animal,
Dembele does not deserve
into the box, and then Richarlison, the biggest of touches from Doué on Richarlison, and he goes down, wins a free kick to Tottenham. Barcola then says something to the referee, who was right next to him, and Barcola is booked.
What is it you often refer to Richarlison as, the pantomime villain? Well, I think he's playing that role very well tonight, isn't he?
Yes.
Not making a lot of friends from the PSG fans, but he's putting in a shift. And what I'm interested to see tonight as well, we talk about the defensive shape from Tottenham. They're taking pride in defending, something that they've not necessarily always done. They're working back as a team, they're working hard as a team. Players aren't getting caught in front of the ball. When they do lose possession, everybody to a man is working to get back into shape and get back behind the ball and enjoying that defensive structure that they've been given.
Well, 10 minutes into the second half here in northeastern Italy, not too far away from Venice. That's where we'll be going back to tomorrow, won't we? To Marco Polo International Airport. And Paris Saint-Germain 0, Tottenham 2 is the score in the 50th UEFA Super Cup match. It was first played in 1974 as Spence has conceded a free kick against Kvaratskhelia and is not best pleased with that. PSG knocking it about in the central third. The Champions League holders beaten by Chelsea in the FIFA Club World Cup final. Now facing the prospect of losing to Tottenham in this match, and then Spence wins a free kick against Kvaratskhelia and a free kick to Tottenham in the left back area. Yes, Ajax were the very first winners, and in the match programme tonight there's a great photograph of the Ajax players celebrating the winning of that first Super Cup, all wearing matching dressing gowns for some reason. Look it up.
They look like the Tottenham team did when they turned up tonight.
Well, I'm wondering if it was exactly Tottenham tonight who turned up in cream suits, but it might well be they're going to have the last laugh. PSG 0, Tottenham 2, and we will have all of the reaction on the Football Daily back for the new season. Oh, careless from Pacho. Tottenham win it back. Sarr, then he was fouled. Yellow card for Pacho, who was careless there, dwelt on the ball. Sarr was all over him. Then Pacho fouled Sarr as he tried to take it on. That's now a yellow card for Willian Pacho.
Really good pressing again from Spurs, but understanding perhaps Sarr that he's got teammates around him. He's got Kudus, he's got Richarlison, Pedro Porro was up there. He tucked in. They're not just pressing individually like they did last year. There's a trigger, there's an awareness, there's a positional awareness. Right, there's 3 of us, there's 4 of us. We're going to hunt in packs, we're going to hunt in the right areas, and we're going to win the ball back, and that's exactly what Pap Sarr did then.
And it's another set piece for Thomas Frank's Tottenham, although they might have a good goal from this one.
But there's no intent now to look to play the ball quickly. Everything is structured. Quite often we see teams get free kicks, right, hand on play, move the ball. Every single free kick that Tottenham have had, they're using it as an opportunity to deliver a service into the box.
Porro is lining this up. There's a 3-man wall. This will be best part of, well, certainly between 25 and 30 yards out. Porro staring intently at the ball. Kudus is there, but it is Porro, right-footed, over the wall, but wide by probably a yard. And PSG are going to bring on Fabian Ruiz, who was rather surprisingly missed out. Took a flick off the wall, actually. Doué was in the wall on its way wide, so it's actually a corner to Tottenham. Fabian Ruiz is going to come on. Next chance PSG get for their first change.
Yeah, he won't make the change now. The defender, the corner, Pedro Porro, ambles over to this near side. Once again, you look at this penalty box. Every single player in a white shirt is loaded on the far side. Not anyone in the front half of the 18-yard box. Everybody is at the far post. 2 on the edge, Bentancur and Kudus.
So the corner is taken by Pedro Porro. Headed away, though, easily and comfortably for Vitinha at the near post.
Of course, they put everybody at the far post, and then, as always, can't miss the first man.
Spence, long one forward from him. Nuno Mendes actually brings it down, controls it, even though Richarlison's not too far away. Now Pacho, Marquinhos. Again, great pressure from Kudus this time. Well, Richarlison and Kudus. You know, we wondered why it was that he went with these 2 today. I think Kudus would have been in the team, you'd have expected that, but Richarlison with Johnson and the recently recovered from injury Solanke on the bench. But I think we are seeing it, aren't we? This is what he's asked them to do.
There's an intelligence. You can see this just hasn't been thrown together. This has been worked on the training ground. This is a team structure, it's a team shape, and each player knows their job. They know when to press, and the most impressive thing is they know when not to press, when to drop off, when they're outnumbered in certain areas, when they do need to retreat to that defensive shape, and when they are actually able to launch a press and win the ball back. They've been very, very effective.
And that is going to be the end of the night for Kvaratskhelia. So Fabian Ruiz comes on into the midfield for Kvaratskhelia, your favourite.
I think that will lead to PSG resorting to type 1, going back to that more familiar 4-3-3. Doué higher up the field, Ruiz dropping in alongside Vitinha and Zaire Emery.
The 100 on the television again tonight on the BBC. What's the news, Atif Nawaz?
Well, the Welsh Fire are off and running in this season of the 100. They were winless in the men's and women's competition up until tonight. The Welsh Fire seeing off a tight game against the Manchester Originals, winning by 25 runs.
Thank you, Atif. Another long throw for Tottenham. Richarlison, Paul, you were spotting, still plenty to say for himself, even though he's got a yellow card.
He's picked up with Hakimi now Kvaratskhelia is gone.
Comes Danso, long throw into the area, that's only half headed away by Marquinhos, back into the box by Palhinha, might bounce down for the shot, but the offside, was the offside flag up? No, the referee's given it as a free kick, as Danso was in position to shoot for goal. It was saved by Chevalier, but there was a foul given before that
for a high foot. I think it was Kudus. Yeah, he tried the spectacular, and I think the goalkeeper there would rather the referee had blown up before he had to put his body on the line for that save, because he made a brilliant block at the far post, the goalkeeper, in a place that's not very pleasant for goalkeepers.
No, that's right, but he's okay, and players back underway with Tottenham leading by 2-0 and closing in on becoming the 7th different English club to win this trophy. Tottenham are also thinking about a change. Archie Gray is being prepared to come on for what will be the first Spurs substitution. As play back underway on the far side. Kevin Danso showing a yellow card in the midst of all that.
Over the far side, Danso, yeah, whether it is for something he said to the referee or not, he's been shown a yellow card out of our vision over on the far side.
Yeah. So a throw in near the halfway line for Tottenham. Just taken long again by Danso. Headed away, Barcola. And then helped across the pitch by Zaya Emery, and now Hakimi carrying it forward, but that's short, and that's excellent work from Benton Kerr to slide it out of play. Back to the League Cup and Huddersfield again, Sarah Mulkerrins.
The Terriers are not out of this, John. It is Huddersfield 2, Leicester 2. A stunning solo effort from Cameron Asha. 2 goals in 2 games for him. All the work down the left-hand side, brought it into the area and curled it past Stolarczyk. He had no chance. It's Huddersfield 2, Leicester 2.
Vitinha plays it into the penalty area, touch from Hakimi, shot from Zaire Emery, comes back to him after being blocked, and the referee then blows the whistle because the offside flag goes up. All harum-scarum, but it would have counted for nothing.
Goalmile scramble and a brilliant block by Mickey van der Ven, but it would all led to nothing if the assistant on this near side would have put his flag up in the initial move. I think the ball came through and it was Hakimi who just drifted in behind that Tottenham back line. Wonderful block by Mickey van der Ven.
I'm not sure he would have been offside,
you know. Close, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Put the flag up. I mean, VAR will look at it.
Yeah, anyway, ball didn't end up in the back of the net, so there we are. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Tottenham 2. One of our 6 Premier League commentaries this weekend features Tottenham. You're going to be there, aren't you? Tottenham against Burnley, Saturday afternoon, 3 o'clock. So that is one thing that changes this season. You now have a choice of Premier League commentaries on Saturday at 3 o'clock. So Sunderland West Ham is the 5 Live commentary. Ian Dennis and Pat Nevin will be there. Then you will hear Wolves Manchester City. All of the Saturday 5:30 Premier League commentaries will be once again on 5 Live or Sports Extra this season. All the 2 o'clock matches. So Chelsea, Palace, Nottingham Forest, Brentford this weekend, and then Manchester United, Arsenal on 5 Live 4:30 on Sunday. Paris Saint-Germain 0, Tottenham 2. And what a turn of events this. What a year 2025 will have been for Tottenham. Everything that happened at the end of the season, winning only 38 points and finishing 17th in the Premier League, winning the Europa League, sacking Ange Postecoglou, having won a trophy for the first time for 17 years, and now looking at the possibility of winning 2 cups in 2 competitive matches.
Don't want to tempt fate, but what's that saying about London buses?
Well, quite so. Back to Tom Gale at Bolton.
Equaliser for the 10 men Bolton. Bolton 2, Sheffield Wednesday 1. Thierry Gale on the penalty spot, back to goal, swivel and shot into the bottom corner. Just over 10 minutes of normal time remaining. Bolton 2, Sheffield Wednesday 2.
As an offside flag, it goes up against Pape Sarr, who had a shot at goal, but it was blocked wide. So still 2-0 Tottenham, and still 1-0 Birmingham Sheffield United. Charlie Slater.
Could have been 2 though. Laird had the ball in the back of the net for Birmingham City, only for the referee to spot some wrestling at the back post. He blew his whistle. We thought, oh, maybe a penalty. Nope, he just wanted them to retake the corner kick, and so Laird's goal scratched off. Still 1-0.
5 Live on the air till 10:30 tonight, but 5 Live and BBC London with the commentary as PSG once again pour forward, trying to do something about this. Barcola Barkala square. Zaire Emery just outside the D. Goes square again. Here's Doué. Doué trying to find a position on his left foot. Shoots. Very good save by Vicario. Comes out for the shot that is blocked and then driven in. But the offside flag is up and Barkala is denied by the flag. They will look at it on VAR. One of the Tottenham players, I think, took the ball as he blocked it in a painful position. So he'll be down for a moment or two. But I think it's Danso. Yes, it is Danso who was hit amidships. So they'll look at this VAR, but I have a feeling that was the right decision.
Yeah, it was a really good strike initially and a very, very good save from Vicario, low down to his right-hand side. Got two hands, it pushed it out to the PSG player who was stood in an offside position. Just looking at it again now, it's Fabian Ruiz who just come on. Danso blocks the shot, comes out to Barcola. He hammers the ball past and through Vicario's legs. But he was offside, Ruiz, in the build-up. Assistant on the near side had to keep his flag down. VAR will have checked it, ruled it out, and it gives Luis Enrique the chance to shuffle his pack once again.
Yes, which he is doing. So changes number 2 and 3, and Bradley Barkala coming off, and Zaire Emery, and coming on Lee Kang-in, the South Korean forward, and I think that was Ibrahim Mbai who came on, the 17-year-old winger who is number 49, and he's taken up a position on the right-hand side. Mbai, who really only played a bit part in the brilliant season that they had last season, just the 12 appearances, 4 starts, but still in the very early stages of his career. 2-0 Tottenham. PSG attacking with the newly arrived Mbai. Spence trying to reach him. Final touch was off the PSG player. It's a goal kick to Tottenham. Back to Tom Gale again at Bolton.
Sheffield Wednesday back in front, John. Bolton 2, Wednesday 3. Ball over the top. Youngster Reece Johnson, the angle's tight. He nutmegs the goalkeeper. 10-man Bolton 2, Sheffield Wednesday 3. 9 minutes of normal time remaining.
So Sheffield Wednesday back in front again. Goal kick, and we're going to see for Tottenham Dominic Solanke, who has just recovered from an ankle injury. Big season for him coming up. Solanke, after, well, Paul Robinson, how would you describe his first season for Tottenham? 16 goals?
I think he came in with huge expectation, didn't he? And I think obviously still carrying the weight of that Harry Kane jersey. I think
record signing.
He's the type of player that Tottenham have craved, and he's the type of player that Tottenham have needed. I think he was injury hampered during the course of the season. If you can keep him fit and you can keep him playing every week, he shows what he gives you. He's a striker I like because he's not afraid to run in behind. He runs the channels as well as working in between the lines of the 18-yard box, and he's proven that he can score the goals if he stays fit and given the service.
Massive insect just flies past us. I'm surprised it can stay in the air that big. Here's Hakimi infield, and then the Mbai with the ball across the box after it was laid into him by Lee. The two substitutes together, Lee and Mbai. Archie Gray still waiting to come on, so Gray and Solanke will come onto the field, and for Solanke, of course, start of a season that ends in the World Cup in the United States. Ball out on the left-hand side, into the Tottenham box, headed down by Richarlison. Got the feeling that pattern might be set now for the remainder of this game, with Tottenham 2-0 lead against the Champions League holders. Luis Enrique making changes as the ball in from the left-hand side, but too close to Vicario, who's able to gather it into his stomach.
It was a familiar pattern towards the end of the Europa League for Tottenham, wasn't it, when Ange Postecoglou decided to be ever so slightly more pragmatic, to be resilient, stay in games. The game against Eintracht Frankfurt, the game in the final, obviously, against Manchester United, the one away at Bodo Glimt as well, as one that stuck out in memory. It was a really tough, rugged, determined performance. Wasn't pretty, but got the job done.
I bet it sticks in the memory. You on your trip to the Arctic Circle.
Me and ABB.
I was very jealous of that. As Porro slides this away to the halfway line, Nuno Mendes is going to take this on. Still in possession, the Portuguese left back, and then forward from Dembele. Now again, square from him. Here is Lee. Hakimi now, right corner of the Tottenham box as PSG attack. Lee back to the halfway line again. Marquinhos shapes the pass to Hakimi, And then Hakimi slips it between the legs of Spence into the penalty area. Fabian Ruiz, and then Dembele curls a shot wide from 16, 17 yards wide of the right post as he looked at it by a yard or so.
It's a wonderful ball by Hakimi. Great run by Ruiz. Kept himself onside. Dembele just couldn't hit the target. Ball pulled back to him. 12 yards out. Harmlessly wide of Vicario's left-hand post.
So here we are then. Changes made, the 2 changes for Tottenham, as we will have a drinks break as well midway through the second half. And Dominic Solanke begins his second season as a Tottenham player. And he replaces Richarlison. And Archie Gray coming on for Palhinha. We'll get a word from Paul Robertson on how you felt Palhinha did tonight after we come back from Charlie Slater at St Andrews.
Where Gustavo Harmer has just scored from a pace inside of the Birmingham City half. Harmer's looked up and hit it over the top of the scrambling Birmingham keeper. It is a wonder goal. We might have seen our best finish of the season, and it's only August. It's Birmingham 1, Sheffield United 1.
Wow. Gone very big there, Charlie.
It's a very, very big goal from a very long way out.
We'll be checking your work later, won't we?
Got me nervous.
Right, Paul, Palhinha, what do you think? On loan from Bayern Munich after his season there?
Yeah, the type of player that Tottenham needed to bring in to enhance the quality that they've got. There's no point in bringing in players to bolster the squad. Actually, you bolster the squad, but you better the 11 that you've got, and you have everyone battling for those jerseys. For me, he's an immediate starter. He improves the quality. You look at the players that they've got in that area. Archie Gray will play a little bit of time in there. Bentancur, Papsar, obviously the problems that they've got with Basuma. For me, you look at Palhinha, the experience that he's got. Archie Gray is going to be a fantastic young talent. To have somebody like Palhinha around, especially if they can sign him on a longer term deal, I think he's an excellent sign, and I think he's showed what he can give. He dominates in that midfield. He's big, he's imposing. I thought he had a really good 72 minutes.
And Archie Gray, it would appear, is going to play in midfield. I mean, he is very versatile. That's one of his positions, isn't it?
Well, it's his dominant position, if you like. I think last year he was outstanding. He was used as a makeshift centre-half. He was used as a right-back, but has started his Leeds career as a defensive midfielder, where I think because of the injuries and suspensions and the trouble that Tottenham had last year, he's forced to play out of position. But it shows how versatile he is and how intelligent he is at such a young age to be able to do that. But I think we'll see a lot more of him in his natural position as a holding midfielder this season.
So play back underway after the second drinks break, and we can now see a very orangey pink moon that has appeared. It is absolutely massive. Not a full moon, it's probably 3/4, isn't it? What a picturesque sight that is over the roof of the Stadio Friuli League for PSG. That's blocked though by Danso, who is then challenged, wants a free kick, doesn't get it. Throw-in is actually given Tottenham's way, so it is a free kick, a throw-in for Thomas Frank's side. Yes, the commentary tonight coming to you from the Friuli Venezia Giulia region, and Udine itself, which I saw in the match programme tonight, described as a hidden pearl. So we found it. Tottenham.
It took us a while. We had a few flights and a few journeys.
Well, it is hidden. It is hidden. That was the clue. Tottenham on the way to victory, on the way to lifting a new trophy in the 50th playing of this match. Tottenham winning it back with Porro, and then Solanke rolls it forward for Porro, but he's beaten to it by the very sharp Nuno Mendes, and Chevalier, who has made the error for the second goal when Romero's header slipped through his gloves as he dived for it. It's given out, and Fabian Ruiz now as PSG certainly not giving this up with still 15 minutes to play. We know how capable they are of scoring goals in the twinkling of an eye. Hakimi now just outside the box. Remember that comeback against Manchester City, that amazing night, one of so many amazing nights last season at the Parc des Princes for Paris Saint-Germain, as PSG are getting Gonzalo Ramos ready, another very, very capable goal scorer. out to the right-hand side, and Bai just keeps this in, and Bai has Hakimi there. Tottenham are penned back in now. Vitinha back to Hakimi. Lee makes the run. Instead it goes from Bai, and Bai up against Spence. One way then the other, still has it in possession, the PSG man. Vitinha, the floppy hair, plays it to the left-hand side. Fabian Ruiz now out to that left flank where the ball is curled in but blocked away on the edge of the penalty area for Tottenham, back to the halfway line. Still PSG in possession. Vitinha, Tottenham beginning to chase shadows rather. Hakimi all the way across the penalty area with the cross. Doué now, Désiré Doué, who is, since the recent changes were made, Doué's taken up a position on the left-hand side, and he's up against Porro, and he's taking him on now. Porro just gets a foot in there and then goes down rather easily. There wasn't much contact there, but the free kick goes the Tottenham right back's way, or right wing back as he is tonight. And that's it for Doué, Paul. He's the latest player to be substituted with Gonçalo Ramos, and 19 goals for him last season, the Portuguese international coming on.
Yeah, I think he'll play up front alongside Dembele. Won't need to chase in this game now. Ramos coming on, experienced Portuguese international. Cost 65 million. Not bad to bring off the bench, is it? They've got a good nucleus of a strong match day squad, PSG. Taking the players off that they had, you could argue Kvaratskhelia, probably the most attacking threat, is off the field, but at this stage, as well as chasing and wanting to win this game, he's got to be careful and manage the players' minutes.
Paris Saint-Germain 0, Tottenham 2, 5 Live and BBC London, and you can listen to both stations via the BBC Sounds app on 5 Live. After 5 Live Sport ends tonight, 10:30, Tony Livesey will be on air. I suspect Tony will have something lined up for a very hot August night, as I know it is back home as well as here in Italy. The latest Tottenham change is coming shortly, but throwing to PSG halfway inside their own half. Matthijs Tel, who is now a permanent Tottenham player. That's another one of the signings this summer, after he was on loan from Bayern Munich last season, signed for £30 million. But here is Dembele. Oh, he slips the ball through the legs of Bentancur, a nutmeg, and then the ball to the edge of the area, looking for Gonçalo Ramos. That was anticipated by the Tottenham captain, Christian Romero, and cleared away. Lee, pacey pass from right to left to Vitinha. Now to the left-hand side, where Dembele will try and work some magic. In fact, back to Vitinha, Archie Gray trying to close him down. Vitinha crosses all the way across the penalty area. Dembele now on the right-hand side. His shot is blocked away by Spence. Kept in play actually by Hakimi, and Bai's moved across to the left-hand side after the latest changes. Hakimi's ball into the box, that's cleared away by Van der Ven, out of play for a throw-in to PSG. Just over 10 minutes to go, and the latest Tottenham change, I think as much as anything, these changes just breaking things up and interrupting PSG's momentum, and also at this stage of the season, getting players onto the field. It is still a pre-season match, even though it is this showpiece occasion. So Kudus coming off, Kell coming on, and it's back to Bolton and Tom Gale.
10-men Bolton equalised for the third time. Bolton 3, Sheffield Wednesday 3. It's the substitute Cozy Adubri, right-hand side, edge of the box, left foot, beats Piers Charles. Looks like we're going to penalties here, John. Bolton 3, Sheffield Wednesday 3 in the 90th minute.
So 3-3 there, still Barnsley 2, Fleetwood 2, so it's 2-2 in that match now, and they are deep into added time in that 7:45 kickoff. Cheltenham have won. Cheltenham are through to the second round. They've knocked out League One Exeter City by 2-0. Still Huddersfield 2, Leicester 2, as we heard from Sarah, and that is almost done as well, deep in added time. And then still Birmingham 1, Sheffield United 1 in the 8 o'clock kickoff. In fact, the final whistle has gone in Huddersfield, Sarah.
Ended 2-2, John. A cracking second half. A swerving effort from Hamza Chowdhury put the Foxes ahead. Dan Voss then levelled it, tidying up after a saved Dion Charles penalty. Harry Winks then, he nudged Leicester ahead again before 18-year-old Cameron Ashug curled in a fine equaliser for Huddersfield. So it's off to penalties. We go 2-2 after normal time.
Yep, a glut of League Cup penalties coming, so we'll keep you posted on all of that. over the course of the next 20 minutes or so. Here is Dembele for PSG in the box, back to the edge of the area. Lee was almost landed on by Danso, and that's a free kick. Probably a foot outside the box. Still Paul Robinson, even though Tottenham have a 2-0 lead, PSG get a goal.
They've taken over at the moment recently, possession-wise, as we've been dancing around the ground listening to the results. It really has been defence against attack, a case of Tottenham trying to get a block in, trying to make a challenge, trying to clear the lines. Danso very clumsily there, clattering in to Lee on the edge of the box, and it's one of those level with a 6-yard vertical line, a yard outside the box. Some would say maybe too close. Very difficult one for a goalkeeper, because you have a wall of 6 or 7 of your own players. Very, very difficult to get any kind of eye line on this.
Well, Lee Kang-in looks likely to take it, but Hakimi is there as well, so Tottenham have lined up a 5-man wall with also the old draft excluder behind it. It is Lee, left-footed into the wall, shouts for handball, and the referee says no. I think it hit the player in the face, which is why the referee's blown his whistle, and we will have a stoppage here because Pedro Porro is lying on his back, and I think you could clearly hear the ball slapping into his face, into the right side of his face. So he's been poleaxed. He actually had his hands behind his back.
I would say brave as a lion, but I don't think he saw it coming. It's a great piece of defensive work, putting his body on the line, but if he could have got out of the way, I think he would have done.
We've got 2 televisions in our commentary position here, and you could see him grit his teeth. You saw a flash of Pedro Porro's teeth as it slapped him in the face. So we will have a stoppage here while he is looked at and probably given a rub down with a sponge. He is back on his feet. So Tom Gale, penalties for you as well.
That's correct, John. Full time, Bolton 3, Sheffield Wednesday 3. The 10-man hosts equalising 3 times. The last one coming in the 91st minute, and Mario Cozier-Dubry with his first goal for the club. Spot kicks to decide who plays Leeds United in the second round.
And Barnsley Fleetwood has gone to penalties as well after a 2-2 draw. So details on all of that coming shortly. PSG 0, Tottenham 2, as our little television screen here is focused in on Gennaro Gattuso, the Italy manager, who's in the crowd, as PSG come forward again. The ball worked across, rattling around in the 6-yard box, and that is very gratefully for Tottenham cleared away by Bentancur.
They're hanging on, aren't they? They're getting deeper and deeper. Tottenham, PSG keep knocking at the door. That ball right across the 6-yard line.
Yeah, even a rusty Paris Saint-Germain, with the changes that Luis Enrique has made, they're still dangerous.
Oh, they've got the quality, haven't they? You don't lose quality in 3 weeks. You may lose a little bit of match sharpness, but these players have had a long, hard season, winning what they've won. 3 weeks off, yes. Will it tell it a toll? Possibly. The quality and desire to win is still there.
Fabian Ruiz on the left-hand side crosses, but that's blocked behind, with Danso coming across and off his body and behind for a corner to Paris Saint-Germain. Yes, 65 matches they've played in all competitions, scored 168 goals across all of the various contests that they were involved in, and I can tell you clearly the target for them now is to win the Champions League again, 2 years in a row, defending. Here is the corner, but with this scoreline they're not going to win the UEFASuperCup for the first time. Instead, that is going to be Tottenham, who will join the list of Liverpool, Nottingham Forest, Aston Villa, Manchester United, Chelsea and Manchester City, the English clubs who have all won it before. Here is Dembele on the right-hand side. Dembele with a cross, that's headed away by Romero. Comes out, Vitinha does well to work it to Lee, who scores! That's an excellent finish from Lee, and Paris Saint-Germain have a goal, and it's 2-1 now with 5 minutes still to play, plus added time.
He's absolutely hammered that into Vicario's bottom left-hand corner, Lee. Tottenham are that deep, they get a decent clearance on the ball out of their 18-yard box, but it falls to Lee 20 yards out from goal. He gets it out of his feet, hits it with his left foot, an unstoppable strike from Vicario. Vicario probably slightly unsighted at the box full of bodies in front of him. It's a good header away initially from Romero. Lee's given time and space on the edge of the box. 20 yards out, hits it with his left foot. Really clean, crisp strike. PSG are not out of this.
No, this is a test now for Thomas Frank's Tottenham. Bergvall immediately has been called for by the Tottenham head coach. And we're going to see another Tottenham change, another of the teenagers coming on. Thomas Frank. It's action stations down there now. It's action stations and backs to the wall. 2-1 to Tottenham. After Van der Ven and Romero, the central defenders, two of the central defenders scored either side of half-time. But that goal from substitute Lee Kang-in means that Paris Saint-Germain are still thinking they might be able to turn this around. Danso, though, long throw for Tottenham, into the box. That's headed away by Gonzalo Ramos. Bounces down for Pedro Porro. He shoots. It's deflected across the box, but the referee spotted an infringement on the edge of the area. Free kick PSG, and the PSG ultras now making a lot of noise inside the Stadio Friuli. Back to St Andrews though, Charlie Slater.
Where Birmingham City are back in front, it had to be Jay Stansfield off the bench. Beautiful play, edge of the area, little Cruyff turn, drives it via a deflection past the goalkeeper. 87 on the clock, Birmingham 2, Sheffield United 1.
Here in Italy, also 87 minutes. We are in the 87th minute. Bergvall still not coming onto the field yet. Play continues. It's in the balance now, this. 2-1 Tottenham lead. Europa League winners. Closing in, but the clock ticking very slowly for Tottenham and their supporters. 21,025 is given as the official attendance. PSG with Nuno Mendes. That noise you can hear, that is coming out of the Tottenham end. They're brilliant supporters. Flares have been lit. There'll be another big UEFA fine coming their way for that, but I think the Qatari owners will probably deal with that. Smoke coming out from the red flares, drum being banged, PSG in possession, and the moon gets ever higher there. It's quite a spooky sight, isn't it? The moonlight, Italy. Venice not far away. Dembele now to the right to Hakimi, then back towards Marquinhos across to Fabian Ruiz picks out Hakimi again. Hakimi's cross, that's headed away by Bentancur, got underneath it and just sort of headed it away to the halfway line. Thomas Frank, a concerned Thomas Frank steps forward, Paul.
Listen, you can all visualise this as you're listening to us. Tottenham camped on the edge of the box, 10 white shirts and the goalkeeper all trying to defend a back line of 6. PSG just constantly wave after wave of attack. They've just got themselves another corner down here on this near right-hand touchline as we touch 88 minutes.
Dembele wins this one, just flicked it off the Tottenham defender and behind. How many times last season did we watch PSG and this sort of pressure, and eventually the goal comes. Dembele all the way across. It's bounced out to Nuno Mendes, controls and shoots. It's deflected up and over the top of the crossbar and behind. I think it might have been Solanke who was the man who made contact with that. They're ready to take a quick corner. Tottenham had to organise themselves there, but the referee says hang on, because Romero is down inside the box. The Tottenham captain, cannily probably, knowing that PSG were looking to take a quick one, just attracted the referee's attention. He paused things and then he's back on his feet. Dembele with a corner for PSG. A full group of players go for it at the near post. Tottenham are able to head it away. Tottenham leading by 2-1. 5 Live and BBC London. Also on the BBC Sounds app. Now, ball down the left-hand side and Bai is challenged and the ball runs behind. He fell into the penalty area. Danso with the challenge, but the ball ran away and referee Pinheiro immediately pointed towards the 6-yard box and has booked Mbai for simulation.
No doubt in the referee's mind. That goes past Danso. No, there was Danso put his hand on him and he flung his legs up in the air and theatrically dived. There's no real call for a penalty. PSG players immediately surrounded the referee. No call for a penalty there.
So back to the Bolton penalty shootout. Tom Gale.
Where Liam Palmer, the long-term servant at Sheffield Wednesday, has just booked their place in the second round. 3-3 in full time, and Wednesday win it 4-2 on penalties. Bolton missing 2 of their spot kicks, and it's Liam Palmer, Academy 1 club man, who sends Sheffield Wednesday through to the second round.
And the penalty shootout that's going on at Huddersfield against Leicester, that is 2-2 after 3 penalties each. It's a suggestion that might have been Dembele rather than Mbai who was booked. Yeah, Dembele it is. I can see on the screen down in front of us on the official sort of UEFA statistics page. So Dembele, that's yet another player who's booked for saying something.
Yeah, the referee's had his hands full.
6 minutes have been added, and Bergvall has been replaced. Bergvall has come on for Sarr into the midfield.
I think that's just a case of ball retention for Thomas Frank. I think he's looking to just try and assure somebody who can get on the pitch, get on the ball, break up possession, keep hold of the ball, keep possession for short periods and put the ball into areas of the pitch that give Tottenham a chance to advance higher up than the field than they are at the moment.
Yeah. Bergvall as well, remember he wasn't able to play, was he, or take part in the Europa League final at the end of last season because of the injury that he had. Palhinha, who's been substituted off some time ago, is virtually standing on the side of the pitch. So penalty shootouts going on in the League Cup. We'll have more on that in a moment or so. But PSG in added time, so 6 minutes of added time being played. PSG, you know, despite the fact they've not played at all pre-season, despite the fact fitness you would think would be an issue, Luis Enrique has made his changes and he's virtually on the pitch as well in his beige trousers and his trainers and his black t-shirt. Luis Enrique trying to urge his team on to find an equaliser, to come from 2-0 down against Tottenham and take this to a penalty shootout. I would never underestimate this PSG team of Luis Enrique's. Still, we have got 4 minutes of added time to play. Now it's out to the left-hand side, back centrally to Nuno Mendes, then out there to Lee, who looks to cross it. Back it comes centrally for PSG. Marquinhos going to go to Huddersfield. Next time we get a stoppage in play, but PSG threatening a second goal, an equaliser. Hakimi just outside the area. Tottenham have cleared it away. So back to Sarah Mulkerrins at Huddersfield.
And Huddersfield, John, have made it through to the second round of the League Cup. They have won the penalty shootout 3-2 after Casey McAteer's effort was saved. He was trying to keep them in that shootout. That tame effort saved Huddersfield through after it ended 2-2 after normal time.
And they'll be going to Sunderland. PSG continue to attack here. The score, PSG 1, Tottenham 2 in the Super Cup. Still, Tottenham are able to hold out, headed away. Lee gets it back, the scorer of the PSG goal, swings the ball right across to the left-hand side. That is chested down and now worked across from left to right, played to Marquinhos. Marquinhos 25 yards out, square to Hakimi. Hakimi stabs it forward, Dembele whips it right across and it's headed down and in. Gonzalo Ramos, and PSG never count them out. They've come from 2-0 down to make it 2-2, and Tottenham could not resist them. 2-2, and it looks like this Super Cup is headed to penalties.
Oh, it's heartbreak for Tottenham in the 94th minute. The quality of PSG has finally found a way through that Tottenham resilience. It's a wonderful ball and it's a fast whipped cross across the edge of the 6-yard box. All Ramos has to do is put his head on it and divert it into the bottom corner. It's good quick interchange again by PSG. They will look at it for offside from Dembele. Doesn't look to me like he's offside. Hakimi slips the pass down the side to Dembele. Half a look up into the box, whipped with pace and power across the 6-yard box. Ramos throws himself at it and diverts it into the bottom left-hand corner. And heartbreak for Tottenham so late in the game.
That is Paris Saint-Germain all over. Dembele, I mean, the cross had whip on it, pace on it, and big Gonzalo Ramos in the middle just had to put his head on it, and he did, and it was past Vicario, and 2-2 it is.
What a game, what a game we've had. I mean, Tottenham fans and Tottenham never do things easy. They must have had the hearts in their mouths this whole second half. But PSG have slowly improved as this game's gone on. They've got better and better. The deeper Tottenham went, the better PSG became.
Well, listen, any Tottenham fans who thought this was over, you know, they mustn't have watched PSG last season. In the 85th minute here in Udine, Tottenham were winning 2-0. Now it's 2-2. And still we play 5th minute of added time, so just a minute or so to go, and then it'll be a penalty shootout to decide the winners of the 2025 Super Cup. Fabian Ruiz, though, they're still thinking about winning this, and who would bet against them? Fabian Ruiz again, forward of the centre circle, sweetly hits a pass to Lee. Tottenham backpedaling again. Forward now to Hakimi on the right. His cross blocked by the outstretched high left leg of Spence for a throw down the right.
Danzo, Romero and Van der Ven look absolutely shattered. They're clinging on now, the three Tottenham centre-halves.
30 seconds to go. Still, PSG have got Tottenham absolutely penned in their defensive half. Paris Saint-Germain fans are jubilant. Dembele lifts it in, beautiful ball. Gonzalo Ramos always almost onto that, but Danzo did enough.
Brilliant.
Just got something on it.
Absolutely brilliant piece of defending by Danzo. It's a wonderful ball, and it looks for all the world that Ramos, all he's going to do is put the ball into the net again. Danzo manages to get himself back goal side in front of Ramos. He makes an absolutely outstanding interception, times the challenge to perfection. If he doesn't, that's a penalty.
Barnsley-Fleetwood penalty shootout continues, and Birmingham City have beaten Sheffield United by 2-1, so Birmingham City are through. So we will have a stoppage here because Romero again ended up on the ground, and I think has got cramp.
Yeah, he's really struggling.
Yeah,
he's got cramp in both legs. He's walking with two stiff legs. He's out the game. He's stood in the middle of the pitch just walking around in circles.
He is, and still we play, but I think that is the final whistle, even though Vitinha shoots for goal. There we are, 2-2, it's finished. What a comeback by Paris Saint-Germain, but should we be surprised by that?
No, they're excellent, aren't they? And listen, they've not been their usual self tonight. At times clunky, at times clumsy in possession. Tottenham have been the better team, but you never rule out a team of PSG's quality. You look at what they did in the Champions League last year. They went into the Club World Cup as favourites. They've got so many players on the pitch, on the bench, that can hurt you, and they managed to find a way and got themselves back. Once they got that back to 2-1, it was always going to be a nervy time for Tottenham, and you could see them retreat, sat deep, and PSG just kept going and going and going, and they eventually got that second goal.
I can tell you Barnsley are through. They've won the penalty shootout 5-4 after the 2-2 draw with Fleetwood. And yes, so Barnsley through on penalties, Sheffield Wednesday through on penalties to play Leeds United, Cheltenham through, Huddersfield Town through on penalties, and Birmingham City as well. And we will have a penalty shootout very shortly here in Italy to decide the outcome of the Super Cup, which has been super entertaining. 2-0 Tottenham led through Van der Ven and Romero. 2-0 up in the 85th minute, but PSG staged
Thanks.